about that. Let's build anticipation for it. Clown shoes rainbows are real, or should we? Well, I'll just do the one that Sugar Kitty just mentioned. Do neon. So we're gonna pour. I'm not gonna drink all of these this stream. Fortunately my husband is a beer lover, especially an IPA lover, so he's gonna enjoy these probably more than I will. But you know what? We're just gonna pour a little bit just to sample and review here. Give my thoughts on neon rainbows. I have been drinking a lot of beer today. We went to the beach. We went to Manhattan Beach for the first time since moving to LA. We've been to we kind of are over Santa Monica, so like we're like trying to find other beaches that are like less crowded and like more picturesque. Manhattan Beach was awesome. We need to check out Redondo Beach, which is right by it. We like Malibu. Malibu is a lot nicer than Santa Monica, so I'm sweaty. You can tell I'm sunburned a bit, but it's all good. Even though I've been drinking beers all day, I'm excited to drink some more tonight. So this is the Neon Gang from New York. See some people popping in. I see Bubble Bath Bourbon. What's up? Another amazing channel here on YouTube. Go give him a subscribe. More Byte Club members showing up. Taibei, good to see you. I think that's Tyler. Emily Chambers, another incredible mod, holding down the fort here tonight. Whiskey Nose, another channel here on YouTube. SG Flying High, what's up, Sherry G? Good to see you. Yeah, so I don't know how many of you guys saw part 1 of Colonel Sanders, but it gets a little crazy. So this is a little bit of the neon rainbows. Now these were in the cooler on the way home, so they should be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and give it a try. Cheers, guys. Oh wow, it's light. I think my biggest thing, I don't love like super hoppy beers, so that's why I kind of steer clear from IPAs. This one though, that's really subtle. They don't really say. The back of it says Citra, Continual, Simcoe, Mosaic, and Topaz. That's what the different colors represent. I don't know what that actually means. Maybe you beer lovers know that those are maybe different types of hops. I don't know. The back says enchanting, vibrant, evanescent. It literally says evanescent, like the band. Weird. I guess that's a word. Who knew? This full spectrum beer is our unicorn. Alluringly hazy and irresistibly juicy. Unfiltered, double dry hopped, and gone too soon. Well, Neon Rainbows, that gets a recommend for me as a non-IPA lover. It's really, it's not like super hoppy. I know a lot of people love the hops, but oh yeah, we're gonna get to the unicorn farts later. I wanted to start with a different one, build up the anticipation a bit. Yeah, no, this is actually nice. It's refreshing too. I can see this would have been a good one to have on the beach. Yeah, it's fruity. It says double dry hopped. It's not dry at all. Again, I'm not a beer expert, but we're just just trying it here tonight. I know the band's Evanescence, but I've never heard the word evanescent. I guess the name had to originate from somewhere, but well, let me get some nuggies in hand and let's get this game rolling, shall we? Again, thank you all so much for showing up this Saturday. I got the KFC sauce, which actually, I don't think I've ever had KFC sauce. I normally get honey mustard, but we'll see how it is. Actually, I don't think I've ever had KFC sauce. I normally get honey mustard, but we'll see how it is. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers you with nuggies. That's how we do it here on Bourbon Bytes. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be more similar to Chick-fil-A sauce, but this is pretty different. All right, let's see if the game loads up properly here. The backup game is almost finished downloading, so let me actually pause. Friggin' Cyberpunk is trying to update. hopefully that doesn't affect the signal too much, but I just canceled it. Okay, let's go to Colonel Sanders and see. Maybe we can beat it tonight. Maybe we can make him fall in love with us. I was making some bad decisions last time. I was like saying things that I thought were right, but like weren't. So let's go in. We gotta show the intro because y'all love this intro. I realize my green screen is gonna look really bad because it starts out really white, so I apologize. But you know what? I'm not. It's been a while since I've done some gaming streams, so apologies for the lack of professionalism. But let's show you guys. Let's show you guys this. All right, let me know if it's too loud. I'll looking for games. Come on now, it's right there. There we go. I changed the settings. All right. This intro, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yes, the lovely, lovely Colonel Sanders. Now I'm see-through. I was trying to quickly like adjust my green screen, but then it just made me see-through. You know what? We'll rock with it. I apologize for not being the most. I'm a little see-through, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll roll with it. I get hung up. It's so annoying. All right. So here we go. That is right, Nick Probin. How you doing, Nick? Hopefully you're in for something tonight. I don't know if you saw the previous time I played this, but let's see where we left off here. Here we go. Oh my god, let's see the biscuit. I haven't had a Chick-fil-A or a KFC. I keep saying Chick-fil-A. I haven't had a KFC biscuit. Look at, oh my god, I got mashed potatoes. Look at how much gravy they put on these mashed potatoes. Like, it's literally mostly gravy, which I'm very excited for because I'm going to dip my biscuit all in that. Alright. The beautiful weather feels like an insult. Inside you, a storm rages. Well, inside me is about to be this biscuit. Friggin' KFC biscuits. That's actually a pretty good biscuit. Not as dry. Honestly, I freaking hate, I'm sure everyone does, I hate Popeye's biscuits. KFC, that's pretty legit. Alright, so, I realize I'm like blocking. I'm gonna move myself. Where should I put? Nah, that's not. And then this corner might be a little better so you can read more of the message. I should have. You realize I literally just got home from the beach, like literally 20 minutes before the stream started. So, got my KFC. Didn't plan too well, but we're gonna roll with it. Alright. Alright, the storm rages. It's Colonel Sanders. He's probably here to tell you that Ashley. Oh my god, remember Ashley? Ashley. He and Ashley are in love. Have decided to get married. Oh, hell no. He won't even ask you to cater his wedding because you're a terrible chef and an awful person. Damn. Coming in strong with the insults. Let me turn the music down. I felt it's a little loud. See if that's a little better. Alright. If you guys could, if you want me to turn it down further, let me know. I got it turned down a little bit, but I can turn it down further. You try to hide from him, but he approaches you directly. I know you're hurting right now. Not just from that devastating loss. Oh, that's right. It was a cooking competition, remember? And like, I just made all the wrong decisions, and like, this is where I quit. I like rage quit the game. Alright, well, let's see if I can recover. I'm fine. Can't you just leave me alone? I'm a loser. I'm not fit to fill your fryer. I'll never be a master chef. What's up, Mr. Whiskey Shits? Great hanging with you guys last night over on Livewire Whiskey. Go check out their channel, and Mr. Whiskey Shits, yeah, check them out too. Failure is a part of life, not just for you, but for all of us. Do you think I've never failed at anything before? That's exactly what I think. Well then, think again. I wasn't always the man you see before you. Enrolled in culinary school, incredibly handsome. Hell yeah. Successful and motivated. Okay. Well, handsome, sure. I was born that way. But I've walked other paths and arrived at dead ends. I was passionate about life, but I failed as an obstetrician. That is a big word. Luckily, Clifton is here, not Cliffy, so Cliffy can't read that. I was passionate about justice, but I failed as a lawyer. Really? Is that true? Was Colonel Sanders a lawyer? If so, that's really awesome. Well, he obviously failed at it, but I didn't realize he tried to be a lawyer. I'm gonna eat more of this biscuit. That's damn good. I wasn't expecting the Colonel's biscuit to be so good. Oh god, that's gonna be. Don't clip that and use that in a future stream. It's payback. That's pretty good. The gravy, the mashed potatoes and gravy are needed though, because it's not as dry as Popeyes, but it's still pretty dry. The chicken though, can't go wrong with KFC chicken. I mean, they call it, so. By the way, they're not called popcorn chicken anymore. They're called popcorn nuggets. They've changed. They've rebranded a bit, but they're still popcorn chicken to me. I miss when they used to come in like a popcorn, like a big old bucket of it. Did y'all used to get that when y'all were younger? We used to get that like for dinner with my family. My brother, that's all he would eat, is popcorn chicken. I'm reading Adriana's comment. She said he wasn't always a weirdly highly optimized version of Colonel Sanders. He once looked like the real one. That's true. James Taylor hit me with the info there. Sanders studied law by correspondence and practiced in justice of peace courts in Arkansas until a courtroom brawl with a client derailed his legal career. Oh my god, I'm just imagining Colonel Sanders, this Colonel Sanders. Imagine him just like tackling a guy in the courtroom. But also, what would be even funnier is the real Colonel Sanders, the not so sleek and sexy one, just like this massive dude, just like, ooh, coming down on someone because he's like threatening to share his secret recipe or something. Donnie says, must mean there's not enough chicken in them to be called chicken. Well, let me show you. Let's do a little. We're a food review channel. Hey, it's not called Bourbon Bytes for nothing. Shouldn't Bourbon Bytes, B-I-T-E-S. But there's another channel called Beauty Bourbon and Bytes. She does food things, but she does cocktails too. Awesome. She's on Instagram actually, so go check her out. There's chicken in there. Can't really see it, but there's chicken in there. Pretty good. Zover says 80% batter, 20% chicken. Pretty close to that though, not gonna lie. Alright. Now that we're learning all these interesting facts about the Colonel, let's see if we can get in his pants. I was passionate about livestock, but I even failed as a mule handler. That one was especially humiliating. Mules can be so cruel. I didn't know. I didn't. I've never dealt with mules. Turn it down. Sorry, I'm stressed that the music's too loud, so. People see my delicate ribbon tie and my well-kept beard and assume that I've got it all together, which is true now, but it hasn't always been. Sounds like this guy could really use a hug. What do y'all think? Okay, if it gives me a choice, usually there's a countdown. If it gives me a choice to hug him, should I hug him? Should I hug the Colonel? Urgent alert, I need help with the chat. Should I hug the Colonel if I have an option to? I've made a lot of I was too bold, I think, last time with my approaches, which scares me to hug him. But it might be my chance to redeem myself, get closer to the man. That's. I'll wait till you guys respond. Let me go ahead and finish this beer, and we're gonna move on to our second beer, which is the Clown Shoes Rainbows Are Real. But no, I'm actually this Neon Rainbows from I'm probably mispronouncing the name of the brewery, Omegang. It's actually really good. Now this was about $4.50 for the can. So, but again, craft beers are usually pricey. But Fred says always hug. Zover said, didn't I spend the night with him last time? So what happened was, I apparently got I don't think I got drunk. Something happened to me. I took some mushrooms or something. No, I don't know what. There was freaking chicken nuggets spinning around my head or something. But he carried me back to my room and put me to bed. And he tucked me into bed. He did not. For clarification, I did not sleep with the Colonel yet. Alright, y'all are saying hug him. Donnie says ask first. We'll see. Let's see what happens. I resolved then that I was going to amount to something. No amount of hours, labor, or money would deter me from giving the best I had to give. As Colonel Sanders changes focus, you can see something ignite inside him. A burning passion. One has to remember that every failure can be a stepping stone to something better. My new dream is pure. It's honest. It's something that a humble man in crisp white suit can be proud of. I will create a new chain of chicken restaurants that will bring joy to the entire world and make up for my past misdeeds. So this is the Colonel before KFC. Interesting. Okay. Okay, do y'all remember this kid, this Poppy kid? You could pursue him and date him. I'm like, this is really weird, KFC, but you know what? Maybe I'll do a second playthrough and see where that goes. That was weird. I was like, okay. Just as your moment grows intimate, you're interrupted by a threatening, shadowy presence. Uh-oh. Battle scarred from the night before, you prepare for the worst. It's the Spork monster. Oh no. Okay, let's see what happens. Borko? It is I. I know that I said I wouldn't be back. Oh, we let him go. Remember we had a fight with him? And I let him go. I spared him. I should have killed him. Oh no. After the whole fight to the death thing, maybe you don't really want to see me anymore, but I just want to say that I was wrong to attack you and apologize. I know what it's like having to always look over your shoulder. Monster problems, am I right? True. Aw, thanks, Borko. I'm glad there are no hard feelings. Getting jumped by a giant creature in the dark of night can really rile a person up. I also want to apologize for the way I switched right into attack mode. I know that you're strong, and cooking school can put a person under a lot of stress. I actually used to go to this school. I wasn't always a spork monster, you know. Oh my god, should I just start pursuing the spork monster? Because I feel like we're hitting it off really well right now. I feel like he's either tricking me or he's trying to get with me. Because I could, you know what? Spork monster, let me just tease you with what I want to do to you, Mr. Spork monster. Stick around. All right, that was weird. I just seduced a spork. Never in my life would I thought I would do that. All right, let's move on. I don't believe it. You're a human once? Well, no. I was a golden retriever. I was a golden retriever, but I was still a student. Wait, the golden retriever. He's a student. We've seen. Wait, no, the teacher. The teacher's a golden retriever, right? Those of you that have not watched the previous streams are probably so fucking confused about what the hell I'm talking about right now. I feel like the teacher was a golden retriever, or it was like one of those like Shiba dogs. I don't know. It's a very trippy game, Donner Pass Whiskey. It's you gotta be either high or just like freaking high on chicken nuggies, because this game calls for it. They're delicious though. I want to spoon with the spork monster. Please don't hook up with Sporky. Okay. A magic spell book? Precisely. I had procured a copy for myself, but somewhere along the way, I've lost it. If you find such a book, I beg of you, respect it. You're a powerful chef, and shouldn't rely on such dark and evil magic. No, you should be protecting the innocent from those who would cheat them through sorcery and guile? I don't know. Oh, the dog teacher is a corgi. That's right. Sugar Kitty, it's been a minute since I played this. Thank you for the reminder. If you need me, don't fear. I will be there. Sounds like there are some bad cooks in the kitchen alive. Cliffy, together, I am sure we can defeat them. He said together. Oh my god, maybe I can get with him today for real. Clifton's playing the field, or playing the friggin' buffet. By the way, I forgot to mention this. After this stream, we are doing our monthly Patreon hangout. So everyone $5 and up on Patreon, we're gonna hang out. We might play some games, maybe some Among Us. People have been teasing doing like a Jackbox party game. I don't know for sure if I can play that without you guys having the game. If so, I may buy it like during the hangout and we can play it. But if not, I might need to research that a little bit more. But yeah, so everyone $5 and up on Patreon. I hope you guys can hang with us after this stream. This is usually pretty fun. Those Saturday night monthly streams. I mean, those hangouts are like get a little crazy sometimes, but hope to see you guys there. And if you're not yet on Patreon, you can join at the link below. For as little as $2 a month, you can support the channel. Or you can become a Byte Club member and get access to some amazing emojis like Sugar Kitty has. Sugar Kitty, if you want to show off some of those emojis, I know the Colonel is one of those emojis. So, yeah. So, anyways, but yeah, everyone $5 and up on Patreon tonight. If you want to join the hangout, please join us. It's a lot of fun. And if you happen to join Patreon tonight and your Discord status, we do our hangouts on Discord. It's at bourbonbytes.com. That's like on the Discord. If your status doesn't automatically come over with Patreon, just send me a message and I'll like upgrade your tier so you can join us in the hangout. So, all right. So what time is it? I realize my clock is blocked. I got clock blocked by some Alberta Premium. I was chugging a little of this of last night on Livewire whiskey. That stream got a little crazy. I was on Trev Wilson's stream earlier in the night, and then I came back on Trev like 4.5 hours later because he was still live. And then he wrapped up, and then Livewire Whiskey was on. I was like, I'm gonna go all over the place. Why not? I felt it this morning. It was tough, but it was a lot of fun. Oh, Jim Morris says you don't need a copy of Jackbox Party Pack to join a game, just a phone or computer. Awesome. It depends how many people are there. If there's a lot of people there, I don't want to leave anyone out because I think it's only up to 8 players. Sugar Kitty with the emojis. Look at that, you guys. You can freaking send Colonel Sanders emojis if you are a member of the Byte Club for $1.99 a month. You can join on the YouTube page. Just click join right below this video. Gonna be adding more emojis soon. I just unlocked more. Once you have a certain amount of members, you can unlock more emojis. So we're gonna put some pretty fun emojis there soon. If you guys have any ideas for emojis you want to use on the chat, let me know. I'd be happy to get those going. Okay, let's take a break from the game. We're gonna review our next beer. So what's the best way to do this? We'll just mute that. And there we go. All right. So, I realize now my shirt is still see-through. It's fine. We're all with it. All right. So, we determined the Neon Rainbows was delicious. Let's try Rainbows Are Real by Clown Shoes. I apologize for that being like, maybe you can see a little better there. It's a really pretty label. I like it. There's like these two little gamer people. Man, my light is too bright for that. There's like two little aliens or something. I don't know. It's a hazy Indian pale ale. So let's go ahead and try that one. Julie, what's up, Julie? Good to see you. I really enjoyed watching the fight that you and Dan sent Matt for Matt Madness last night. That was so much fun. Shelf Turds. I mean, were Shelf Turds not the most amazing host you've ever seen, other than Matt, of course? Shelf Turds freaking killed it last night. I had so much fun. If y'all missed Matt Madness, he competed against himself last night from a flight that the like sent him. Oh my god, so much fun. You guys gotta watch that. And then the songs. Oh my god, those songs are still stuck in my head. All right, we're gonna drink the clown shoes now. Zopher says he loves hazy beers. Actually, Justin, my husband, he really loves hazy IPAs. Those are his favorites. So definitely got to save some of this for him after I give a little review. Pour a little bit more. All right, so let's cleanse my palate with a little bit more biscuit of the Colonel's biscuit. All right. Lil walks in right as I say, let me just eat the Colonel's biscuit. All right. So before we continue the game, I'm going to try this Clown Shoes Rainbows Are Real Hazy IPA. Oh wow, it's very hoppy. Y'all heard me earlier, like hops aren't my favorite thing. Color-wise, I'm gonna have to turn this green screen off whenever I'm doing the unicorn farts because there's glitter in it. I want you guys to see it, so we may disable, ruin the magic, pull back the curtain. You know, it's funny. I could literally just be like, I can do like this. Whoa, living room. All right, let's try the Clown Shoes. Cheers, guys. Okay. Also very light. What's the ABV? So the ABV on the first one, I forgot to mention that. The first one was 6.7% ABV. This one seems lighter. Let me see. No, 6.75. Actually, very close. Okay. Let me go for a second taste. I think I need a second taste of that one. Second taste, it improves. It's a lot hoppier than the Neon Rainbows, but again, if you're a hazy IPA lover, you're gonna love this one. Also around $4. Let's see if I have the receipt. I may have to. Yeah, I might have to. It's actually still in the bag. It's fine. These are all around like $4 each. The unicorn farts, I got a 4-pack for $15. So, like what, 7? Wait, no, 4-pack for $15. Man, quick math does not work in my head. So about the same price, basically. 4, yeah. So Clown Shoes, I think it's pretty good. Rainbows Are Real. I don't know. Now let me see what they say on the back of it. From mythic hammer-wielding beast to intergalactic agriculturist. By the way, this sounds like it came from Guar. If y'all missed my video, I did a review of the Ragnarok Rye from Catoctin Crete, which was a collaboration with the hard rock band Guar. Check out that video if you missed it after this stream. It was a lot of fun. It's a very, very interesting rye whiskey, but it's also a really interesting band. So they call themselves an intergalactic rock band or whatever. So seeing the word intergalactic reminded me of that. Here at Clown Shoes, we think about some crazy stuff, but even we can barely comprehend the natural wonder of a big, beautiful rainbow. We will forever remain in awe of those massive swaths of vibrant color that stretch forever into the horizon. This hazy IPA contains the terpenes? That's a beer word, I don't know. You know what, I don't claim to be a beer expert. Beta-pinene and linalool, aromatic compounds derived from natural botanical sources. They supplement the sweet malt backbone and lively blend of Azacca, Citra, and Mosaic hops. We saw some of those words on the other one. So they tell you what actually hops they use. Interesting. That's something I don't really know about beers. They like disclose the hops, and I wonder how maybe certain hops I gravitate more towards because the ones that aren't that hoppy are my favorites. So that's good to know. They make rainbows. So it's a blend of these hops that make Rainbows Are Real shine with fresh, juicy notes of sweet citrus. So this is the Clown Shoes Rainbows Are Real. Let's go ahead and try it. I almost drank out the can, like I just poured it. Yeah, I wanted to revisit it to see if it changed it. It's pretty light, honestly. I would say it's a little disappointing. They really built up a hype. Like you expect a rainbow beer to taste very like bam, like in your face, like fruity, tropical. This is pretty just basic, but it's not a bad one. It's got a really cool bottle design. I think I prefer the neon rainbows though. Let me try the neon rainbows. Of course we're saving the unicorn farts for the end. So, oh yeah, neon rainbows hands down is my favorite so far. All right, let's get a little more nuggets. By the way, this is my dinner. Like, I'm not just eating these for show, so I need to actually eat some because I've been drinking beers on the beach all day. All right, let's get back to the game. All right. Cheers, Tim Evans. Good to see you. And sorry if I missed someone else come in. I was going on a tangent for some reason. All right. Let's see what's next. Come back to my hideaway and we can discuss. Oh, wait, did he just wink it? I swear I just saw him wink. Maybe not. Maybe not. I thought maybe it's just my imagination. It's what I want to happen. A personal invite. You can't imagine what Colonel Sanders' home must be like, but it sounds like you're about to find out. Oh wait, you know what? We may have gone back because we did some of this. I've been here before. I think part 2 it backtracked me a little bit because this is how we ended part 2. It's okay. It was on Twitch. There were not that many people there, so we're backtracking a little bit. But every day can be an adventure if you approach it with the right attitude. Long ago, I made the decision to never stop searching, never stop working, and never stop imagining. Have you been working on any new recipes of your own lately? I'm always excited to talk about food with another ambitious chef. Well, there is something. It's just a side dish that I've been tinkering with, trying to find the right balance of flavors and textures. I'm not sure I've nailed it yet, but I'm close. Colonel Sanders' eyes perked up as he starts to wonder what dish you might be describing. It's meant to pair with something spicy or something crispy. Both, perhaps? Alright, you got him right where you want him. Should you reveal your new creation to him or keep it a secret just for you? What do you guys think? Should I reveal my secret to the Colonel? I feel like I don't remember which decision I made last time. Like I said, it's been a minute since I played this. Tell me if I should reveal this to him. I think I revealed to him, and I think I picked the wrong... I picked like mashed potatoes last time, I think, actually. Man. I could eat these freaking popcorn nuggets all day. Alright. Adriana says reveal. Alright. 2 votes for reveal. Let's do it. Sharing my original cooking with the Colonel. Before you can talk yourself out of it, you decide to dive in head first. You reach into your lunch bag for a special dish that you've been keeping on ice all day. I present to you my original coleslaw. Oh, I didn't even get to choose. Coleslaw. The shredded cabbage dish glistens in the light of Colonel Luck's hideaway. By the way, KFC coleslaw is legit. I like it. It's got an interesting sweetness to it. I don't even normally like sweet coleslaw, but KFC does it right. I prefer their mashed potatoes though. Together you chow down on the creamy slaw until just a spoonful remains in the bowl. Do you mind if I hold on to the last bite? I'd like to have it around so that I can admire its taste later and think back on this moment. You could offer to make him more, but he seems like a very sentimental kind of guy. Sure, why not? Please make yourself comfortable. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I remember snooping around, like there's some like... We'll take a quick look again, we'll recap. Again, I think a lot of you guys may have missed the other stream because it was on Twitch, so we're going to recap a little bit. So, let's click on his cock. Very realistic stuffed chicken sitting on the corner table. When you pick it up, you realize isn't just realistic, it's real. Taxidermy? Must have been important to Colonel Sanders when it was alive. The true state bird of the great state of Kentucky. Ah, so apparently the chicken's not really the state bird of Kentucky. It should be. It totally should be. Let's look at the view. You gaze out the window across the vast lake and mountain range beyond. Just then, the ghost of Student pops up. Well, shit. Are you thinking about heading out into the world on a quest to avenge my death? No, actually, I was just hoping to, like, get in the Colonel's pants. Wait, what? I never even learned your name. Why would I avenge you? I could just tell you my name right now. It's... Can't you see I'm in the middle of something, like hooking up with the Colonel? You open the window to a crack, and the ghost of Student is swept out with the breeze. Aw. He tried. Alright, so there's like a vault where his secret recipe is. What number is important to Colonel Sanders? As soon as you turn the dial to 111111, the safe opens. Inside it, you find a single note. Can chicken be prepared sashimi style? That's like... think. Like, can it? Probably not. Not raw, most of all. But like, you could probably do something like that. I don't really... Here lie the ashes of all my past careers and business failures. Poor guy. There his signature white suit is. There his signature white suit is. You take one off its hanger and try it on. The jacket is a bit big for you, but it's soft and comfortable. You give yourself a deep hug, breathing in his scent. They say that home is where the heart is. Is this what they mean? Before you can look away any further, you hear Colonel Sanders returning. He has a new dish that he has been working on, and he wants you to taste it. You try to act casual until he asks you why he's wearing your jacket. Oh no, busted.
Aww.
I don't usually loan those out, but I must say, it does look good on you. Oh crap, the jacket! Forgot to take it off. Okay, you decide now's your moment and make a big move. You tell him you're cold, and you fess up and tell him the truth. I think I should tell him I'm cold. I think last time I tried to make a big move and it backfired, and it got awkward. I think I should tell him I'm cold. What do y'all think? Let me eat some more nuggies and let me know what I should try. By the way, what are you guys drinking along with me? I know I don't know if you guys are beer people. If so, let me know what you're drinking. But also, if you're drinking any good whiskeys, please let me know. We're about to do the unicorn farts here real soon. He's gonna steal my slaw recipe. Hey, as long as I get to taste his juicy chicken, I'm okay with that. I think I'm just gonna tell him I'm cold. Okay, so thoughts on the KFC Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning. I'm not the biggest peach fan, but actually this is actually pretty good. It's like a peach ring, but it works. It kind of combined with the sweetness of, like, they say the honey. I guess there's a little bit of that, but it's like a sweet peach ring. It's actually really good. It'd be really good with some vodka in it. All right, I'm telling you I'm cold. I'm so sorry, I don't mean to intrude. I just got a little cold and thought this might warm me up. Colonel Sanders smiles and scoots close to the fireplace. It's warm by the fire. Why don't you come a little closer? Suddenly, everything feels like it's moving too fast. Final exams are tomorrow. You should be thinking about what you're going to cook. I should be home studying. Overwhelmed, you take off the jacket and run for the door. I did not decide this. Who decided this for me? I want to sit there and cuddle with the Colonel. But the thought of leaving Colonel in the midst of such an emotional breakthrough gives you pause. You stop yourself. Colonel? Yes, Cliffy? I honestly think that this may be the beginning of something wonderful. I think you're right. We should take things slow. You talk late into the night and drift off into a slumber. Wait, you talk late into the night and drift off into a slumber. So I fall asleep at his house, it sounds like. I don't actually leave. Read in the chat what you guys are drinking. Bottle Baron is drinking Kirkland 1792 small batch. Let me know how that is, because I asked someone that recently and I forgot to, like, check for their response. I've heard mixed things. I've heard some people really like it. I've heard some people think it's like meh. So I'm actually curious to hear what you think of it. Brian Toner drinking a Russell's Reserve store pick. Emily says Mountain Dew review. Dream sequence, hells yeah, let's do it. Like, see, this is like, I want this to be my freaking screensaver. You awake to a beautiful morning in the Colonel's hideaway. So I think last time I said something screwed up and I got sent home. This time I'm hanging out at his house. Hashtag Colonel Cuddles, I know. Did you make the right decision on how to respond to Colonel Sanders? Only time will truly tell. Today is the day that could change the rest of your life. Your thoughts are interrupted when Colonel Sanders emerges into the room. He's holding a gorgeously plated breakfast, and your mouth waters at the sight of it. Here's a simple breakfast I just whipped up. It's meticulous. Oh my god, that's literally what I'm eating. Let me take another bite of the Colonel's biscuit. It's like smell-o-vision, but like I'm literally eating it. You taste the Colonel's food and it takes you on a journey. When you return, he's waiting to ask you an important question. So would you say that we were the perfect match? I would say so. How presumptuous. My cuisine and your taste buds, that is. Oh, he does want me to taste his juicy chicken cock. Such confidence, such grace. Could be the world's greatest gift to cookery. I thought it said take him down to peg. I was like, oh my god, we are going for it. Alright. I think I'm gonna flatter him. I'm gonna, like, not ruin this moment. You know, I think we might make a great team. Did y'all see those hearts? A single tear begins to pull in the corner of his eyes as he gazes out the window. I didn't mean to make him cry. And with the right business partner, I know I can't fail. Business partner? Could he be talking to you? It's all happening so quickly. Overcome with emotion and confused by your feelings, you're on the verge of tears. Unable to speak, the only answer you can find is to run out the door and get home. It's still trying to get me to run out the door, but oh well. There's still one more day of school after all. The University of Cooking School Academy for Learning waits for no one. You get home to find something very surprising. Your best friend is there waiting for you. Where have you been? Because I had one heck of a night. Oh no, did she hook up with the kid? Because like, I don't want to hear about it if she did. I've been desperate to talk with you about it, but I couldn't find you. I got worried that something might have happened to you. It's okay, I was just... But now that it turns out you're fine, I can finally get up to speed with the saga of Miriam. Wasn't she hooking up with the stove? Again, if you missed the last stream, you're like so fucking confused. I think she like met a stove that she was like hitting it off with. Steven Sesma said, just got home, happy to see the Colonel is back. I am very, very happy to see the Colonel. And eat some nuggies. Steven, where are your nuggies? I told you yesterday to prep your nuggies. Hope you got something to share with me. I think I can believe that. See? Since I've been partnered up with the Clank, he asked me to go out with him. The Clank is the freaking stove. She's literally dating, or it's like not a stove, it's like a deep fryer or something. Of course I told him, you better keep your dials turned to polite and respectful. I'm not that kind of girl. But he was just interested in spending some one-on-one time together, and getting to know me. So I said, yeah, sure. I can get to know the little metallic guy. Long story short, he took me skydiving with his friends, but things quickly spiraled out of control. Did she just say skydiving as if that's a typical first date to go on with a talking pressure cooker? Pressure cooker, that's what he is. Oh my goodness. And now I'm not really sure where we stand. You don't give her time to tell her whole story, however. Bottling up the details of your own night is just too much to bear. And I went on a date too. Back to the Colonel's house, where I spent the night with him. Damn, I bet you're a freaking pressure cooker story. You what? Nothing happened, but the emotional connection. Wowzers. She offers to support you no matter what you do. Together with your bestie, you feel like you can do anything. When you arrive at school, you encounter your rivals in the quad. Oh god, remember this guy? Freaking... It's like... Oh my goodness. I need another nuggie for this. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the ride. Because I don't know, every twist and turn is so different. Oh, they're picking on the kid. That's not cool. What's a swirly? It sounds delicious. Oh no. Poor Pop. Oh, it's great. I'll order you up one right away. I'll have my swirly with sprinkles, please. Hee hee, Sprinkles is a dog and a treat. Aww. You can get your swirly dip, too. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Because I'm literally the biggest person at this school. I gotta do the Ashley voice, I'm sorry. There is that horse that Colonel Sanders rides to school, but who would dare pick on such a gentle and beautiful creature? Ugh. You've got some nerve, Cliffy, suggesting I pick on a defenseless horse. Now you're twisting my words. I won't have it. You clench your fist, but the injury from yesterday's mixer accident makes you wince with pain. Doesn't look like you can go on cooking like that. Might as well just give up. I'll never give up, ever. Colonel Sanders arrives just as it appears things are getting close to boiling over. A naturally intuitive person, he senses that something has been going on. Is everyone excited for the first day of school? Cliffy, how's that hand feeling? Because you notched last night. No, just kidding. I'm sure you'll be back in the fighting form by this afternoon. Uh-huh. Aren't you concerned about my hands, Colonel? Yesterday I almost broke a nail winning so hard. Am I right? Technically, I don't believe a winner was decided, but your presentation was quite impressive. What is he doing complimenting her? Exactly. We literally just freaking had a moment last night, and now he's like complimenting her. Man, I'm about to need some unicorn farts to get through this. We'll finish this cutscene and we'll do some unicorn farts. How about that? But what about the flavor of my delicate, warm, gooey chocolate sauce? It was clear that you're passionate about how your food is received. It's a lot of words to say. It was bland. Excuse me, Cliffy. I am more than capable to speak for myself. You're right. I'll just keep your biscuit in my mouth and keep my mouth shut. Eric Black says this game has got to go. What's funny is this is official. I told Justin this. He didn't realize this was an official KFC game. They made this. They literally made this. So it's not some weird fetish thing. They made it to sell you on the kernel. Maybe you could tell me more of your thoughts as we walk to class, Colonel. I'm always interested in discussing the fine art of fine foods. No, that bitch better back the fuck off of my Colonel. See you inside, Cliffy. No! Annoyed by Colonel Sanders' inability to see Ashley for who you know she is, you walk across the quad to get some distance. In an attempt to distract yourself from how slighted you feel by that interaction with Ashley, you take out your spell book you recovered yesterday and start flipping through the pages. Whoa, that's that book? It looks like bad news. It's just something I found lying around. It would appear to be some sort of grimoire, but I don't really believe in that kind of magic stuff. A grimoire? Like a book of spells? I don't know. Who would spend so much time decorating a magic book if it weren't really powerful? I can think of one surefire way to find out. Is there going to be a love spell that I can put on the Colonel? You open a page called with warnings, cast only in case of extreme emergency. It says around the edges of the page. I can use this spell here that says it'll erase anyone I choose from all of my memories. If I scrub out Colonel Sanders, it would probably help me focus better on the upcoming exam. What? Don't you do this! That is way drastic. Couldn't you do something else, like anything else not rooted in dark magic? Maybe tie a string around your finger? Okay, fine, it is drastic. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You got a memory erasing spell right in front of you and a pretty good excuse to try it out. Cast the forbidden spell or don't do it. What do y'all think? I don't think I should do it. Why would I cast a spell to forget the Colonel? He's literally the whole goal of my game is to get with them. But I want to hear what you guys think, because this is a very important decision. I think no, but if you guys think I should cast the spell, I'll do it. I'm drinking the neon rainbows again. I feel bad not the clown shoes. I love the description on the back and I love the artwork. I just don't think I love the beer. We got mixed opinions here. Donnie and Adriana says don't do it. Bubblebath Bourbon says do it. Fred says no. All right, seems a bit overkill. I would agree with that, Jim Morris. So we're not going to do it. I don't think so. I don't think that's a good decision. You take your friend's advice and put the book away. It's almost time for class. Sprinkles is already in the room waiting for the students to arrive. Okay, before we get to this lesson, I guess is my final exam, so I think we're getting close to the end of the game. Let's go ahead and try some unicorn farts, shall we? So let me go ahead and boop. There we go. So let's try some unicorn farts. Like I said, this is by Sour Me. Green screens don't work with logos that have a little bit of green in them. It's called Sour Me Unicorn Farts. It's by DuClaw Brewing Company in Baltimore, Maryland. This is 5.5% ABV. Ale brewed with fruity cereal and edible glitter. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to try this. Let's see how. Now there's actual glitter in this, so we're gonna pour it. And let me finish this real quick. Let me cleanse my palate with some Sweet Lightning. It's pretty damn good. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a peach fan, but I like that. All right, let's try some unicorn farts. Ooh. All right, so I want to be able to pour this in a way that you guys can see it. So let me, please don't spill it on myself. Because I want you guys to see the glitter. Oh wow, that's not even gonna fit in this glass. Instructions before pouring. Oh no, was there instructions? That'll swirl or gently invert before pouring. It's okay. It's okay because I shook it up. I shook it up a little bit as I was showing it off, so we're good. That there's a lot of head on that though. I think I may have poured it a little too aggressively. Let me swirl it before I add some more in. There's some room. Let me swirl it a bit. I'm sorry, I know. I should have read the can. It's okay. It's fine. I have a backup one. If this doesn't work, I have a backup one. Alright, swirl the bottom edge. We are swirling. There's plenty of room still in the thing, so. Ooh, oh my god, I shook it too much. Oh wait, I shouldn't be tasting it. Oh well. I swirled it too much. Let's see. Let's pour some more. This is a very, very foamy beer. Way more than the others. Alright. It's a good pour. That has definitely been swirled, so. Alright, that's in the glass now. It says, pony up for a taste of this glittery sour ale brewed with a trio of fruits. Fruity cereal, and a swirl of edible glitter. Based on the flavor profile of the famous Unicorn Farts donut, made with fruity cereal, this beer is medium-bodied with big fruit notes, slight tartness, plus a hint of malty biscuit. Is it as good as the Colonel's biscuit? Because I may be here for it. I imagine they probably mean like a cookie. A fantastical collaboration between Duke Brewing Company and Diablo Donuts. All right, let's see the color on this. I feel like I got gypped. Where the hell? I mean, the head may have been glittery. I didn't really see much. I'll pour a little more. There's plenty of... I'm a little disappointed. Like, I saw the head on it. It was a lot of head, but it definitely wasn't like glowing. It was just like, man, that's a little disappointment. So okay, there's literally like, I mean, I would show you guys, but like literally, oh wait, you know what? It looks better on camera. So we're gonna pretend that it actually looks that glittery, because it doesn't. What the hell? Why does it not look like that? Oh wait, whoa, it does look like that. Okay, I got a little nervous there. So the way that the lighting is set up right now, I can't see it when I do this, but on the back side, if you have the light shining directly on it, that actually is glitter. Hold on. To get the full experience, let me show. Yeah, I know you guys can see it. Let me turn off my green screen real quick so you guys can see that. There we go. All right, look at that. That's cool. That's really cool. You can't see it if you have if you put it right in front of the light, you can't see it. But if you do it off to the side, oh my gosh, that's so cool. All right, let's see how it tastes. I guess we'll go ahead and turn the green screen back on. But that is cool. I like that. I was worried that I got gypped, but it just depends on the lighting. So if you guys are like me and you feel like you can't see it, definitely look at it in different light and then it'll show up. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and try Sour Me Unicorn Farts Glittered Sour Ale. I poured this whole thing, so cheers, guys. Oh, that's so cool. I love it. Ooh. Now, I'm not going to lie. I've only had one sour beer ever, so it's different. It's different. Okay. I guess I'm just so not used to like a sour beer. I know it's like a whole like genre. So this is really taking me off guard. It's super lemon. Like, that is like lemon. You squeezed a lemon in it. Someone said, I saw it a minute ago. Bubble Bath Bourbon said it tastes like yellow fruity pebbles. Ah. It does have that cereal note. There's definitely like a cereal kind of grain note on it. That's interesting. It's not necessarily my can of beer. The sourness is kind of like throwing me off because I'm so not used to that. Usually, like I said, I'm not a beer person. Normally, I would get like a red ale or even wheat beers. I'm cool with. This is definitely a new experience for me. It's definitely tastes of quality. It's just not my flavor profile. So, Donnie says it's not their favorite sour ale. Yeah, Donnie and Diana love good sour beer, so I trust their judgment. Brian says chug. Yeah, this is so sour. Like, I don't think I could chug this. It's so sour. I could actually. Not gonna lie. It goes down really easy. Someone said it looks viscous. It is. It's thick in the mouth. I mean, even compared to my favorite before, the Neon Rainbows. Yeah, that one's so light. So light. This is thick. Maybe it's just the glitter. Which, by the way, My husband told me, edible glitter doesn't actually mean you can digest it. It just means it like is not toxic. So I'm gonna have my own unicorn farts and poops after this. So the more I drink it, once I'm past that sourness that I'm not used to, kind of dig it. Would I buy it again? I don't know. Sour beers. The weird thing is, it reminds me of, even though I haven't had a sour beer, I've only had one sour beer. It reminds me of like, you know, like if you have a Corona and lime, which is like one of my favorite things to do. You put a little too much lime juice in it, and it gets like really sour. This is almost what this tastes like. It tastes like a Corona beer, with an extra heavy hand of lime juice. But we'll leave it in the glass. We'll drink it a little bit more as we go on. Unicorn shits. What's up, Ghostface Bourbon? Thanks for stopping in. We're about to get back to the game here. I'm going to sip on this. I'm going to give it some time to maybe open up if beer does that. Making me very burpy, though. Glitter burps. What if I just burped and like just glitter just like shot out? Thick in the mouth. This unicorn, yeah. There's a lot of things that can be said about that. All right. I think this is my final exam, guys. So let's see how it goes. He clears his voice to make a quick announcement. I want you all to know I feel something of a dog moment coming on, but I assure you, it's nothing to be afraid of. His cute little nose scrunches up and he begins to breathe quickly. He must be hungry. Reach for some old homework to give him a snack. Dogs can be rather unpredictable, especially Sprinkles. Wait to see what happens. I'm gonna give him a snack. You reach through your backpack and grab some homework from last semester that you forgot to turn in. Sprinkles immediately goes for it and gobbles the sheet of paper like it's a piece of fresh chicken rawhide. I apologize for the outburst. I know it seems cliche, but not much in this world satisfies like ungraded work. My, Cliffy, were you studying somehow with something with cinnamon? I've been sitting on a lecture series around the art of cake baking. How insightful. This actually brings up an important point. Thank you, Cliffy, for reminding me to dole out this indispensable bit of wisdom. You see, before he can go any further, Miriam's love drama spills over into the class. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, Donnie says wait. Why does Donnie say wait? I don't know, we're gonna keep going until I find out why Donnie says wait. Sprinkles is interrupted by whirs, and sparks coming from the back of the room. I told you to save it for after class. You think I wanted to be thrown from a plane strapped to a stranger? Miriam and Clank appear to be arguing, but you still haven't learned to speak Clank's language of mechanical noises. But no, you had to show off to your cool kid friends Jeff and Joanne. J&J forever. Watch us form a triangle in mid-air as we descend. Triangles are the strongest shape, don't you know? Oh, Donnie was talking about the choice. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, well, that doesn't make it a great date. Then take Jeff and Joan with you. You can all hold hands as you pedal down the mountain, or off a cliff for all I care. That's my sad beat. Clank begins to shudder. Oh, he's crying. Oh no. Miriam, you don't have to be mean to him just because he didn't like the date. I mean, skydiving with the freaking pressure cooker is a bit extreme for a first date. I was reading Steven's comment about the joystick. I'm like, I looked over. Steven, you got a dirty mind, dude. No amount of seasoning is gonna make me want to eat that, Clank. What? Eat what? I don't want to know. Oh, look at his face. What the hell's happening to him? He's like melting. Clank burps out a completely deep-fried sneaker. Considering that he himself has wheels, not feet, it's not entirely clear where it came from. In terms of deep-fried footwear, I guess it looks okay? Clank slowly rolls out of the room to be alone with his shoe. Everyone tries to pretend like they didn't see that entire thing go down. Oh, Clank. Nothing like a loud public breakup to cast a pall over the final day of school. Well, that was unfortunate. But we mustn't be distracted from what lies ahead. The final competition showdown exam. Trademark. I love the little trademark there. I'm still working on the title, but I think you get it. Test time approaches. See you all in the arena. Before you can think about your upcoming competition, there's a very beautiful soul nearby in need of a pep talk. Hey, Miriam. Are you okay? Okay? I'm so mad I could smash a tiny mug, spilling several droplets of hot cocoa all over the floor. It's very specific, but okay. How could he embarrass me in class like that, in front of everyone? Her tiny cocoa was a delicious treasure, so you know that this breakup is no joke, even if the source of her frustration is such a silly boy. I know that you know this, but I'm gonna say it out loud. You don't need anyone. Me and you, we're gonna cruise through this final test and hit the carpool lane to Success City. Miriam brightens up, imagining the wind rushing through her short bangs, but she hesitates to embrace the feeling all the way. You're not gonna saddle up on Colonel Sanders' stallion. Oh, his stallion. I was like, well, I mean, I want to, but like, they're talking about his horse, not him. Let me try his biscuit. Every time his name comes out, I should just freaking eat his biscuit. It gets better every time. I see Eric's telling me to drink. I'm drinking, don't worry. Of course not. Well, maybe, sort of, but I'm sure there's a pony out there with your name on it, and a wrench big enough for both of us, and whoever else wants to bring along. If it's not Pop or Clank or anyone you meet today, tomorrow, or this whole year, so what? You're a special person who shouldn't settle for the first someone to show a little interest anyhow. Miriam gives you a big hug and wipes the tears from her cheeks. I should really review my menu for today. I'm going to be making a very special soup. And I bet that Professor Dog is going to love it up. While you were pep talking Miriam, you completely missed lunch, but that's okay, because you had a better idea of how to spend the time before your exam. Bitch, I better be going back to the Colonel's house. You've decided to head to the arena early to practice a dish. Okay. This requires more beer. Cheers to that, Adriana. Oof, that's so weird. I'm just not used to the sour note. There's a nice like wheatiness that comes after the sour that I think is really good. I just think the sour is a little too much for me. I think the winner for me tonight was the Neon Rainbows. This one. This is actually really good. I enjoyed this a lot. I'm gonna pour a little more in that one because I need more beer. Why not? Oh my gosh, I forgot I need to save some for Justin. Oh well. Pour some more of it. All right. A test of will, a test of courage, a test of talent, and his eviler counterpart, Ashley. As planned, you begin to run through a quick test of a recipe you've been working on, Cliffy's famous chicken pot pie. After practicing for months, making this dish comes second nature to you, and you're able to quickly get a fresh pot pie in the oven. But as soon as you do, your cram session is interrupted by Colonel Sanders. Cliffy, what are you doing here? There's still time before the final exam. Oh, just taking it all in. I'm big into visualizing success. I'm looking at my station and picturing victory. Bourbon says they actually mix Fruity Pebble cereal into the beer. Interesting. Okay, yeah, no, it did say that on the can. I would say I smell it a lot more than I taste it. I get the sourness, but I feel like that kind of... I wish the sour beer was less sour. But what I'm saying is I wish the sour would tone itself down a little bit to let those other like fruity notes shine, like the cereal notes. I think the sour is just so overwhelming to me. Again, I don't normally drink sour beer, so it could just be personal preference. I don't think it's not my favorite, but it's an interesting one for sure. I mean, I think a lot of people would like it. The pot pie has begun to bake, and the smell is slowly filling the space around you. Visualizing, huh? That's too bad. I was hoping you were here cooking something delicious. You'd usually happily share your food with anyone who's hungry, but the last time you let Colonel Sanders get in your head, it cost you a cook-off. You decide that it's time to put your cooking above your romantic desires. Says who? But that decision gets hard to stick to when the oven timer goes off behind you. Ignore it like there was no sound at all. Fess up about your practice dish. I think I should fess up. Let's just fess up and tell him I was practicing. Okay, you got me. I'm doing a little bit more than visualizing. I know, my nose can smell a pot pie from 400 yards. That's an oddly specific distance, but you'd expect nothing less from such an oddly specific man. You know it was pot pie just from the smell? Not just pot pie, but chicken pot pie, with an all-butter crust. And my nose is telling me something else. Oh no, is it burning? No, I can smell that it was made with a helping of TLC. But it'll probably start burning any second if you don't put it out. The moment of truth. Wow. It's the best pot pie I've ever tasted. I've always loved country cooking, and I could eat this all day. There's no time left. The final showdown is about to begin. Oh my gosh, we're going into it. I guess I'm gonna make the pot pie for my friggin'. So I bought their pot pie one time because it was part of like their $5 lunch special thing. Their pot pie is legit. Have you guys tried KFC pot pie? Actually, I'm a big fan of it. There are no rules. That is, except to cook with everything you got. Fred says, why did my brain automatically correct TLC to THC? You step up for the cook-off of a lifetime. Now, if you guys remember last time, this competition, it's questions, but they're really quick, and they're actually like facts. They're like, KFC was founded blank, and they're like, I don't know them really quickly, and I know the chat's delayed so much, so I'm not able to rely on you guys to help me out, even though I know you totally would. But so we're gonna see how I can speed through this. Let's do it. You decide that mac and cheese plus the pot pie you've been practicing are just the dishes that'll push you over the edge to victory. Yeah, their pot pie is good. It's legit. Both Van and Ashley are preparing wildly elaborate dishes per their usual over-the-top selves. Miriam has her giant magnifying glass and several sets of tweezers. She's definitely prepared to go big going small. Tweezers? What the hell is she making? Colonel Sanders seems to be harnessing his 11 herbs and spices, but he's trying to find a way to improve on something perfect. His original recipe, registered trademark, fried chicken. The intensity in the room starts at a full 10 out of 10 with a frenzy of action. Everyone is calling out really cool special cooking moves as they prepare their food. Wow, this is getting serious. Colonel Sanders batters his chicken as it levitates through the air. Egg wash! Miriam furiously injects ingredients into an itty-bitty pot of broth. Best friend Baster Blaster! Baster Blaster! I think these are like the moves, like they're like freaking dueling in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or like battling Pokemon. Van flexes his pectorals as he chops open a sea urchin. Let's rock and roid! Ashley scoops her pastry spatula! Even Clank gets in on it. 5-dial pressure point chicken cooking technique. Wait, when did Clank learn to speak English? That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, wait, that's words. He's not just he's like speaking. Holy crap. Okay. It's the what? We mustn't let it happen, or the appliance uprising will take us all. Oh, they're talking about Clank. Self-distr. Van quickly unplugs Plank and rolls him out the back door of the arena. This is crazy. As you frantically prepare your dish, you notice Ashley has her spellbook out. Is she going to use some dark magic to turn the tide? Bitch! You've got a book of your own, and you're desperate not to see her win another battle. Should you take this opportunity to fight magic with magic, even if it's almost certainly evil magic? This sounds like a question for you guys. Last time, I ignored the spellbook. I'm like, I'm not going to forget Colonel Sanders. I freaking love him. I want to freaking get his biscuit. But this seems like I'm a little more okay with using the spellbook here. What do you guys think? Should we use the spellbook? I think we should. Well, I'll let you guys answer. I know that the delay, when I do these gaming things, the delay is like pretty bad. So you guys are hearing that like 30 seconds after I say it. So I'll just eat some more nuggies and dip it into the Colonel's secret sauce. And this is, I mean, friggin' beer and chicken, like this is a great Saturday night for me. Fred says magic for the win. Bubble Bath Bourbon says roll the dice. Go for it. All right, That's all. That's the encouragement I needed. Let's do it. Cast a spell. Let's do it. You take out your own spell book and let your instincts guide you to a page you've never seen before. It's a summoning spell that will conjure up the Spork monster. My friend! Now seems like a good time to add some chaos to the mix. You have summoned me! Ah, the broom cooking arena. So many fond memories of battling in this place in my old life. In your old life? I wasn't always the monster you see before me. He already told me this. Once I was a student like yourself in tennis, so he literally already told me this, but okay. I'll give KFC credit. he was a friggin' golden retriever. I see what's going on here. Things aren't going your way, huh? Been there, my friend. I tried to cast a spell on myself to imbue my body with the powers of my favorite foods. As you can imagine, things did not go as planned. When spells say only cast in case of emergency, they mean it. I'm kind of in a pinch here. Got any better ideas? The Spork monster's smile curls up mischievously. For starters, never cast spells on yourself. Cast them on your rivals. Just tell me who's giving you trouble and we'll take very good care of them. You motion to Ashley, and before you can think better of this dastardly decision, he recites a spell that turns her into a chicken. Now a mere bird, she flaps her wings and glides off into the produce section of the arena, far from her station. Well, that was... Hey, I was tired of that bitch anyway, so... Cheers to you, Spork Monster. That was a good move there. We gotta deal with that Van asshole, though. Okay, gotta go. Bye. Uh-oh. This could be dangerous. You're immediately racked with guilt over the act of blatant I told you Cliffy struggles with big words. Transmogrification. You don't know what to do. It would be poetic justice for Ashley to live out the rest of her days as a chicken, and yet that seems unspeakably cruel. After all, it is just a cooking competition. Try to save her, or Ashley remains a chicken. I will let you guys decide that one. Or is Ashley going to remain a chicken, or are we going to try to save her? I feel like... What's up, Joseph? Man, Joseph, you came in at a really weird time. We just turned my rival into a chicken. And now Senator is going to eat her. Oh my god. That's what she would want, right? She wants the Colonel to eat her. Alright. I think I should turn it back to human, but I'll let you guys decide. Adriana just says screw her. She has thick thighs, you must save her. Steven says leave a chicken. Save that witch. Oh no, it's tied. 2 and 2. Who will be the tiebreaker? 2 of you want me to save her? Okay. 3 of you said leave chicken. We're gonna leave her a chicken. She's gonna say a fucking chicken. Chicken Ashley pecks around at the base of some cabinetry, searching for some loose vegetables to eat. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Cliffy, how could you? Cheating on the final exam? I've never been more disappointed. Oh no. And here I was considering you for a place not only in my future chain of highly successful chicken restaurants, but also my heart. Y'all, no! Without hesitation, he casts a counterspell from memory that saves her. There's such a thing as competing with honor, and this does not qualify. I no longer want anything to do with you. Oh my god, I am so depressed. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Oh, thank god. There's another. I can go back. Okay. Thank god. Eric says I need more drink. I need more drink too. Thank god I can redeem myself. I know. You guys told me. Okay, I'm totally gonna turn her into a chicken again. Well, no, I don't know. Try. Okay. This is Steven. All right. So okay, this time should I cast the spell but turn it back to a human, or should I just like not? Because technically it's still cheating. It's still cheating. But if I feel like if I don't cast the spell, hey, but listen, if I don't cast the spell and she casts the spell on me, he's gonna say the same thing to her, right? I think he's gonna say the same thing to her. So I think I'm not gonna cast the spell. I know there's like some delay here, so we're just gonna not cast it. I'm gonna do it the hard way. Who needs magic when you got passion? I'm gonna do it the hard way. Colonel Sanders sees that you've chosen to win on your own terms, and he gives you a subtle wink from across the room. He winked at me. Okay, he winked at me. Yeah, we're doing it the hard way. Thank God, because I'm rock hard for freaking Colonel Sanders. I believe in you, Cliffy. This is how it should have gone. Miriam notices too. And I've always believed in you, Cliffy, since we were little kids, because I'm your best friend forever. You turn to notice that Miriam is at your station cheering for you. Miriam, what about your dish? If you're over here cheering, who's cooking? Tiny food, short time. I'm actually already done, so thought I'd help you. Oh, that's sweet, but... Miriam tosses a handful of spices directly into your boiling noodles. Wait, boiling noodles? Oh, mac and cheese. Aha! It's the secret ingredient. However, she doesn't know that you lied and the ingredient was made up. And where in the world did she get Eye of Newt from? The boiling pot explodes, sending Miriam flying backwards. The watery noodles begin to swirl in the air, bubbling up into a dark cloud that thickens and congeals before your very eyes. Oh no. It is I, Steve, the spork monster. Steve, wait, what happened to Borko? You're not here to battle me, are you? We spork monsters of many, and I think Borko had the day off. But you have conjured Steve, and I hate to battle, so I'd say you're doing pretty alright. Oh hey, you're in the middle of a cooking competition. I love this stuff. It's better than TV. You crazy kids and your culinary skills really impress me. Mind if I hang out? Can you please fix my freaking macaroni and cheese? I'm sorry, Steve, but I'm in the middle of something. Do you mind? Steve the Sport Monster notices that you've got the grimoire stashed beneath your cooking station. I see what you're up to. Crisscrossed some magical items and accidentally summoned me, huh? You guessed it, sort of. If you're here, would you mind tossing some fresh noodles in a pot of salted water? I'd love to. I've always wanted to be a top chef, actually. You know, when I was just a little spork pup, back in the old country... Wait, the other guy said he wasn't always a spork. The other guy said he accidentally turned himself into a spork. This guy implies that he's always been a spork. Suspicious. Okay. You can feel Spork Monster winding up to a very long and involved story. You don't know exactly where they came from, but it seems like it was probably lonely there. Actually, you know what? Maybe you could just watch from the stands. I really need to focus on the competition. Whiskey A says, LOL, what did I just walk into? Oh man, you have no idea. This is the most ridiculous game ever, but it sounds like we're getting close to the end, so I'm having my KFC, I'm having my popcorn chicken nuggies, and we're befriending Spork Monsters, apparently. I understand. It's kind of like that time in monster school that I had fallen asleep during scare tactics class, and when I woke up, he toss a serious stare to Steve and he takes the hint. Never mind. I'll tell you later. Good luck. Okay. Oh, well, the two choices are you summon extra power from deep down within yourself, or you give up and drop out of school. Oh, he said turn himself into food, not a spork. Gotcha. Okay. Summon the extra powers from deep within yourself. Well, if anything gives me more extra powers, it's beer. So let's do some more unicorn parts. I can do this. I have what it takes. I came here to win. I came here for beer. Your hair turns mac and cheese orange as culinary energy flows through your body. My heart is pure. My hands are steady. My taste buds have been preparing their entire lives for. Yes, Cliffy, you are the chosen one. You will avenge me. The power you'd been summoning immediately fades back out. You interrupted my inspiring monologue. Sorry. My heart is pure. My hands are steady. My taste buds have been prepared their entire lives for this moment. I will show the world my cookery. You begin to levitate off the ground. Energy courses through your body. You know that with this power, you can do anything. Except turn back time, which would be super useful. Because while you were powering up, your chicken pot pie overcooked in the oven and can't be served. Cliffy, get the shit together. Don't worry, dear Cliffy. You may have suffered some setbacks, but all is not lost. Impressed with your fortitude, Colonel Sanders decided that you have earned his support. I've been watching you today, and I must say, I'm truly impressed. You've been thinking on your feet and rolling with the punches. He steps up to your station and stands right beside you. I'm here to help. I love his little freaking chicken staff. That's pretty cool. Alright. The Colonel came in to save the day. All you've managed to make is mac and cheese, and time is almost up, so you're gonna need it. But Colonel Sanders, what about the test? What will happen to you? What about the rules? Following the rules never really been my thing. I follow my heart. What a guy. Hell yeah. Colonel Sanders unfolds a delicate white towel to reveal the most delicious fried chicken tendies you've ever laid your eyes on. And besides, sometimes unexpected combinations can have surprising effects that surpass the individual efforts. Are you suggesting, if we combine forces, we can form the perfect food union? Time's up, students. With time expired, it's the moment everyone has been waiting for. You must now prepare to present your dishes. A handful of students stand tall, but the class seems incomplete. It seems like we're missing some students. Pop? Clank? From off-screen, you hear a pure and innocent giggle that can only come from one student. Hee hee, I'm flying. Sound like it's coming from the broom closet over there. Miriam, would you mind? Inside the closet, you see Pop hanging on a broom hook by the elastic of his underpants. Pop, get down from there right now. Let me guess. Did Van have something to do with this? Most likely. That guy's an asshole. Oh, fucking. Every time he pops on the screen, I'm just like, this fucking asshole. It's like such a... I mean, looks good though, but damn. When someone asks for a wedgie, who am I to refuse? You would wedgie a small child, wouldn't you? Picking on someone half your size and age. The Bubble Bath Bourbon says, this is especially hilarious considering that the real Colonel would show up at random restaurants and yell at the employees for not following corporate standards. I know, this idealization of Colonel Sanders seems very inaccurate. To Joseph, is this an actual game that needs playing or is it a weird video? It's a game. There's decisions that have to be made. I got game over like right before you popped in, so we went back a little bit. Not really the most choices. Most dating sims like this, you have a lot of choices. This one's not. It's a KFC game. KFC made this game again. So, for a friggin' fast food restaurant game, I'm impressed so far. I thought a wedgie was a salad. It looks like Pop is eliminated from the competition, seeing how he didn't cook anything. But that's not fair. He was locked up in the broom closet. I can't feel my legs. May I be excused? Sure. You kids and your pranks, I must say. It's not the worst prank in UCSAL history, but it's not necessarily yearbook material. So yeah, Whiskey Mountains, she said, didn't Miriam have a choice between the young boy or the oven? That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. It got a little weird. I was like, what? I mean, both of them are weird choices, but like, this guy's a kid. I mean, that would have been, you know what? If I played this game, I'm going to choose that because I want to see what happens. I want to see, does he take her skydiving too? It's the Final Fantasy of dating sims. Is it me or is KFC super gay? I mean, you could be a girl playing this, so. You wait to hear a signature word, beep, or other onomatopoeia. I know that word, but there's none. Somehow he must have gotten unplugged, I guess. We'll have to figure that out later. That leaves only 4 remaining students. Please collect your final projects. Yes, it has been a long semester. Wow, 3 whole days long. But after days of hard work, the time has come for me to eat. Miriam, please step forward. Oh, look at his little paws. Oh, I wish I had a professor that was that adorable. Now describe your dish. I've made tender udon noodles in savory soup. What? This is KFC, bitch. Like, what the fuck is that? Alright. My word, it's so delicate. Is that a teeny tiny neurotamaki? I spy afloat in this itsy bitsy bowl. Yes, chef. Please call me Sprinkles. Chef is my father's name. Yes, Sprinkles. And some green tea made from baby tea leaves that I picked myself. Sprinkles carefully sniffs around the dish before opening his mouth and letting just the tip of his pink dog tongue dip into the bowl. Sublime! Would anyone else like a taste? Oh, come on, I'm not one of those dogs who doesn't floss. I even have a really cute electric toothbrush for dogs. Fine, I'll enjoy it all by myself. And in a flash, the entire meal has been devoured. Not that it took much, it was less than a thimble's worth of soup. And then Joseph says, isn't me or does KFC make me want to be gay? I know, man, that Colonel is irresistible. A+. Rarely do I taste a dish with as much love poured into it as yours. Oh, she's my friend, but I'm a little jealous. I want to win. Miriam is overjoyed. She gives you a huge hug. Thank you, Cliffy, for helping me to believe in myself. Yeah, whatever. As long as I get to be the Colonel's business partner, I'm happy. Van, you're up. Now describe your dish. I made uni over smooth egg custard in an axe-hewn urchin's shell, topped with caviar. What on earth? What are these dishes? I thought we were making fried chicken. Come on, guys. You're making me sweat here. I'm getting a little nervous. Did you skewer one type of urchin with spines from a second, different colored urchin? Yes, Sprinkles. A bit much, don't you think? That's exactly why I did it. A bit much is kind of my brand. Doesn't it look cool? Sprinkles leans in to sniff the uni, but he can't get his nose close enough because of all the spikes. He begins to paw at it erratically, causing the custard to slosh around. Woof, woof! Please be gentle with my cuisine. Finally, Sprinkles goes all in, tongue first, but he can't get past all the needles. He reels back as his tongue is poked and prodded. Youch! My tongue! The professor appears to be having an allergic reaction to the sting. Oh no. I can't eat this. It keeps poking my tongue. Disqualified. A stunning turn of events. Who would have thought that serving food in a bowl made of needles could make it difficult to eat? You know, one of my favorite subreddits that I follow is called Who Needs Plates, or like, I think something like that. It's literally restaurants that serve like food like on freaking rocks, like slabs of wood, like such like inefficient methods of eating things. So I agree with that. Dejected, Van does not go gentle to the night. Disqualified for glamour? Don't discount simplicity. This isn't the last you've heard of me. Before forcing us to endure his swollen tongue for another moment, Sprinkles generously laps up a bowl of milk. I know. I'm a dog and I drink milk. Get over it. Sometimes it helps calm my agitated tongue. Next student, Ashley. It's time to step up. Oh god, what has this bitch made? I made Orange Blossom Turkish Delight in a light rosewater syrup topped with French meringue and connected by sugar glass. That's adorable. Ashley, that's the best thing you've done so far. Indeed, it's quite delightful. However, I'd ask that you please refrain from eating it or attempting to taste it in any way. It's very fragile and meant to be a display piece. Bitch. Disqualified. Don't eat the food at a cooking school. Got toast in your ears or something, Cliffy? I told you. It's a display piece. Ashley, I must say, it is beautiful. However, this is a cooking competition at a cooking school. Yeah, which is why I cooked it, and did an extremely good job of cooking it too. I didn't realize that we were having an eating exam. If I wanted to be judged on eating, I'd go to the College of Eating, School for the Hungry. I suppose you could smell it if you absolutely insisted, but don't breathe too hard. You might disrupt the sugar spiral. If the food cannot be eaten, it cannot be judged. You are disqualified. Rage overtakes Ashley, and she finally cannot help keep her two-faced routine up. Should have left that bitch a chicken. You wouldn't know high-end cuisine if it cooked you. And with that, Ashley storms off to rededicate herself to being the best, but this time without being shackled by trying to be fake nice and liked by everyone. This isn't the last you've heard of me either. If this class gets much smaller, I'll be teaching myself. You and Colonel Sanders, the final cooks, step up together. 2 chefs? What began as a bowl of delicious mac and cheese has become something else. He examines it closely, sniffing and eyeing the bowl. What is this? Is this mac and cheese with chicken in it? Is this something that KFC serves? And why didn't I order it tonight? Because I would have totally ordered that. That looks delicious. Although, I will say, once popcorn chicken gets a little cold, it's not the most enjoyable. Sauce is still good though. Uh-oh. A literal drum roll plays. Just when I thought I've seen everything in the kitchen, you give me this thing, and completely blow me away. In my 49 years of dog years of life, I have never tasted anything so delicious and perfectly balanced. It's so delicious, in fact, that everyone passes the class. You pass, and you pass. You all get a pass. Does that include Ashley? Because I feel like that bitch is still disqualified. KFC does have that bowl. Well, Adriana, I need to get that next time. Everyone partakes in the mac and cheese bowl. They all seem to transcend this reality into another whatever. You win! Together, you and Colonel Sanders have made a new menu item. The new menu item is so impressive, even the Van and Ashley are drawn back in by its magnetic fragrance. When they gaze upon your mac and cheese bowl, they admit that you are indeed an excellent chef. Sprinkles declare that you have passed. Everyone has passed. There were supposed to be more battles, but come on, how could they be better after this one? Now that the school year is almost complete and everyone has graduated, the students return for one last assignment: to get their groove on. Cafeteria has been redecorated in order to serve the site as a school's graduation dance. Do I get to dance with the Colonel? I hope I get to dance with the Colonel. Compared to the massive high-tech cooking arena, the humble decor seems downright cute and cozy. DJ Dog is in the house. Oh, oh, oh. That was, okay. That was not, I'm sure he did it better than me. You knew that Sprinkles was a master chef, but also a world-renowned turntablist? Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Ah, I love that. Van and Ashley tell everyone that they're committed themselves to righting the wrongs they did while they were the villains. What is he wearing? Oh my god, Van. I mean, she's also like, I like her little cute little heart cut out, but like, damn, Van. I like that. For a moment, you actually believe them. Not another haunting. No ghosts allowed at graduation. It's clearly written in the school's bylaws. I was never actually a ghost. It was all a trick to get you to finally notice me. What the fuck? What? I need beer for this. Neon rainbow all the way. Oh, amusing. And now that everyone is together, it's the Spork Monster. He totally mellowed down. Everyone, the Spork Monster is no more. From here on out, I prefer that everyone refer to me by my new name, Party Monster. Student tries to finish what he had to say, but everyone is too wrapped up talking to Spork. No, Party Monster. Dejected, student walks off. By the way, we never learned student's name. Maybe things didn't work out for Miriam romantically. I skipped that accidentally. A red carpet rolls out across the floor of the ballroom. It's like a Hollywood movie premiere. Who could command such an entrance? I think I know. We never found out his name, Lil. It's Pop. He's arrived late to the dance, but apparently for a good reason. Walking the carpet, you see perched atop his dirty chef hat. A crown? Welcome back, Pop. I knew you weren't able to compete in the final exam and accept your diploma, so we had it mailed directly to your father. We figured it was the least we could do for the school's dean. Ah, now I get it. And we get a new wing of the school, not to mention the honor of educating the son of the chancellor of such and such. So he kind of got that because his dad's the dean of the school. I get it. The music at the end of the dance is interrupted by the sound of sparking and electrical hissing. Oh no, it's the freaking pressure cooker, Clank, who has arrived late to the dance. Oh, look at him in his spiffy little suit. That's so cute. Jason just says this all makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Now that I've graduated, I can reveal my truth. Oh my god, are you also a friggin' dog? Whoa, he's still doing the talking thing. I am Clink, and I am not of this earth. I am actually from a faraway planet in another dimension. What? What? I actually feel like I knew this the whole time. Now that I have learned the ways of your kind, I must return. Miriam, will you come with me? I don't know what to say. Besides, no, obviously. I've just begun to learn who I really am. This isn't the time for me to devote my life to figuring out who you are, Clink. You're blown away by Miriam's maturity. It's pretty clear she has managed to surpass you in that regard. I understand. Kind of. Humans are weird. A portal opens up and Clink disappears through it. Finally, Colonel Sanders arrives. The weird ending of every teen drama, absolutely. Oh my god, look at that man not in his signature suit. Howdy, classmates. Just like the first day you met him, he has come prepared to feed the entire class. However, it's not enough just to give them a bucket of chicken. This time it's a full meal. I didn't get to be the most famous chicken man in the history of chicken and man by not reminding people to go out and buy my chicken. The end? Question mark? I think I wanted to get with the Colonel and I wanted to go back to his room and eat his chicken cock, but apparently I'm just eating his chicken. Oh, okay, wait, no, it's not the end. Okay. As everyone feasts on their delicious chicken dinner, Colonel Sanders finds you sitting at the edge of the dance floor. Cliffy, what are you doing sitting here all alone? Oh, you know, just waiting for the right person to ask me to dance. Oh shit, here we go. I wonder, might you tell me, what are the qualities that you would expect to find in such a lucky person? Off the top of my head, I don't know. Spicy musk, tidy goatee, and a degree from the University of Cooking School Academy for Learning. Just to name a few. It truly is my lucky day. would you dance with me? Yes, I'd love to. As you glide across the dance floor, hand in hand with Colonel Sanders, the future stretches out in front of you. And once my 100th franchise is up and running, I'll be ready to take a day off. I'd be so glad to spend it together with you, Cliffy. How sweet. We'll work together and play together. Play together. Colonel Sanders stops dead in his tracks. Work together? Well, I think this is something I'll just need to do by myself. But who will help you run your restaurants? I don't believe I need help. Besides, based on your time at school here, do you really think running restaurants is your best path forward? Well, damn, okay. Could it be? You found a new love connection, but failed to earn Colonel Sanders' respect as a chef. Can you live with only half of him? Will you be able to endure sharing him with his other love, the life of an entrepreneur? I suppose I can enroll in pastry school. Oh, my dear Cliffy, I'm sure that you'll find your place eventually. And along the way, you'll have me by your side. Well, you know what? You keep making your chicken, I'll keep drinking whiskey and reviewing whiskey. That sounds like a perfect pair to have the best life ever. Really the end. Oh my gosh. Okay, we get the little intro song again. Final time you guys are gonna hear this and see this. Let's play it out. Let's enjoy our time with the Colonel. Absolutely would have been better with some LSD. That's not the friend zone. I think we're totally still dating. We're just not working together. Colonel, you'll always have my heart. Thank you for sharing this amazing game with us. Thank you guys for watching this game. This has been a journey, if I've ever seen one. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That ending, I was about to be really upset with the ending, but then it got a little better by us dancing. That was nice. But yeah, that was I Love You, Colonel Sanders. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I know we ran a little late. We're heading over on Discord to our monthly hangout for Patreon. Everyone $5 and up on Patreon gets access to that. If you happen to join tonight, let me know and I will upgrade you on Discord to get the tier to join our hangout. But until next time, this has been Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a Colonel Sanders dating game twist. Cheers, have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys next Thursday for another whiskey review stream. Cheers, and I gotta go meet the Colonel back, in the back room. We're going back to his place, because I wanted that to happen so bad. Let's do it. All right, cheers, guys. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a gaming twist. I am Clifton. Thursday night live stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the bit of a where was I last week? What did we do last week? Y'all regulars, let me know in the chat. But this is a stream that this was actually, I think our friend Brandon was the one who suggested this idea a while back. So shout out to you, Brandon. 5 different whiskey glasses and finding out which one is the best for each occasion. So I have 3 different whiskeys here. I have a low proof bourbon, a cask strength bourbon, and a peated scotch. So I'm going to try all 3 of those different types of spirits in all 5 glasses. If you do the math, that's 15 pours. So there's a good chance Cliffy will make an appearance here tonight. So if you guys are Byte Club members, send a little Cliffy emoji in the chat. I already used them earlier today. But if you want to see Cliffy later on, make sure. Oops, that was Siri, not Siri, Cliffy. So if you guys want to see Cliffy come out, stay tuned. So a couple shout outs to people who were here earlier in the chat. I saw the Mash Bill was here earlier. He said the best glass is the bottle it came in. It's already poured. Chug life. Well, if Cliffy shows up, there will definitely be some chugs later tonight. Sugar Kitty's in the house. What's up, Sugar Kitty? Sugar Kitty knows how to use those Cliffy emojis. He is an amazing Byte Club member. Donnie, the Linux Cat, is our mod tonight, or one of the several mods tonight. Good to see you, Donnie. So I explained a little bit of how we're doing this in the chat earlier, but I'll re-explain it a bit in a bit. Fred's in the house. What's up, Fred? He actually said he had a good conversation with a store owner about drinking spirits from wine glasses. Very, very interesting, Fred. So I'm excited to hear more about that. James Taylor in the house. Good to see you. Emily Chambers, another amazing mod here. Emily, hope you're having a wonderful Thursday evening. Sugar Cookies drinking some Deanston 15. Nice. I actually have not had that one. I've had the Deanston 18, and I've had the Deanston Virgin Oak, and I've had the Deanston 20, and I've had the Deanston Stout finish, but I have not had the 15. That's a good one. What's up, Zofer? Made it just in time, man. Good to see you. Swan's in the house. What's up, Swan? Don Nishida, hello to you. Hopefully you're doing well. I know your daughter is off traveling, so you're in our thoughts. So 15 pours. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. I was like, I thought you were saying you pre-gamed with 15 pours. Then I realized, oh crap, you mean me. Yeah. It's gonna go down. It is a thirsty Thursday. Swan says super chat already sent. Well, I have no do not disturb, Swan, but thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. Swan is our first super chat tonight. Yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, you can send a super chat. I'll feature your message on the screen. It does help out the channel a lot. Thank you so much for that, Swan. Cheers to you, my friend. Let's see. Don Sheeta, make sure I got everyone. There we go. So, like I said, we're comparing 5 different glasses of whiskey. I thought it would only be fair to do different types of spirits because I'm like, what if glass is better for drinking, low proof bourbon? Maybe a glass is better for nosing high proof bourbon, or maybe a glass just makes peated whiskey bearable. I'm just kidding. Y'all know I love peated whiskey. But Donnie says small pours. Absolutely. I've already pre-poured the first round, but I do have a dump glass. I've made sure to get a dump glass. Cohen's in the house. What's up, Cohen? Good to see you. The cat just jumped, and I don't mean the sugar kitty. Deanston 15 organic is a great buy. Excellent age without a huge price. Well, good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well. And you might get a rare Cliffy sighting tonight. Who am I kidding? Cliffy's not rare. So if you're watching this replay and you're like, what the heck's going on? I'm going to put little annotations at the bottom after the stream where you can skip around, see where your favorite glass is. And at the end, I'm going to rank each of these glasses. So it'll be interesting to see how they differ depending on what I'm like drinking out of. I thought about like doing a rating system, like a nose, like giving a rating of a nose and a palate out of each glass. Would y'all be interested in that? Because I have a notepad pulled up just if y'all wanted me to actually do that. That way it's actually a bit fair rather than the ranking just being all over the place. If y'all want me to give it a score, I can give it a 1 out of 8 score with the whole 8-bit theme. I used to do that on my reviews, but I haven't done it in a while. So I will give it a 1 through 8 on nose and palate. If y'all want me to get technical, otherwise I'll just rank them. It's up to you guys. It depends what you guys want to see. Speaking of what you guys want to see, this stream is made possible thanks to my amazing patrons. I asked them last week, what is your favorite whiskey glass to drink out of? I got a ton of responses. Almost overwhelmingly, Glencairn was the top choice. But I got a lot of suggestions for other glasses. Some of them I had never heard of, like, let me show you this one, like the Brewmate Noser. So thanks to my patrons, you guys, for your monthly support. I purchased one of these because, your money goes straight to the show. I don't just use it on unrelated stuff. I definitely use your Patreon money for things that you want to see. So I picked up one of these Noser glasses. I think Fred, you said you used it. And I think Perry said he used it from This Is My Bourbon podcast. So I picked up one of those. I figured it's definitely the most expensive single glass I bought. Some of these were 2-packs. So it was about the same, but that was a very expensive glass. But we'll see if it lives up to it. Or, is the standard rocks glass the best one? I had a couple people say they just prefer drinking out of a standard rocks glass. So we're going to do a comparison. You guys sound like you guys want me to track 8 bits is a bite, 4 bits is a nibble. Oh, I love that. Couldn't hurt. Okay, yeah. So you guys want me to rank them. Brandon says, can we give you our guesses on the glasses or wait till the end? Feel free to give me your guesses. I'm not going to remember your own guesses, and I'll trust you not to cheat. So Fred says the noser is nice for outside. Ironically, the nose on it is weak. Interesting. Okay. You know what, Matt? I do something, but I went with a shot glass. So my first piece of advice today, get something better than a shot glass to drink your whiskey out of. I know a lot of us start with shot glasses as our intro into whiskey, but if you really want to experience the nose and the palate, you gotta dish the shot glass. So cheers to that thought. Told y'all Cliffy is coming out tonight. All right, so let me pull up now that you guys want me to track it. I'm gonna make sure I have that ready to go. I'm gonna type out all. I probably should use an Excel sheet, right? Let me do it. Let me do it in Excel. I think that'll make it a little quicker. I mean, I'm sure Donnie's our Excel expert. I'm sure he can probably do it quicker than I can, but it's okay. I'll track it. And if anyone else wants to double check me, go for it. So Don says I usually find the nose on a copita to be best personally. Brandon says, isn't a copita basically a wine glass? So I actually did consider getting a copita. So there were several glasses that I both owned and like did a little bit of research on. Basically copitas, Tribecas, and this glass, this noser, are all theoretically the same shape pretty much. It's a little bit different, of course, but in terms of the actual thing, they're called like tulip glasses. So I decided to just use one for today's stream. But if this ends up being up on top, then there's a chance that your copitas and your tulips and your Tribecas are going to also be what you prefer or what I prefer if I were drinking at your house. I don't know where I'm going with that. Brandon says, if I need help with the tracking, no, I'm okay. I just wanted to make sure I made this list. So I'm going to, okay, so where am I typing? All right. So Glencairn, here we go. So we're going to do, like I said, we're going to start with the Glencairn on all of these. And then we're going to move to another, one of my first expensive glasses I ever bought, which is the Norland. Have you had it in a Norland? So we're going to find out, is the Norland worth it? It's also a very, very expensive glass. So let me make a note of the Norland. All right, next up, we're going to be drinking out of another somewhat, I feel like this is a pretentious glass. Let's be real. So this is called a neat glass. It is the official spirits competition judging glass. I don't know. I was sent it for free when I was doing a spirits competition. It just looks so pretentious. Look at this. Look at this. So I'm gonna do the neat glass. Now, someone actually brought it to my attention on Instagram that there's another glass called the neat glass that's actually done by Aged in Ore. This is not that glass. This is the official. What is it called? I had it pulled up here. It's called the Ultimate Spirits glass. So this is the one that I had. So there's the neat glass on our list. And then next, I'm going to do it in the good old fashioned. Oh, why are we blurry? Come on. Good old fashioned glass. Now, this was actually one of my favorite glasses I own, just in terms of it being a neat glass. It's from Woodford Reserve. It came as like one of their gift sets. It's actually crystal, and it's literally like a Glencairn crystal glass. Love this glass. They do not sell these. I mean, they might sell them at their merch store at their distillery. But I did find similar glasses. By the way, I forgot to mention, all of these glasses are in the description below if you want to purchase them yourself. I put my Amazon affiliate link. So if you do buy them through the link, I do get a little bit of a kickback from that. So if y'all want to support the show by buying, and you need some new glasses. So Whiskey Mutant is a fan of the Rocks glass. He voted on our poll on Instagram. He says it's just like his go-to. It's just easy sipping, and I'm 100% understand that. Steven said that's the spittoon glass. Similar enough that I'm like, okay, Fred, I'm already drinking 3 different. If I did 6 of them, what would that be? Oh my God, that would be 18 different pours. I'm like, Cliffy cannot do that in an hour. I'm just letting you know. I had to limit it to 5. Maybe we'll do a part 2 though. We'll see. And lastly, so let me put that as the rocks glass. And then lastly, we have what I mentioned earlier, the Brewmate Noser glass. I'll also give you some info about each of these glasses as we go through them. I have like their websites where all their marketing crap is up there. So we'll go through that too. But let's go ahead and put the Noser as the last one. All right. So I have that spreadsheet ready to go so we can track it, give it our rating system as we go along. Make sure I do 3 columns because we are doing 3 different types of spirits. All right. We are good to go. So before we get started, first of all, I'm sorry if I missed some people coming in. I was trying to go over the ranking system, but what's up, Bourbon Baller? Good to see you. People are mentioning a bunch of different glasses I've never heard of. So Cohen says the 1920 Blenders glass. There's so many glasses out there. If you guys, like I said, if you guys want to see a part 2 where I do other glasses, please let me know. I think that'd be a lot of fun and be really interesting to try different ones. But we're going to go ahead and get started with the classic, the Glencairn. So I went for the standard bourbon that I went for this first round of this tasting. I went with something lower proof, something that's approachable that most people are probably, when most people are drinking bourbon, they're most likely going to drink something under 100 proof. By most people, I don't mean us. Let's be real. People that may come across this video that are, new to bourbon, they're trying to find their perfect glass. I poured some Buffalo Trace. This is actually a store pick, by the way, from Whole Foods. But this is 90 proof. It is a single barrel Buffalo Trace. So I thought that'd be pretty approachable, easy one to start with here. Scott Pigsley's in the house. Good to see you. Donnie says the best glass is the glass you have. Well, very true. I have all 5, so we're picking Cliffy's best glass tonight. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. It does help out a lot. Seriously, I appreciate everyone that did it before the show and people that are going to do it throughout the night. So let's talk about the Glencairn. I know we'll go through this quickly because a lot of people are familiar with Glencairn. So it's probably, if you literally go to whiskey.glass.com, it's the Glencairn. So this is the go-to, the gold standard when it comes to whiskey, just really. So this is let me pull it up. It just literally, their website just says the glass. So this is the Glencairn glass. So they tell you it gives you a great chance to see the color with the wide crystal bowl. The tapering mouth of the glass captures and focuses the aroma of the nose. Its unique patented shape is the perfect form to admire the body of the whiskey. So as you're doing a little swishy in the glass. The palate designed to fit in the hand comfortably and allow your whiskey to develop in the glass over time and enjoy it with or without waters. So it's pretty simple, but it's like I said, we don't have to explain the Glencairn glass. It's the standard whiskey glass. So that's kind of where we're going to set our, I guess our baseline, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. So let's go ahead and give this Buffalo Trace a nose in the Glencairn. By the way, let me know what you guys are drinking out of. Let me know what you're drinking and what you're drinking out of in the chat. All right, so it's always hard to guess the first. I'm going to have to go back and give this ranking after I try the others. I will say it does funnel the nose up a bit. Like it definitely travels up this kind of like a little chimney. Not overwhelming on the breathe in, so there's that as well. So it does give you the flexibility to like literally like direct the nose into the nose. Does, like they said, it does give you a nice chance to like swirl it, look at the colors there, look at the body of it. I see why this is the standard go-to. And it's interesting to see how different companies are like, how can they improve that? So let's go ahead and try the Glencairn Buffalo Trace. Just standard Buffalo Trace. I mean, the store picks are incredible. Actually, I buy them more than the regular Buffalo Trace because they're not readily available, but they're somewhat available out here in Southern California, at least. I know we're a little lucky, and some people struggle to find Buffalo Trace, but just Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare we get pretty easily out here. Did want to mention, so if you guys don't know, I have a podcast. So I have a new episode of that coming out tomorrow morning. I'm actually going to put a bonus segment that wasn't included in the podcast on Patreon. It ran a little long this week, so I had a whole segment that I didn't put in the actual release. But Bourbon Bytes podcast, wherever you get your podcast, make sure to follow me there and leave a rating and review if you have the opportunity on your platform. I'm really enjoying putting out the podcast. We're almost at 20 episodes already. That's crazy. I've been doing it every single week. So it's been a lot of fun. While we're on the topic of Patreon, I also put a new video up on Patreon. They got a sneak peek at tomorrow's review. So I'm reviewing a whiskey that's brand new. It literally just hit the shelves. And I want to let Patreon know about it first. So if you're a patron and you haven't seen that, go check it out after the stream. It's a really interesting one. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about that. So, but that'll be out for everyone tomorrow. William Cornell in the house. Good evening. Drinking Nulu toasted Florida only out of a Glencairn. Oh, Florida only. I was like, Florida only. Got it. Yes, we had a California only Nulu. That's really cool. I love the California one, so I'm sure the Florida one's delicious. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Peter White says, I like the Highland tasting glass or Copita the best. Sounds like there's a lot of votes for Copita. So, like I said, if we do part 2, we'll definitely include the Copita as well, because I do have one of those from our good friends. It's Bourbon Night. They have their own Copita. Bourbon Noob in the house. What's up, Patrick? Good to see you. Yeah, so that is the Glencairn. So ranking, it's really hard to, for now, I'm just going to say, I think this excels at the nose. I think the fact that it funnels it directly into your nose, for the low proof bourbon, I'm going to give that an 8 out of 8. That is a top ranking nose. Palate, I do feel like, it's still relatively high. It's easy to drink of. You do have to tilt your head back like a pretty far, right? Like I kind of like the tulip, like the Tribeca glasses, because you don't have to tilt your head back so far. So I'm going to consider that part of the palate and the drinkability. Maybe instead of palate, we'll say drinkability. I'm going to give that a, you know what? I'll give that a 5 for now. You know, the nose might go down a little bit because I am comparing it. Again, the first one's always hard to judge. So we're going to move on and come back to the Glencairn. So I see people coming in. Joseph Brazo in the house. What's up, Joseph? Good to see you. So let's go and move on to the second glass of the evening. And I promise I'm not going to take this long on all of these once we get to the other spirits. I just want to give an introduction to these different glasses if you're not familiar with them. So the next one is the Norlin glass. How many of you have drank whiskey out of a Norlin? Let me know. Give me a show of hands. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you've drank whiskey out of a Norlin. This is one of the most talked about glasses. It was like the first like premium glass that I feel like anyone talked about on WhiskeyTube. So I of course had to buy it. Actually, I think I got it as a Christmas gift from my husband. But this is the Norlin glass. Let me share my screen. So this is it. So a pack of 2 of them will set you back $48. So $24 a glass. That's really pricey. Now, they are pretty sexy. So they are inspired by nature. They are digitally crafted, and they are meticulously refined with master distiller Jim McEwen. So a little breakdown shows you the design. They are a double-walled glass. They do have a rounded base, kind of like a curve, like a Glencairn. They are meant to social ergonomics, specifically designed to allow you to inhale and drink the spirit without tilting your head back too deeply. Like I said, how are these brands going to improve on the Glencairn? That is one problem that I do think the Glencairn has. It's not very easy to drink out of. So that's what they're hoping to improve. They say it aerates better than any other glass, reducing ethanol intensity and requiring less water dilution for richer aromas. They say there's a focused and diffused aromatics to the nose, revealing hidden flavors. And of course, they involved a master distiller in creating it. So, it's a very beautiful glass. You gotta admit. They say the ethanol goes out and it leaves only the aromatics. Now, if you want to believe that or not, that's on you. But they really do, and they try to say that compared to a Copita, they're saying you're getting the ethanol and the aromatics in a tumbler. You're getting it, but it goes away really quickly. So that's what they say about the Norlin. So Viking Bourbon says, I love this discussion. Oh, thank you. I thought this was pretty interesting. I haven't really done a deep dive into this, so glad to hear you're liking it. Thank you so much. Oh no, it slid out of your hand and dropped 2 inches. Oh man, that's the problem with the Norlin. That's my problem with the Norlin. It's hand wash only. It's extremely fragile. This is like so thin glass. Have not broke one yet, so there is that. But I hear a lot of stories of people breaking these. So this is the Norlin. Let's go and give it a nose. Let's say it says that it gets rid of all the ethanol and leaves the aromatics. Let's see how that holds up. This is a lower proof. I'm really curious to see how this does on a cast strength bourbon. But this is lower proof. I do want to go back to the Glencairn because that's our standard. I will say though, I don't know about the ethanol thing. I don't think that's really relevant to a lower proof bourbon like this. I will say it does smell quite a bit better out of this Norlin. I don't know exactly why. These have been poured for the exact amount of time, same amount of time for both of them. So they've opened up equal levels. Yeah, I think it's close, but I think that's going to make me bring down the Glen nosing just a bit. Let's go and give it a taste. Cheers, guys. By the way, Swan says he's joining me with the Buffalo Trace pick in a neat glass. Very cool. Cheers to you, Swan. Sugar Kitty says Clifton wouldn't break one, but Cliffy is going to struggle. Well, we'll see. We'll see if all these glasses survive into the night. If not, then I'll use super chats to fund replacement glasses, starting with Swans. So I think that's actually, I haven't drank out of a Norlin in a while. The only problem is they're so fragile. They are so, you have to hand wash them. I can't knock it. I need to add it. I'm adding a new category. Screw it. I'm adding a new category that's just, what should I call it? Ease of use? Should we call it ease of use? I think that way, because I feel like some of these have some like really great things about them, but there's certain things holding them back. What do you think? I feel like that's worth including. Let me know what you think. Ease of use is. I think I'm going to add that to all 3 categories. Oh, that'll only get 1 rating. Like, it's not, the ease of use is not going to change when I go to like a Scotch. So we'll only rate ease of use once. But I figured that'd be good to include. I think that's important to include. Another super chat coming in, second super chat of the night. Joseph Brazo. I don't work tomorrow, so I could maybe join the after party. Okay, Joseph, you just bought your ticket to the after party. For everyone else, Joseph doesn't do Patreon, so that's why. For anyone else, we are doing our after party hangout tonight over on the Whiskey and Gaming Lounge Discord server, which if you guys are not yet on, it's a great community where we do hangouts, we play some games, we post our daily Wordles. We haven't done that in a while, but it's such a great community. It's different than the Whiskord Discord. So if you're already on the Whiskord, which is an amazing community put on by Whiskey Dick, make sure to join the Bourbon Bytes Whiskey and Gaming Lounge. It's completely separate. Just go to bourbonbytes.com, scroll down to the bottom, and there's a link to join the Discord there. That's where we do our after party hangout. Now, that's only for patrons, $10 and up. So if you are a patron or you want to become a patron tonight and join our after party, I'd love to have you. Should be a lot of fun. And Joseph Brazel will be there, which is always a treat. Brandon says, when I sip low proof whiskey out of the Norland, it does suck, but wait till you get to the cast strength whiskey. Okay. I don't think it sucks. I honestly don't think that does anything bad. Steven says, I like drinking my bourbon out of my collectible Jar Jar Binks sippy mug. Well, you gotta do that on the hangout tonight. What's up, Cool Running? Sorry if I'm missing any messages coming through. I know y'all are discussing this, and I'm looking forward to going back and reading everyone's comments. I just want to keep it rolling because we're already 20 minutes in and we're only two pours in, so we're keeping it going. Okay, I'm going to deduct the nose on the Glencairn. I'm going to pull that back to a 7. And the Glencairn ease of use, I feel like out of 8. The tipping up the nose, I'm going to give that a 5. And I'm going to up the palate, because the only reason I gave the palate, that was before I discovered, I'm going to up the palate to a 6. All right. So Norland, I'm going to give Norland an 8. 8 is my top score out of 8. Norland has an 8 on the nose, a perfect score so far on the low proof bourbon. Palate, I do think it's a step above. I really do think it's a step above the Glencairn. I'm going to give that a 7. And ease of use for a Norland, this is the hard part. So ease of use, that means it's like, I should have like 5 categories, right? Ease of use, I'm including both drinking out of it and washing it. Makes sense? So ease of use for the Glencairn, I'm going to bring that up to a 6 because they're dishwasher safe. Norland, they're not dishwasher safe, but they are easy to drink out of. I'm going to make that a tie. That's also going to get a 6. So right now, I don't have the totals tallied, but we'll tally them at the end. Let's keep it rolling, though. Let's move on to the neat glass. So this is one, like I said, I got as a free thing for being a judge on a Spirits Awards thing. It's like a at-home Spirits Awards. By the way, 21090 in the house. What's up? Good to see you. Let me pull up the neat glass page. Here we go. All right, so this is the ultimate spirits glass. So taste the truth. Now this one's very affordable. It's only $12. Like I said, I put all the links down in the description below to these. But this is kind of just funky looking, right? It's like a spittoon, as Steven said earlier. They say it's a large surface area for more aromas to appreciate. Swirling. It says curved sides enhance swirling and evaporation. We'll do a little swirl here in a minute. Alcohol aromas dissipate over the rim to display and enhance all character aromas. No alcohol burn. And sweet spot. Intense unmasked aromas in the center at rim level. No nose, burn, or numbing. Whiskey Mutant says that one scares me with the shape. Yeah, this is a really weird one. Makes me feel like I'm drinking out of a vase. Yeah, this one's really odd, but we'll see. You know, they say it's the ultimate whiskey drinking glass. So let's go and give it a nose out of this. By the way, I'll show you. It is, to be fair, it is very easy to swirl. And whoop, whoop, whoop. Did y'all see the aromatic shooting out of the glass? Okay. Not bad on the nose. Joseph said, but I want alcohol burn. It's very light on the nose. It smells good, don't get me wrong, but it isn't a dominant nose. Like, I think it's because it's such a large surface area. I don't even know where I'm supposed to put my nose in this. Like, it might... This is just like, it's kind of awkward to nose out of. It smells good. It's not a bad nose at all. And you can smell something. It's just such an awkward shape. So I'm going to give it a taste. Cheers, guys. So you drink out of this like a little sippy cup. So you got to tilt that way back because it has to go over this ridge here. Man, that's like even more awkward because like it's more awkward than a Glencairn. That's my complaint about the Glencairn. Is like you have to tilt so far back, but this glass is so pretentious too. Like, oh man, this is not ranking very well. It also doesn't taste as good. Like, I don't know if I'm being influenced by my opinion on this glass, but like, I'm gonna say this is a, at least on this bourbon. We'll try it with the cast strength, and we'll try it on the peated Scotch. But that is a fail in a lot of categories. So let's go to our rankings. So for me, I think nose. I think with the wide surface area, it says no alcohol burn. Well, yeah, you're not getting a nose whatsoever on it. So I give this. I mean, it still smells good. I'll give it a 2. I'll give it a 2. Palate. I feel like it did like kind of lessen the enjoyment. I do think I'll bring that down to a 4. Honestly, ease of use. I mean, it's probably dishwasher safe, maybe, but I love this. Don says you didn't purchase the matching neat straw to help you drink. Ah, of course. You need the official whiskey tasting straw. Trying to drink from a neat is over the top awkward to drink from. Oh yeah. That is ease of use. That's getting a fail. I mean, there's nothing enjoyable about drinking out of this glass. Nope. That's getting a 0. Screw it. I make the own rules. That is a 0. That's a fail. All right. Well, moving on to the rocks glass. Now, I don't have to tell you about a rocks glass. Rocks glass is your typical old-fashioned, your tumbler. It goes by a lot of names. Like I said, this is mine from Woodford Reserve. Love this version of it. So this is a lot of people enjoy drinking whiskey out of this. And if you're a newbie, this is probably what you're going to drink out of. Let's be real. So I wanted to see how it compares to these fancy glasses and the traditional glasses. So let's go and give this a nose. Now it is a wide opening. We'll see. Oh, you know what though? Even though it's the greatest surface area of all of these, it's pretty solid. I don't feel like it's necessarily as narrow of a path as like the Glencairn or the Norland, but it's not like pulling the spirit away. I feel like the neat glass was pulling the nose away, like it was like just like going on all the sides versus the middle. All right, let's go and give it a taste. Cheers. I love what Whiskey Mutant said about that on Instagram. I featured his comment. I'm gonna go back and see. By the way, I put up the question on Instagram if y'all want to vote. He said, I've started to like rocks glasses more nowadays. It's just relaxing, if that makes sense. Absolutely. It's not pretentious. It's very, it allows you to not just like, if you want to appreciate and look at notes, you can, but you can also just enjoy it and not feel like you're looking, you're just sitting by the back porch, sipping whiskey. Also, another benefit of this one is honestly, you can make an old fashioned as your next drink. And you don't got to change glasses. You only have to dirty up one glass. Great for saving dishwasher space. You can also put whiskey on the rocks. I mean, I like my whiskey neat most of the time, but certain cast strength whiskeys, I do like it with a large ice cube. Again, same glass. You don't have to change glasses. So I think this is going to get a pretty high score. So nose on the rocks glass, I will put it a little bit below the Glencairn and the Norland. I will give this a 6 on the nose. Palate, I would say I will tie it with the Glencairn. I will give it a 6 on the palate. Ease of use, though. Does this get a full 8 out of 8? Dishwasher safe. You just rinse it and use it multi-purposes. I think this gets an 8 out of 8 on ease of use. I'm definitely going to do that. That is an 8 out of 8. That is a top score for me. Oh, no. Bourbon Noob says, my Woodford glass came chipped. Oh, that's so disappointing. It's my favorite glass. We actually had 2. I'm gonna start crying. We had 2. I'm not gonna actually cry. I didn't drop it. I knocked a Glencairn out of the shelf above it, and as it tumbled down, it hit the edge of the Woodford's rock glass, the second one, and chipped the whole side of it. And then both glasses just had to throw them away. It was a very, very sad day. But I looked for another one. They've since changed it. So just a heads up for you guys that are at stores looking for this Woodford glass, because trust me, I did too. The ones they're actually putting out now, the recent releases, are not crystal glasses. They're similar. It's like a similar mold to it, but it's not. It's like a thinner, cheaper glass. So unfortunately, it does look nice, but it's not as nice as that glass. The rocks is my laid back glass. I'm pouring big, and I ain't worrying about notes. There you go. Cheers to that. Bourbon glasses don't go in the water. Okay. Lil, I am lazy. We don't really have soap residue. Our issue is we have hard water here in Los Angeles area, so there is a little bit of that like calcium buildup that does get on the glasses occasionally. Um, I'm a sucker for new gadgets. Hey, same here. Like I said, I bought this new one thanks to Patreon, but I'm also a sucker. Speaking of new one, let's move to our last glass, and then we're going to go back through them with the higher proof whiskey. So our last glass, like I said, was purchased thanks to the amazing Patreon community. You guys recommended I pick this one up, so I did. And that is the Brewmate Noser glass. So, let me pull you up. There you go. So this is the Noser Insulated Nosing Glass. It's matte black. By the way, I love matte black. I got my matte black Starbucks mug here. Big fan of matte black everything. But that's the version I got. They also have like a wood style one. It's not actually wood, but it looks like wood. About $25. It's a little bit more expensive on Amazon, I think. No, actually, no, same price on Amazon. I'm thinking with tax. So $25. It is metal. It is 20 times better temperature retention than glass. So you know how the Norlin was like, oh, it's double walled, so it maintains temperature. Well, this is also double walled, as you can see, but it's metal and stainless steel. And we know that stainless steel does well against that. I mean, look at like Yetis and things like that. So that's already a plus. It says superior aeration and aroma enhancement and unbreakable. Now we're not going to try that, but I will give them the fact that this is going to be the least breakable glass. Again, it's tulip shaped, kind of like the Copitas and the Tribeca glasses. I guess the Copitas are less tulip, and the Tribecas are more tulip. So, so this is the most recent glass that I ever got. Cohen says those metal glasses affect the flavor, and they say they don't, but they do. Well, great question, great comment, because I haven't tried it yet, and that's also my fear with this glass. I do fear that the metal is going to impact the flavor. I really hope it doesn't, but we're about to find out. So let's go ahead and pull up our spreadsheet here. Go for the noser. Now let's go ahead and give the noser a nose. Again, I've never used this glass before in my life. I will say it's really sexy. I mean, look at this. It's so nice. It's so pretty. Has a little. I'll show you the logo. Has a little logo, the little Brewmate there. But all right, cheers, guys. Oh wait, I'm snoozing. I'm not tasting it. Cliffy, get yourself together. All right. Okay, it's not overwhelming. It's not like. It's actually. Let me go back to the Glencairn. It's actually doing very similar to what that did. I feel like the Glencairn was a little bit better at nosing, just slightly. Man, that's gonna be tough. I do think this doesn't have the best nose. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is this is in between two different ones. I'm gonna drop the nose on the rocks glass down to a 5 because that makes sense. Because the noser, I'm gonna give that a 6 out of 8 for the nose. It's not as good as the Glen. It's better than the rocks glass, and it's way better than the neat glass. Norland still has the best nose, I think, of all these so far on this low proof whiskey. But let's go and give it a taste now. Cheers. I'm tasting for the metal. There is something there. Hold on. Let me try it out of the Glen real quick. Now, I will say this is a brand new glass, but we did wash it and we made sure we dried it before using it. So there's no soap, there's no metal, or there's no like residue from, never using it before. Yeah, it highlights like a. It's weird because it highlights like, I hate to say metallic note. That's probably not the best thing. It highlights a like kind of like a sour note that none of these other glasses highlighted. That's why I'm like, wait, that was weird. Let me taste that again. That was surprising. It's very subtle. It's not drastic enough that makes you feel like, oh, this is like a don't buy. Like it doesn't taste like straight up like metal. I feel like it just changes a little bit on the end of it. The rest of the palette is exactly the same. It's actually on par with the Glencairn. I just feel like there's a little bit of a twinge of something weird on the back of the palette that's a little bit different. It's a little more savory. Which, it could be a good thing depending on the whiskey. That might actually, for the peated scotch, that actually might benefit it. So we'll see. We'll see as we go back through. for now, I'm going to put that a little bit lower than the Glen. I'm going to give that a 5 out of 8 for the palette. Now, ease of use. Again, we're talking stainless steel, unbreakable. It is not dishwasher safe, unfortunately. I imagine that would get pretty scratched up pretty easily. But it's, it's a very travel safe whiskey glass. You don't have to tilt your head far back. Honestly, I'm going to give that a 7. I think, man. Yeah, I'm going to give it a 7. I think it is a step above the Norland in terms of its durable. I feel like that's the closest thing it is. It's very similar to Norland, but it's a step above. So it's a 7 out of 8. A 10 out of 8. So no, but yeah, the score is out of 8. I don't know if that's we're just rolling with it. We're going with that. So by the way, I want to say thank you to the 30 people that are watching now. Appreciate y'all. This is a fun experiment I've been wanting to do for a while. But if you want to see more fun stuff like this, make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you want to come back. I go live every Thursday at this time, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'd love to see you back every week. All right, so we have gone all the way through with the low proof bourbons. Shall we see which one comes out on top? Let's find out. Like, I feel like I went all like, what is that? What is that? Tootsie Pop? All right, so let's get the sum of each of these. Let me see. This is what I get for not not planning the spreadsheet before. All right, sum of what? Well, I'll tell you. Sum of that. Oh, how can I not do it that way? All right. Hold on. Abort. Sum of I need Donnie on this help. All right. Function. Sum. I am not the best at Excel. There we go. Sum of B2 through. How do you do through? Oh my gosh. I'll just do the math myself. 6 plus 6 is 12. Plus 7 is 19. All right. That's got a 19. 7 plus 6 is 13. Plus 8 is 21. Y'all have to double check for me. 13 plus 8 is 21, right? I think. Yeah. All right. Neat glass. Oh, that only got a 6. That only got a 6 out of the total score. Rocks glass got a 5 plus 6 is 11. That got a 19. And Noser got a 5 plus 6 equals 9. Or wait, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18. All right. Wow, I am bad at on-the-spot math. And just wait till Cliffy has to do this a little bit later. Oh, Donnie, you can help. Okay. Donnie, this is not formatted very well. I'm just letting you know. I apologize in advance. This was done on the spot while I'm in the middle of streaming. But thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Linux. Donnie, what is your email? Why do I not have your email? Donnie, DM me your email on Facebook, and I will send that to you. Actually, I'll get you a link. Anyone with a link can edit. All right, Donnie, I'll send you a link right now. Sorry for the pause. I promise I'll get back to this. I'm struggling a bit with the math on my end. So Donnie, let me send you that right now. But then I'll let you know what won that round. I already got that calculated. So let me send this to Donnie real quick. Thank you, Donnie, by the way. All right. So what's up, Jason? Jason's in the house. What's up? Good to see you. This Cliffy's starting to make an appearance, but I'm trying to rank these glasses. So we went all the way through with the low proof bourbon. Do y'all want to know what was y'all already know last place. Last place was the Noser. Or no, never mind. Last place was the neat glass. This is just awkward. This is just weird. This is just like, it's just such a difficult glass. That was last place. The winner for the low proof bourbon, the best glass for a average to low proof bourbon, is the Norland glass. So I think this had the best nose, the best palate. The ease of use is where it kind of suffered. I think it's very, 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 very fragile, but it is very easy to drink from. Yeah. So that is the low proof bourbon. The Norland glass is the best. Second best is the Rocks glass, actually, surprisingly enough. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and get these dumped into my dump glass, and then we're going to go to our high proof bourbon. I promise it's going to move a little bit faster now that I've told you about all the glasses. So Go ahead and dump. I'll save this dump glass for my after party. If anyone wants to see drunk Cliffy. Don Nishida says, my guess is Neat pays a lot to be the official sponsor glass of whiskey tasting. That's actually, you know what, a very likely situation. Cohen says you have to hate the lip on the Norland glasses. I don't hate it. I know a lot of people have a problem with that, but I really don't hate that. It doesn't bother me personally. So I see Donnie Starling. Donnie, I apologize for formatting this bad. This was literally just me trying to create it while I was while I was streaming. All right, so now that we've done the low proof bourbon, I figured it's only fair to do a high proof bourbon. So this is not technically cask strength, but it's 120 proof. This is a single barrel pick of Knob Creek bourbon, one of my favorite whiskeys ever. I am very, very, very familiar with Knob Creek, so I will definitely be able to tell you which glass does it best. So 120 proof, if you're curious, this is selected by K&L Wine. I'm out here in Southern California. Viking Bourbon says, don't worry, we are all getting drunk. Yeah, Imagine Drum even mentions the lip feel. You know what? We'll see if that bothers me more as we go on through the night, but right now it hasn't bothered me. But it does have a bit of weird because it's like thick, so you have to like bend your mouth weird. It's weird. All right. So let's pour the, I want to say barrel proof. It's 120. There are a lot of barrel proofs that are lower proof than this, so we're going to call this barrel proof. Close enough. Plus Knob Creek comes in at similar proof. All right. Ugh. Should we even bother with the neat glass? Probably not. All right. Oh, forgot to dump this one. All right. Now I'm not rinsing any of these glasses. Boo-hoo. But it's okay. Should be good. All right. Mash and Trump says, I always dribble from a Norland glass. My big ass lips. Well, I have small white boy lips, so I don't have that I don't have that problem. Maybe that's my issue. Maybe if I had bigger lips, I would have troubles. All right, so we got the Knob Creek single barrel poured into all 5 glasses. We're gonna see which one handles high proof whiskey the best. And then finally, before we end the stream, we're gonna do a peated Scotch, which should be pretty crazy. So let's go with the Glencairn, our first glass of the night. I love that you're doing full samples. I'm taking baby sips, but Cliffy's definitely coming out. All right, so got to keep trying to neat for science. Guess I do. Yeah, I do. All right, Glencairn. This is the Knob Creek. Let's go ahead and give it a nose. Okay, it's not. There's none of the ethanol burn, which is surprising with it being so high proof. It's actually a really nice nose. It does have a little bit of like nose hair tingles, but overall, it's actually impressed me. It is funneling it. It is very direct to my nose. But I can take a pretty deep breath without like choking on it. Let's go and give it a taste. Freaking love Knob Creek. Oh, it's so good. So good. Sorry if y'all can hear the coyotes outside. They're going crazy. Wow. I love Knob Creek so much. I just want to give it an 8 across the board because I love Knob Creek, but I can't. I'm ranking the glass. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a ranking. I know Donnie's getting this set up. I'll give him a second because he's almost done. Thank you so much for getting that sorted, Donnie. But I think I'm ready to give this a rating for the nose. I think I want to give this nose for the high proof bourbon. It's really impressing me. I'll give it a 7 to start with. And then we'll see how it holds up. All right, so I'll give the Glencairn a 7. All right, palate. Thank you so much, Donnie. You're the best. You're amazing. Palate, honestly, I don't feel like it falls flat. I'll give it a 7 for now. It's always hard to rank the first one. I'll adjust that as we go on. Let's move on to the Norland glass. Ease of use when not calculating. Okay. Norland. This is the high proof bourbon. Will this shape help a bit? We'll find out. So it is a bit of a wider nose. You know what? It's really close. That one's really close. I honestly feel like the Glencairn, I don't know what about it. Maybe it's because of the wide base. But the Glencairn doesn't have as harsh of a nose. The Norland does have a little bit more burn. So I'm going to give the nose on the Norland, I'm going to give that a 6. It's a step below the Glen. Let's go to give it a taste, though. Cheers. Definitely my small white boy lips. Ooh, that's really good. That's really good. Is it better than the Glen? That one's really close. That's so hard. I almost want to say the Norland does have a bit better of a palate. I feel like I'm getting like more flavors. Maybe it's because it just is like less collected in the bulb like the Glen is. But honestly, this might be a close one, guys. Donald Rant's in the house. Donald, good to see you. I know you recommended the Canadian Glencairn. Did not find one of those in time for the stream. Again, I may want to do a part 2 of this. I'm gonna say that the Norland does have a better palate. That's getting a straight 8 out of 8, 8-bit score. So that's one of the best palettes I've had tonight. That is the highest palette score we had tonight, so it makes sense. So I'm really curious to see how these other ones hold up to that. Did I just say hey to Donald Rants? I don't know. I don't know if I said it in my head or if I said it out loud. Sorry, Cliffy is here. Donald Rants, hello if I did not say hello. I thought about it. I saw him. I'm like, did I say that? I don't know. All right. Going on to our favorite glass of the night. This motherfucker. Okay. So this is the neat glass. Let's go and give it a nose. No alcohol burn at all because there's literally not much of a nose. I mean, like a weird honeysuckle note. That's not usual for Knob Creek. It's different, though. That's a different kind of nose. I was going to say, what if this was called like the Honeysuckle Select? Brandon, you did tell me about New Orleans. I don't hate the nose and the neat. It's definitely better than the lower proof one. Low proof, I gave it 2. I'm going to give this a 5 on the nose of the neat glass. Honestly, it's not awful. Palette, though. Let's go and try to sip this. Oof. That wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. It tasted fine. But I'm gonna say I'll give that a 5. I'll give that a 5. It was fine. The glass looks like a cauldron, right? Someone said spittoon, but yeah. By the way, Whiskey Third, welcome. Good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in here before, but glad to have you. All right, moving on to the rocks glass. This is, again, the second most popular glass that you guys asked for on Patreon. Let's go and give this high proof whiskey a nose. So this is where I feel like the rocks glass loses its lead. When you have a high proof whiskey, you're typically wanting to enjoy it a bit more. At least this is all personal. This is all subjective. Let me know in the comments what you guys like. I don't get much of a nose at all on this rocks glass compared to the other 3 we've tried so far. It smells good. I'll give that a 2 on the nose. That's really disappointing on the nose. This is where it falls flat on high proof whiskeys. It's really hard to get a nose on the rocks glass. Let's go and give it a taste though. But again, you could add an ice cube to this. Neat. I mean, you can add an ice cube to this in the same glass. That's honestly, palate-wise, it still holds up. I'll give that a 7, the same score as a Glencairn on the rocks glass. I just don't think it noses. It's, yeah, the nose is the least obvious in any of these glasses. Now I'm like, yeah, I'll stick with that. All right, final glass for the high proof bourbon, and then we're going to do some peated scotch. So, lastly is the very expensive, but viewer recommended noser glass. So let's see if it holds up to a high proof bourbon. Fred, I feel like you said something earlier in the chat about the nose on the noser not being what you expected. I literally had to double check to make sure I poured some whiskey into this glass. It's definitely more than the rocks. The rocks has the the rocks you can smell like the nuttiness of the Jim Beam, but not like the complexity and the oak. That's a step above the rocks glass, but comparatively, I mean, even the Norland, the best one I gave it was the Glencairn. Still stand by that. Second best was the Norland. It's maybe on par with the Norland. I'll give it the same nose as the Norland. I'll give that a 6. All right, let's go to the palate on the Noser glass. It definitely is not as good as the nose is not as good as a Glencairn, but on par with the Norland. Let's go and try it. Cheers. You're missing a candidate, the bottle. Yeah, maybe the end of the stream. You know what? I wasn't really looking for that weird finish thing going on, but this has that weird finish thing going on. The same from the low proof whiskey. Still, it's not coming across as metal. It's coming across as like meaty and savory, which doesn't make any sense. These have all been cleaned the same way right before the stream. That's going to have to go a step below. It's a step above the neat glass, but a step below the rocks glass. That's getting a 6 on the palate. So for high proof whiskey, this score, we actually have a tie for this one of the best glass for drinking a high proof whiskey. Bourbon. For me, my 2 favorite glasses for drinking a high proof bourbon, these both scored a 20 out of, I don't know, what is the total? What is the best of, hold on. 8 plus 8. 8 plus 8 plus 8. What is 8 plus 8 plus 8? 20, 16, 23? Hold on. What is 8 plus 8 plus 8? Who lets know in the chat first? I think it's 23. 24. 24. I'm not good at on the spot math. All right, so 24. All right, so these two both scored a 20 out of 24. Thank y'all. Thank you, Fred, Patrick, Swan, Don. Oh, wait, Don's laughing at me. And Johnny. God. You guys, please. I didn't say I was a mathematician. I'm just an alcoholic. All right. So with the score of 20 out of 24. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this new camera has autofocus. So I was looking at my math. I wasn't looking at myself. Thank you, Brandon. The 2 best high proof whiskey drinking glasses are Glencairn and Norland. They actually tied. So the Glencairn, I think, had the best nose. I think if you're just focusing on the nose of a whiskey, the concentration, the way it filters right to your nose, that's just fantastic. The Norland was a little bit less. It has a little bit wider of a mouth. But palate-wise, something about drinking out this Norland. Okay, y'all. Stop judging me. I am 55 minutes into a stream. What do you expect from me? All right. So, but I think the Norland had the best palate. I think it just tasted the best from the Norland. So, depending on what your preferences are, if you like nosing a whiskey more, or if you like drinking the whiskey more. But those are very, very close. So, we're running low on time. We're going to go a little bit over time, but I hope you all stick with me. We're going to do our final tasting, and that is going to be of a peated Scotch. We must see how all 5 of these glasses hold up to a peated Scotch. But before I do that, since there are 33 people in the chat, which is, it's not a record, but it's like actually the most we've had in a while, I'm going to do something that's never been done on this channel. Y'all ready for this? And it's not going to be breaking Norland, because that almost happened. This is so weird. I've never done this before. So for our peated Scotch that we are using, I went with one of my favorites. This is a comfort peated Scotch for me, which sounds kind of like an oxymoron, depending on if you're like peated Scotch. This is Ardbeg Ugadal. This was, now it's not even focusing on that. Come on now. Oh well, Ardbeg Ugadal. This is a, focus on me. There we go. This is a 54.2% ABV. This is a non-chill filtered peated Scotch. I want to see. I don't have the. It's X Sherry. That's what I was looking for. So one of my favorite peated Scotches. There we go. Oogie in the chat. Jason knows what's up. So Ugadal for the win. This is again one of my favorite peated Scotches. So to make this a fair comparison, I'm going to try one of my favorites in all 5 of these glasses. But before I do that, I don't. It's catching up to me. I'll do something that's never been done on this channel. It shouldn't be done ever. I'm going to do a shot of Oogie. Because, like, has anyone ever just done a shot of Oogie? I don't know. I may be the first. I may not be. But cheers. Thank you to all 35 of you watching. Y'all are amazing. Cheers. Not horrible. God, I love Ugadal. It's so good. So good. Even in a shot glass. Don't recommend this. But it's good in a shot glass. All right. Enough playing around. All glasses are emptied. Let's do a pour of Ugadal into all 5 glasses. Man, Cliffy is going to be on the after party hangout. Patrons are getting lucky tonight. I am not getting lucky. I'm going to be banished to the couch. Especially with this Ugadal in my breath. Don't think my husband will be having that. All right. So, Ugadal is poured into all 5 different glasses. We're going to do our final ranking of the night. But before we get that, we have another super chat. Oh my God. Whiskey Mutant. Eric. He says, here's a super chat to pour half your winter glass full of something and chug it. Love you, Cliffy. We'll see. How about this, Eric? This is my dump glass. I will do a chug of bourbon and peated scotch dump glass at the end of the night. I will drink that. How about that? By the way, this is another Amazing Rocks glass. It's a really cool one for cocktails. But this is the dump glass for the night. The after party sounds epic, y'all. It usually is. I mean, it's normally epic, but Cliffy doesn't normally get this drunk, so patrons are in for a treat. Oh no. But thank you so much for the super chat. You guys go follow Whiskey Mutant on Instagram. He's part of This Is My Bourbon podcast. He's an amazing co-host. Y'all make sure to follow him. So, last one of the night, we are doing the peated scotch in all 5 glasses. Let's start with the Glencairn. Again, super approachable. It handles this is like a mid-range proof between all 3 different bottles tonight. This does burn a bit on the nose. There is quite a bit of burn, but it really lets you experience all those flavors. I'm going to dock it 1 point because it does burn a little bit. It burns a little bit more than the Knob Creek, which was actually higher proof. But man, that is a full-bodied nose. So that one's going to get a 7 on the nose. Let's go and give that a taste out of the Glencairn. Cheers. Oogie's just so good. Oogie's so good. I did a little Whiskey Mountains whiskey shimmy there. But, oh my God, I love that love that scotch. One of my favorite. That's if you're looking for a peated scotch to get you into peated scotch and you love or you love sherry, Oogie's the way to go. Don Nishida in for another stump glass super chat. Y'all are trying to kill me, but I do appreciate the super chat, you guys. Y'all are awesome. I want to make sure. I just want to check my phone real quick just to make sure, because I know some people prefer to send on. Cool. So by the way, thank you so much for following me, Biking Bourbon, on Instagram. I saw that. So I'm gonna give that. I'll give it a 7 too. We can go from there. All right. Let's go ahead and go with the Norland glass. Oogie is the shit. Let's go to give it a nose in the Norland. Very interesting. None of the burn. Whew, man, the Glen burns. None of the burn. However, that's so weird. It highlights completely different notes. Whoa, I'm having a weird moment right now. It smells so different out of the Norland. This highlights more of the smoky, meaty notes, whereas the Glencairn highlights more of the sherry, the smoky sherry, high ABV. You know what? That's so interesting. It's so different. I'm gonna give that a 7. That's gonna be a tie with the Glen. It's very different. It's gonna give it a taste out of the Norland. Cheers. I think that just took an edge. That just that was actually, that enhanced the finish. It made it a little longer. It still highlighted, like I said, it highlighted the meatier notes, which I love about Ardbeg. Am I going crazy? Let me try it on the Glen real quick. Swan said going to skip on the Ardbeg for now. Bourbon and cognac tonight. If we repeat it, I won't go back. Cohen says Glencairns amplify alcohol, and that is why I'm not a huge fan of them. That is a great point. That is actually a fantastic point. That one burned the most. I'm still going to keep it at 7. I know that's... You know what? To be fair, I'm bringing both those down to a 6. That is a great point. They are equal, but that burn on that Glen is not nice. That does burn a lot. Thank you for giving me that perspective, because I didn't really consider that. Again, that didn't change anything. That only changed what we're setting our baseline at. Both of those got their downgrade because they're equal. Palate, though. The Norland takes the lead. Something about the way that makes me experience the bourbon is so much better. I don't know what it is. But drinking out of the Norland is so much better. Now, we still got 3 more glasses. Who knows? The neat glass may just be the best damn peated Scotch reciprocal you've ever seen. So stay tuned. I know we're in overtime. We're wrapping it up soon. All right. Back to the neat glass. Our lovely neat glass. There is no nose. What the hell? It's so open that it's literally just like dragging the nose out of the bourbon. And I know, like they said on their website, they're like, oh, we like get rid of all the ethanol and you're left with all the aromatics. It's bullshit. It's all gone. That's very disappointing. That's getting a 2 on the nose. Sorry. But I should say hashtag not sponsored. No one sent me a glass for this video. It's sponsored by Patreon, who helped me make this plan. Fred says, what if you pull back from or change your angle with the Glen? Can you not find a happy place with no burn? Fred, let's get our scores for the other ones, and then we may adjust that, because that's a great point, too. This is what happens when Cliffy's like, oh, I consider all sides. When I get drunk, I'm like, oh, actually, I understand, like, fully. Like, maybe I agree with all sides of politics. Then I, like, wake up sober. I'm like, what the hell did I just say I agreed to? Best seeded Scotch glass is the one that makes go away the quickest. Oh, come on, Eric. Boo. Boo. By the way, Donnie, I love how you're making my chart look pretty. I appreciate that. Even though we're not, like... I'll post the results on the Discord server. So if y'all want to see all the scores, I love how I just like did that. Actually, why am I crediting myself? Donnie, you're the freaking man. Donnie's doing this. So if y'all want to see all the scores laid out into a chart, join our Whiskey and Gaming Lounge Discord server, bourbonbytes.com. Scroll to the bottom. Everyone's welcome. You don't have to be a patron, but patrons get access to some exclusive rooms. So they'll see that on Discord. All right, moving on. I'm rambling. Okay, neat glass on the palate. I didn't taste it, did I? Okay, taste it. Cheers. I don't want to say this. I don't want to say it. That actually drank pretty nicely out of the neat glass. Like, not going to lie. Not as good as the Norland. I'll put that on par. I'll put that on par with the Glen in terms of sipping. I'll give it a 7. That's the highest score the neat glass has gotten all night. Nose, it does no nose, but it does have a good palate. Maybe I just love Ugadal so much. I don't know. But that's getting a 7 on the palate. All right. Rocks glass. Let's move on to what most people are probably sipping their whiskey out of. By the way, I'm regretting saying that I'm going to put time codes at the end of this video and like letting people sort through it. I don't know how the hell I'm going to organize that. If you're watching the replay, hopefully you watched the whole thing. Hopefully you found this entertaining. I'm having fun with it. Hope y'all are too. All right. Nosing the rocks glass. This is a higher proof whiskey. I'm almost feeling the same way I felt about the high proof bourbon. Like, my nose is in there. It's a good nose. It's definitely better than the neat glass. But it's not as good as the Norland or the Glen. Do I give it a 4? I'm going to give it a 4 on the nose. That's only getting a 4 out of 8, like a halfway point. But let's go ahead and drink out of the rocks glass, because that's what really matters. Cheers. Still very, very enjoyable. I don't think it's as complex out of the rocks glass. I think it simplifies it a bit, which some people may like. I like a complex bourbon. That kind of falls flat on the palate. It's good, but I'm gonna give that a 6 out of 8. Not bad, but not my favorite. All right, finally, the noser, the beautiful noser. Will this be the deciding point? Will this $28 glass be worth it? Let's find out. If not, no worries. It's still cool to bring like camping or something. Why is it called the noser when the nose on this is so much worse than everything else? Everything except the neat glass, of course. Why is that so bad? Even the... it's about on par. I am drinking peated scotch. What did I say? Did I say bourbon? My bad. Now that I've nosed all 5 of them, I'm gonna make a little tweak. The Glencairn is the best nose out of all of them. Glencairn is the best nose. That hands down the best smelling of all 5 of these. Delicious. Norland is a little step down the nose, but up on the palate. Rocks glass doesn't really have much of a nose at all. Fuck off with the neat glass. Noser glass. I'm going to put that on par on the nose with the rocks glass. It's about the same. We have a 4. All right. Final score of the night. What is the palate on the noser glass? Let's go ahead and give it a try. Cheers. Do I have an Atari controller behind me? So this is actually a had someone on Fiverr make this for me. I've been thinking about doing an update. I would love to do a little bit more. I love the aesthetic of this. Like my whole thing is like vintage video games, like with a twist. So I had him like recreate a bunch of like controllers. There's like Sony, there's like NES, and like everything up there. So, I'm really proud of it. But I'm looking forward to doing something else, like an evolved form of my background. You seem to all go for our bottom shelf scotch. I guess if you get through, that's all it gets better. Wait, you seem to all go for our bottom. Are you talking Ugadal, your bottom shelf scotch? Fuck off, James. Like, no offense, I love you, but like, fuck off. I love Ugadal. All right, let's go and give it a taste. Damn, that's good. Now we'll see that little like weird thing that happened at the end of the palate. Is it going to help the scotch? I don't think it helps it above the Norland. The Norland still gets the best rating. This is on par with that though. This is also getting an 8 on the palate. That is a fantastic job with the palate. I just feel like the nose is the only thing that lets me down. Let me see. I'm going to raise the nose up on that a little bit. Just raise it up one. All right. So we've tried all 5 glasses. I've done 15 pours tonight. Now, question for the super chatters. Do you want me to put this peated scotch in with my bourbon dump glass? Was that the prerequisite for your super chats? This question is for Swan, Joseph, Don, and Eric. Do I blend the peated whiskey with the bourbon before I do this last little thing? And then I'll tell you the results before I do that. Trust me. I'm just asking. So I think I'll wait on your answer to that. But we have a 3-way tie, and I'm gonna have to break this tie because I don't feel like it's worth it to. Okay, we're saying chug separately. We're getting a chug separately from Cohen. Don't ruin Oogie like that. You do you. Okay, we'll do it separate. All right. So we have a 3-way tie between the Glencairn, the Norland, and the Noser. These all tied with peated scotch. Now we had a 2-way tie with the high proof bourbon as well, but we can't have a 3-way tie. There's no way we're having a 3-way. I mean, I'll have a 3-way, but we're not having a 3-way tonight. So how do we do this? What do we do? How do we break this? Should I go? I mean, I don't even know what to do. How do we break this? I mean, the ease of use has already been considered in this score. What do we do? How do we fix this? How do we decide the best glass for peated scotch? I'm open to suggestions. I mean, I could get a different peated scotch, but that's gonna take too much time. How do we do this in the next 5 minutes? What's up, Ben? Good to see you. I'm trying to solve a 3-way. 4-way? Oh no, it's not a 4-way. It's only a 3-way. Sorry, Eric. Next time, we'll invite you. Go by durability. All right, we got to vote by go by durability. Is that what's going to be the deciding factor here? Because that makes it. Oh wait, what about price? Price is something we haven't considered. We haven't considered price. This is the tiebreaker. Let's just call it that. What's the best bang for your buck? Well, Glencairn, you can get a 4-pack of Glens for $26. You can get a 2-pack of New Orleans for $48. So that's already dropping off the list. And finally, you can get a Noser glass for $27 shipped to you from Amazon. Sounds like we got a winner, and I am not upset about that. The best whiskey glass for peated scotch when you consider ease of use, price, nose, and palate is our beloved Glencairn glass. I'm not having a problem with that. Hopefully y'all agree with that. I mean, if we were to consider the tiebreaker for the high proof bourbon as well, the Glencairn would win as well. So the Norland wins on low proof bourbon. I think it really does enhance the low proof bourbon experience. High proof bourbon, Glen and Norland actually tie. But because the Glen's cheaper, we're gonna go with the Glen. Peated Scotch, Glen, Norland, and Noser tied, but the Glen's the cheapest. So the traditional, maybe you don't have to have this variance. You don't have to have these crazy glasses. If you have just the readily available Glencairn glass, which I say that, but a lot of people don't have this. A lot of people are new to whiskey. They don't have one of these. So this should be your sign to go pick up a pack of Glens. I have a link down below in the chat, or not in the chat, in the description, where you can buy all 5 of these different glasses. But I really do think this Glencairn stands up. Low proof whiskeys, if you do enjoy lower proof whiskeys, the New Orleans going to edge out just slightly, but the New Orleans going to edge out ahead. So that is my ranking. Super chatters, shall I combine all of my peated scotches and not just together? Oh my god, the winner was the Glen, so let's put them all in the Glen. Actually, no. Oh god, what am I doing? All right. Oh my god, I love y'all, but I hate y'all too. Oh my god. Oh sheesh. Okay, did I say sheesh? Ew. Okay, never mind. That didn't happen. All right. This is all the bourbon, the barrel proof and this low proof bourbon. I don't know how much I can chug. If it was just the lower proof one, it'd be easier to chug, but we're gonna take a big old gulp for our super chat tonight. And for those of you that tuned in, stick around. Cheers. I realized my mistake. So when I poured the low proof, the Buffalo Trace, I finished most of those. So that was basically me trying to chug Knob Creek single barrel, 120 proof mostly. Ooh. Ugh. I mean, it was good, but also, ooh. You can also, I can't two-fist Glens, but that's just me. All right. This is the peated scotch. I did promise both. Cheers. My body's literally telling me not to do this. My body told me to do that one because it was bourbon. My body's like, I feel like my tongue is like, nope. My body is literally rejecting this. Let me get some water. Let me clear it. Let me cleanse the palate. All right. Peated scotch. I physically can't. I mean, I took like 3 sips there, but my body does not let me chug Ardbeg. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because being a bourbon guy, but it's weird that the bourbon went down so easily and the peated scotch, even though it's lower proof, just did not. So there you guys go. Hopefully you got your super chats worth. Thank you all so much for watching. This is a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to the stream so long. Make sure to tune into the podcast tomorrow. Like I said, new episode. I'm reviewing a brand new rye whiskey that just came out, and not many people have reviewed it yet. So it should be a lot of fun. Patrons get early access to that. It's already posted for patrons. After party hangout happens right after this for everyone $10 and up on Patreon. That's over on our Discord server. But thank y'all all so much for watching. And yeah, this was fun. Hopefully you liked it. Make sure to leave a thumbs up on your way out and hit subscribe. And also, last thing. Okay, this is an experiment, but I rely on you guys. Once the stream ends, refresh the page and comment down below what your favorite whiskey glass is. So I asked people to do this last time, but then I realized that you couldn't comment unless the stream has already ended. So you'll have to refresh the page, whether you're on your phone or your computer. But as soon as this ends, refresh your page and just leave a comment with your favorite whiskey glass. That's all you have to say. What's your favorite whiskey glass? Let me know down below. And it should be a fun time. If you're watching the replay, let me know as well. So cheers, y'all. See y'all on the after party. Hopefully y'all have a great time. Oh, Todd Cooper's in the house. Good to see you, Todd. Good to see you. Hi, bye. Hopefully we're still going. We'll let you know. Cheers to everyone. Leave a comment right after this. Have a great night. Hope to see you Saturday for a gaming stream. I don't know what that was, but cheers. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a gaming twist. I'm your host, Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. Tonight, I'm very excited to be trying 4 different expressions of barrel bourbon. Now, I'm no stranger to barrel. I've tried it several times on the channel, especially one of these that became my #1 whiskey of last year. So I'm going to revisit that one tonight, as well as try the 3 latest batches of barrel bourbon, taste through them, do a little bit of comparison, see which one's my favorite, and compare them to my #1 whiskey of last year. So super excited for that. If you're watching the replay, feel free to skip around down below. I'm going to put time codes for each of the different whiskeys I'm going to be drinking. But for those of you tuning in live, welcome. Hello. So good to see y'all. I know I wasn't here last week. Had a conflict on Thursday evening, but I am back. I'm really excited for this stream. And first of all, big shout out to our friends over at Barrel that sent the samples for me to try tonight. I will say they did not send the sample of Barrel New Year. They previously provided that for a last stream. But this week, I'm drinking my own bottle because I bought a couple bottles after it won my best whiskey of the year. So, but the samples of the different batches were provided by Barrel. So super thankful for those folks over there. I'm really excited to dive into them today. We will be doing a Wheel of Whiskey giveaway tonight, as we've done on previous streams. If you want to find out what you can win, make sure to check out our Discord server. Check the description down below. There's a link directly to the Discord server. Check the Bourbon Bytes channel. You'll see exactly what you could win tonight with the Wheel of Whiskey spin. I'll be tracking that, and we will do that spin at the very end of the stream in about 55 minutes or so. So, like I said, if you guys want to get in on that, make sure to check the Discord. That's the only way you can find out what the actual prize is and how you can win. But first of all, I want to say hello to some folks here. I see James Taylor is here in the chat. James Taylor won the last Wheel of Whiskey giveaway. His prize should have arrived today or yesterday. I forget which one. But James, congratulations again. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy those prizes. I got to be discreet here, y'all. I got to be careful with what I say. I've gotten in trouble in the past. What's up, Brandon? What's up? Good to see you, man. Five Fingers is here as well. High five to you. Donnie says right on time, late. Okay, a couple minutes. I was making sure my lighting looked good. Had to get in frame and focus. But I was ready. I just wanted to perfect some things. Prescription Bourbon, what's up? Welcome. Good to see you. Hey, and also thank you so much again for joining the Discord server. He's our newest member of our Discord server, so make sure y'all get in on that. Not only to find out the prizes, but also just be part of our amazing community there. So excited to kind of host that for all these amazing whiskey folks. Uh, so, uh, James says the olive oil will be tasted this weekend. Thanks. I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear it arrived safely. But yeah, hello. Today is the day before I compete in Matt Madness. I am going on for the third year in a row. I'm not gonna lie. This year I do feel a bit underprepared. I feel like the first year super prepared. Second year I was like, let's have a little bit more fun with it. Let's just do it for fun. This year I'm like, you know what? I've been training a little bit, but not nearly as much as I've trained in the past few years. So I do feel like I'm not unprepared, but I do feel like one, I haven't bought that many new bottles that much in the past 6 or 7 months. Two, I feel like my palate's kind of starting to get a little distracted. I'm not focusing on bourbons. I've expanded my palate so much more beyond that. I've gone to scotches, I've gone to Irish whiskey, I've gone to rums, and so many different other things and cocktails and things like that. So I feel like I haven't really in the past year I haven't really focused so much on just whiskey itself, like bourbon especially. So I feel like, this year I may not be up to my own standards, but you know what? I'm going to have a heck of a lot of fun with it. I'm so excited whether I win or lose. I'm so excited to compete. Y'all make sure to check that out. ADHD Whiskey's channel. This Friday night, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, same time right now. So I'll see y'all in 24 hours to see how that goes. I am nervous, but excited as always. So let's talk barrel. So I've like I said, I've had this whiskey on my channel so many times. Barrel Craft Spirits, one of the greatest blenders of bourbon that I know of. They do source from so many different states and so many different distilleries. Put all these concoctions together and release them either in batches, in special releases, private single barrels, or some of their more, I guess, standardized labels. Like they've had Dovetail, Seagrass, Armida, and what I'm about to just kind of open up on, just have something in my glass. The latest one of that is Barrel Vantage, which is a blend of bourbon finished in different oak casks. So I'm just gonna have this in my glass, just kind of set my palate up for some barrel tonight. But with that, I want to know what you guys are drinking. Hopefully, you got something good in your glass. Maybe some barrel, maybe something else. The good thing about barrel is they have whiskey from all over the country. So whatever you're drinking, there's a chance it could be in here. Emily's here as well. What's up, Emily? El Salazar, yeah. It's a reference to our Dungeons and Drams game we played on Monday. If y'all don't know, I'm part of a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, along with some of your favorite whiskey tubers, including Jason from the Mash and Drum, Ed from the Rock Gut Review, Adriana from Whiskey Mountains, and Bill the Whiskey Dick, who is our dungeon master. We have so much fun over there, along with our friend Molly, who has a really cool blog. So make sure to tune in on that every Monday night, 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern. We had a really fun episode last year. We snuck into a village. I put on a disguise of this like snake demon guy named Salazar, and yeah, stuff went down. But thank you, Emily, for tuning into that, and all of those that came to watch that, whether you watched it live or watched the replay or even listen to the podcast, which we also have a podcast. So it's a lot of fun. Let's see. What to talk about? What else has been going on? We had our first Patreon movie night a week and a half ago, which is a new perk that I've offered my patrons. Everyone $5 and up get access to that. We watch a retro movie, like an 80s movie or something along the lines of that. I'll do it as a watch party on Discord. We watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which was my first time watching that movie. So much fun. It was a great movie. Not quite my style of movie, but I did appreciate a lot of the humor in that. And it was also fun just hanging with these guys and drinking and watching the movie. So if y'all want to get in on that, we'll do our March one in the next couple weeks or so. So everyone, like I said, everyone Bourbon Bytes and up on Patreon get access to that. If you're curious about how to join Patreon, you can support for as little as $2 a month. There's also a free trial tier. I'm going to put that little banner up there, patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. Would love to have y'all be a part of that. I know a lot of y'all in the chat right now are patrons. I'm going to start doing more patron shout outs, by the way. I just want to shout out a few folks here that are patrons. One of which being Zophar Alfonso. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. There's oh man, there's so many patrons here. James Taylor, Donnie, Brandon, like all y'all are amazing. Thank y'all so much for your support. And I'm gonna start formalizing the shout outs. Of course, I do my little outro screen, but I'm gonna start, doing special shout outs every single week. So look forward to that starting next week because I didn't plan specifically. I want to shout out people that I don't always see, people that may catch the replay. There's quite a few of y'all that I know watch the replays but aren't able to make it to the live stream. So I appreciate y'all. I want to just give y'all a little more recognition for your support because it does mean so much to me. Tony Bag of Donuts says, "Get on the bus, everybody. All super chats are proofread and approved by a CPA after the mishap earlier on Perry's stream." Oh, I must have missed that. I actually caught the very end of his stream, so I have to watch the replay. I'm drinking Vantage Batch 30, and it's Bourbonite pick tonight. Wow, great choices, Tony. Hey, I appreciate that. You know what? You might have more Vantage heading your way depending on the results of the Wheel of Whiskey. Like I said, I put the prizes for that on Discord, which the link to that is in the description below. Good to see you, Tony. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, I just poured some Advantage myself. It's been a minute since I've had this one, so I'm excited to dive back into it. My batch is 114.44 proof, so not a bad place to start tonight. So Vantage is a weird one because I feel like it's a replacement for Armida, which was very Tennessee whiskey forward. This does still have some of that Tennessee whiskey, but I do feel like it's kind of scaled back on that, amped up some of the other different whiskeys in here. Yeah, I really enjoyed this the first time I tried it on the channel. Actually, I think I did it on my podcast first, not thinking back. Yeah, really like buttery on the nose. Like there's a lot of like sweet, like not caramel corn, but like actually kettle corn on the nose, which is something I get a lot on Tennessee whiskey, which is kind of funny. But there's a lot of like sweet, desserty notes on this. I'm not reviewing this tonight for the stream, but I just want to start with it. So let's still try some though. Cheers, y'all, and thanks again for tuning in. Yeah, you can really taste those different the wood finishes they have going on. This is so forward with those like I always call them like new wood or new oak kind of notes. They're like not bitter, but they're a bit like sweeter and a little more tart than like typical like barrel aged whiskey. I think it's because they're using like I said, they're putting it into new barrels and finishing it there. I think it could also be the Mizunara. I've heard Mizunara is such a strong, such a strong. It has such a strong impact on the whiskey itself, and I think I'm getting a little bit of that on the Vantage. I think that's coming through very very nicely. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not really reviewing this one tonight. I just kind of wanted to pour some to kind of set my palate a bit, but wanted to work my way into some really cool batches that I haven't had a chance to try yet. Let me set that aside. Donnie says, "I will be busy for a while. Fellow wrenches, you have the helm." Well, we have some amazing wrenches here, including Joseph, Brandon, and Emily. So thank y'all so much thanks for holding down the fort. What's up, Jeffrey Wack? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's get into some of these barrel batches, shall we? So I actually happen to get my hands on barrel batches 32 through 34. So 32 and 33 came out last year. 32 in April, I believe. 33 in August. And then the newest batch, which just came to me, like I said, thanks to our friends at Barrel. That one came last week. So this is batch 34. This is the latest batch. It is a 6-year minimum age statement. 114 proof, 114.62 proof. I'd like to work my way there though. So I have previously reviewed this one on my channel. It's been a while, but this is the batch 32. This one was a 5-year. It's 115.34 proof. Got this a while back ago. Like I said, I reviewed it last year, but I hadn't had the 33 or the 34. So we're going to work our way up to the 34 that just came out. We're going to taste through the 32, 33, and 34, as well as the new year from... It was last year's release, but it was the 2023 new year. Kind of confusing, I know. Came at the end of last year. So let's go ahead and start with 32. Like I said, I've been drinking on this one a while. And I also put in the description all the facts you need to know about these, or all the facts we can know about these. I I put like both a short description and a long description. I'll also read it out because not everyone likes to read. Also, some people might be on mobile or listening along at work. So, a little bit of info about Batch 32. So this is a blend of straight bourbon whiskeys. Is distilled and aged in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. It's a selection of 5, 6, 7, and 10-year-old barrels. Of course, Asian American oak, bottled in Kentucky, and 115.34 proof. So this, like I said, is the first, or it was one of the releases of 2022. James says, "Where is I Never Win Don Nishida?" Don, Don's not Pacific time; he's Hawaiian time, so he shows up whenever he wants to. What's up, Kelsey? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Tony Bagnotes, I'm not sure if I said hello to you, but hello. I know I read your chat earlier, but want to say hello to everyone that I can. I appreciate y'all tuning in on a Thursday night. Hopefully, maybe we get some new folks next week. Like I said, going on Matt Madness, so maybe some people. Hopefully, people don't find me too annoying, and then they just decide not to watch. But maybe some people will find some humor or enjoyment out of my content. I don't know. But yeah, hopefully, some people show up. I just want to put that up there for people to find out about the giveaway coming up soon. But yeah, this is like I said, youngest is 5 years old. Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. Women of Whiskeys. Holy crap. First of all, I got to say shout out to one of the Byte Club members here, which is my YouTube membership. Thank you so much for supporting me there. Also, Patreon supporter, Kathy Joe. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are so supportive. I almost joined your Patreon last night, but it was too late. You're about to do your giveaway. So I'm gonna hop on your Patreon this week. I just didn't want to do it last minute and seem like I'm just trying to get in on the giveaway. So y'all go support Women of Whiskeys. They're incredible. One of my favorite whiskey tube channels here, doing some incredible stuff. Speaking of incredible, they're going to have an incredible guest next week, me. Make sure to tune into Women of Whiskeys next Wednesday night. I'll be tasting through several different Hard Truth whiskeys, which is a distillery that has graciously provided me samples to review. I also happen to share those with our friends over at Women of Whiskeys. So we're going to go back through them. We're going to taste through them. That video has unfortunately been taken down from my channel due to multiple concerns with that video from their team, which I totally understand. But yeah, so we'll do part 2 over on Michelle's channel, Michelle and Kathy Joe's channel, to revisit those whiskeys, because they are some really, really fun whiskeys. So cheers to you. Y'all go support them. Like I said, they have a Patreon as well. So good to see you on the chat. All right, let's try a taste of the Batch 32. Cheers, y'all. Yeah. Like I was saying on the palate, or on the nose, it's creamy, desserty, a little bit of that kettle corn. It's got like a buttery heftiness to it. I really like the palate on that one. It like lingers, it sticks around. I wouldn't say it's a necessarily long finish, but it has like a really desserty, like I'm thinking like a pie, like a very buttery pie crust, or even like I don't want to say cornbread. That's not the right comparison, but it's like maybe even like a my South Carolinian's coming out, but a buttered biscuit. That it's just really like dense and really like buttery, and like it just kind of fills the palate. You feel that bit of oiliness just kind of coating your mouth. Really, really nice mouthfeel. I think that's the best thing about this whiskey. In terms of tasting notes, I gotta take another sip to get really get into that. But the thing that catches me the most is just how mouth filling and what a great mouthfeel this one has. Super excited to have you on the channel again. Oh well, I'm so excited to be on there. Y'all are killing it. Yeah, I think palate wise, there's like a hint of like a bit of like a coffee note there a little bit. It's not like a dark espresso note to me. It's more of like a sweeter, like a milk, or like a latte, like like a vanilla latte or a butterscotch latte, even more on that butter theme. But yeah, this is a very agreeable and approachable whiskey. Even though it is coming in at 115.34 proof, it doesn't drink it. It drinks sweet. It drinks nice. It drinks really full bodied. I think that's a winner right there. That the batch 32. We'll see how it compares though, because like I said, we got batch 33 and 34 coming down the line. We'll see how those. Not that we necessarily need to compare them, but I feel like it'd be fun to do a comparison because they're different batches of the same, not the same whiskey itself, because again they're sourcing from all over, but the same concept basically. So, shall we move on to our second one, which is batch 33? So this one is a blend of straight bourbon whiskeys again, also distilled in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. This one is a selection of 5, 6, 7, and 9-year-old barrels. So not quite the 10-year that we got in the batch 32. Of course, every batch is going to be different. Maybe they found that the 9-year this year was the winner there. But yeah, that's it comes in at 116.6 proof. Yeah. So let's see how it evolved. Again, this is another release from 2022. Where's the fall versus April? On the nose, it's also sweet, but a little bit different. I'm gonna go back to the 32 just to do a little comparison there. This one's a sweeter, more of a brighter, maybe like a lemon candy kind of note. It's like, there's like lemon. It's like a lemon wedge, and it's got powder, not powdered sugar, but granulated sugar on it. There's also orange ones as well, but it kind of reminds me of the lemon one a bit. It has a bit of a tartness, very, very sugary versus like the darker buttery notes of the 32. This one to me is brighter, little citrus. Yeah, very, very different on the nose. It's really interesting how this being the same kind of similar composition is so different. I would say it's fruitier. Like I said citrus earlier, but I'm even getting more like of a maybe a bit of cherry. There's like a cherry, um, but it's like cherry candy. It's like candied cherry. Is that a thing? But it's like a, or I guess the closest. I don't think I've ever had like a candied cherry other than like a. I mean, I guess a maraschino cherry would also be a candied cherry. Not quite that. It's not quite like the dark. Not. It's not. Here we go. It's more of a cheap maraschino cherry versus a Luxardo cherry. Luxardos are darker and richer. Maraschinos are more sugary, sweet, bright. That's what I'm getting on this on the nose. Yeah, really, really different. I can't wait to give it a try. Also, hi Perry. So thank God I finally made it. Hello everyone. I'm so sorry it's been so long. Hey, no worries, Perry. Perry competed on Map Madness last week, so make sure to catch that replay. I also still need to watch the replay. I know, and I'm such a bad competitor this year, right? Like normally I'm on top of it. I'm like, oh, I'm reviewing all the practice rounds and all that stuff. And this year I'm like, nah, I just got a lot of other stuff going on in my life. Versus like as much as like I'm really excited for it and I really hope I do well. I'm just hyper focused on other things right now. So, but y'all go make sure to watch that replay. Cherry cordial, probably. Yeah, I think it's in that realm. Again, it's not dark or rich on the nose. It's a lot more sweet and candy like. But that's the nose. Let's go ahead and give it a taste. Cheers. Hmm. How interesting. On the palate, it's so different than the nose. The palate of batch 33 goes darker. It leans into the oak. It has a longer finish than batch 32. I'm still getting a bit of that cherry. I think the cherry is still there. Getting less of the citrus on it, like less of the lemon. Maybe a little bit less of the oily mouthfeel that I really liked about batch 32. But wow, it goes dark and rich on the palate. Like it's very oak forward, even though it is technically younger. They're all similarly aged. I'm getting a lot more of that older whiskey on this one, and I'm wondering. It almost tastes more like an older Kentucky whiskey. Maybe some, not to name distilleries, but I'm leaning. It's kind of reminding me of some Knob Creek, some Jim Beam type distillate. It's giving me a little bit of nuttiness, not quite nutty, but the way that they express that older oak is shining through. And I think that sometimes comes from Knob Creek. Sometimes it comes from Barton. I'm not sure where it's from, but that's more my jam. That's my flavor profile. Batch 33, killing it. Batch 32 feels like a crowd pleaser. Batch 33 feels like if you love that oaky kind of like long finish kind of thing going on, like myself, you might lean towards batch 33. We'll do a comparison at the end. We'll figure out what's going on, but uh, I'm I'm really excited about that one. That's my first time trying that. So super cool. Speaking of super cool, make sure to check out Dungeons and Drams. I gave a shout out earlier. Thanks to Emily, who was a fan of both channels. Oh, you just got the Batch 34. Nice. I'm gonna open it tomorrow night. Well, hey, if you still have it on Monday night, I'll be drinking it with you. I can definitely save some for then. Like I said, make sure to check out Dungeons and Drams. We go live every Monday night. We also have a podcast. We do some really fun stuff. So make sure to check out Dungeons and Drams. Really, I'm not gonna go through the whole spiel again because Bill, trust me, I did it earlier. But yeah, awesome. Bill does an awesome job with that channel. So I'll hail. Don't hail Salazar. Hail Bill. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next whiskey, which is the Batch 34. This is the latest release. Just came in this week or last week, technically. Let me show y'all. 6-year minimum, 114.62 proof. By the way, just hit 500 subscribers. Congratulations, that's awesome. Can't wait till we get to 1,000 to monetize. Hey, we're on the way. We're on the way. So, y'all, if y'all haven't subscribed to Dungeons and Drams, please go now. Well, don't go now. Go in like 30 minutes and go subscribe. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, let's pour some Batch 34. James is drinking some Doc Swenson's Blender's Cut. Oh yeah, I've had that on a stream with their master blender, Jesse Parker. He's awesome. Love to have him back on the channel again. He's so, I can tell, like, there's some people that you have on the channel that you can just tell how passionate they are. He is one of the most, like, he gets so excited about the things he's working on. Not that I've never seen that before, but just I see it in his eyes. I see the passion there. So I need to reach back out to him and find out what he's working on. He's always up to some really cool stuff. So yeah, Doc Swenson's, they do really great stuff there. Women Whiskey said drop a link to Dungeons and Drams. I can do that. I know Donnie's normally our drink dropper. our link dropper, but let's see if I can do it. It's Dungeons and Drums. No, there's Drums and Drams and there's Dungeons and Drams. Let's see. Here we go. I got you. Yeah, y'all make sure to subscribe. Like I said, we go live every Monday night. Some of your favorite whiskey tubers. It's nerdy, it's geeky, but hey, it's a hell of a lot of fun. So, I love that channel. I love doing that every Monday night. All right, batch 34 of barrel bourbon. Latest batch came out this year. I guess I would say February because it literally just arrived on my doorstep. Thanks, James, for also dropping the link. Also different. Let's go back through and nose them all. 32. Sweet, desserty, buttery, caramelly. Oh, good. 33, bright, citrusy, sweet like a sugar sweetness. 34. Where 33 was a lemony citrus, this is a orange citrus. It's like a tangerine kind of juicy, fruity, less of like the cherry fruit, more of the citrus. I mean, man, this is like a cocktail. I mean, it reminds me of an old fashioned right away. It's sweet, it's citrusy. Wow. This might also be my jam. I love a good orange zest kind of note on a whiskey. This was definitely giving it more than the other ones. It's still sweet. It's still kind of in the sugary category versus like the dark caramelly. This was the most vanilla for it, I would say. The first one was caramel. The second one was sugar, and this next one is vanilla. If that gives you any indication. Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Hey, it's free. It does support the show and helps people find it later on that are watching the replay. So seriously, it just takes a few moments of your time. It does mean a lot. And make sure to subscribe while you're also hitting that. It's right below it. So also want to remind you, we're halfway through. We are doing a giveaway tonight. All the details of that giveaway are on our Discord server. So Click the description down below. There's a link to our Discord server. Check the Bourbon Bytes channel. You'll see what that giveaway is. Again, I don't want to announce it on the channel. I've kind of moved away from announcing it on the channel. But if you're a member of the Discord, you get to find out exactly what the giveaway is. So, and how to win too. If you're curious about how to win, all that's on the Discord. Just saving my ass here. Ooh, that was like a hiccup and a laugh. Those aren't fun. All right, batch 34. Let's give it a taste. Cheers. That is even more like an old-fashioned on the palate than on the nose. I'm getting bitters, like actual cocktail bitters that you add to a cocktail. There's a bit of that. There's still that orange zest. It lingers. A hint of sweetness, not quite as sweet as it smelled in the nose. But man, if you are a fan of old fashions, this might be the best batch for you. These feel like they're made for all different people, right? The first one was made for the sweet tooths, the desserts, the caramel forward people. Second one was made for the wood lovers like myself. The third one was made for the cocktail lovers, the old fashioned lovers. I'm getting a bit of tartness, a bit of bitterness, all that great stuff in this glass. I am surprised by how different these are. Oh, I also didn't tell you all about this bottle. Wow. Look at me failing on the basic necessities. This one's very different than the others. Let me read it off. Well, first of all, let's say what's similar. It is a blend of straight bourbon whiskeys. It is distilled in Asian Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana, as they all are. However, it is a selection of 6, 8, 10, and 15-year-old barrels. So there is some older whiskey mixed in here, and I think that's kind of giving it a bit of the bitter flavor I'm getting. Maybe that's coming from those older barrels. I will say that the 33 had a lot more oak, which is surprising because you would think it'd kind of be the other way around. The 34 does not quite as long as a finish and not quite as great of a body as these other two, but it feels like a really great balance of the two different whiskeys. Not that it's a blend, but the things I love about each of them are shown in this batch 34. I do quite enjoy this. This is also the lowest proof so far. It's 114.62. Steven says I get a lot of orange creamsicle-like notes on the barrel batches. Well, Steven, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? I say orange and vanilla. I mean, that's orange creamsicle right there. Yeah, batch 34 is no exception to that. I think it does carry those flavors all the way through. This over ice would be a great substitute for an old fashioned. If you're like I want an old fashioned, but make it neat, or I want an old fashioned, but make it strong. Maybe this would be the whiskey to go with. Perry says, is there a hangout tonight? Well, of course there is, Perry. We do hangouts every Thursday evening on my Discord server. This is for everyone that is a Bourbon Megabyte and up, the $10 level over on Discord or on Patreon. Yeah, we do Thursday night after parties after every Thursday night live stream. So much fun. We hang out, we drink, we talk whiskey, we talk lots of other stuff too. If y'all want to get in on the after party, it's honestly my favorite part of this channel and Patreon and all that. Like I said, there's a free trial, the patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. You can sign up for a free 30-day trial of that tier. Get in on our hangout tonight. Hey, sign up, join our Discord. I'll make sure you're included tonight. I would love to have you over there. But yes, there's a hangout there every Thursday after the live streams. Thank you, James. Appreciate the support. Prescription Bourbon says, great flight. Cheers. Well, cheers to you, man. Good to see you. Again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. By the way, like I said, the Wheel of Whiskey is being spun tonight. Let me make sure I pull up that spreadsheet to make sure that everyone's vote is in. Oh, they are. They're in. All right. To you, man, it's been a minute since I've seen you. So glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we need to catch up. We haven't talked in so long, but so glad to see you. Hope you are having a wonderful Thursday evening. Tony says, I'm an old fart and can't figure out Discord at all. I joined, but don't see anything about the giveaway. Well, Tony, it is in the, so you should see a list of channels on the left side. Let me do a little something here. Let me see what I can do. A little tutorial, right? Who doesn't love a good tutorial? I know I was confused when I joined Discord as well. So I do not blame you there. Let's see. How to do this without exposing myself? I don't even have like naughty. Some people have naughty Discords. I'm not part of any of those. Let's go here. All right, let's see. All right, so this is my Discord server. It's the Bourbon Bytes Discord server. We have all of these great conversations happening all the time. I see you, Tony. I see you joined. So if you look over here on the left side, there are these different what we call channels. So there's a different room for everything. We have an arcade room where we talk video games. We have a kitchen room where we share our latest recipes and things we've been enjoying eating. We have a music room where people share different music they're listening to throughout the day. We have hobbies. If you have hobbies outside of whiskey, which why would you? Because whiskey is such a great hobby. We talk about hobbies, we talk about travel. We share photos of our pets because that's the most important thing of them all. Our drinking buddy. Fun community. If you're not on Discord, hey, this is a great one to start with. It's pretty chill. But if you want to know what is in the giveaway, there's this room right here called Bourbon Bytes. So I'll go to announcements. But this room right here called Bourbon Bytes, it'll tell you, one, it'll tell you every time I go live, and two, it'll tell you what the giveaway is. So if you go in there and you look at, like, not that I'm going to read anything out or anything, but like if you look at this post from today, right? You see a little bit of info there, maybe some info that might tell you a little bit about what, potentially a giveaway might be. I don't know. Don't ask me or anything, but like you will see this every week. I'm not going to announce this every week, but like, thank you, Brandon, for tagging Tony there. But yeah, so like I'm going to post here every week when there's a giveaway. So make sure to check the Discord, just to keep things nice and peachy keen, as they say over here on YouTube. But hey, the link to that, like I said, is in the description below to join our Discord server. Everyone's welcome. Patrons get special access to rooms like our VIP lounge, our after party hangout, and lots of other fun things like that. So, and our Dickle Picks room, which is our most popular room to date. I won't show that because it is age gated. You have to be 18 or older to view our Picks room. You got to find it out for yourself. So that's a little preview of our Discord server. So excited to hopefully have more of you there. Oh, what's up, Black Bourbon family? Hey, I think it's the first time I've seen you on my stream. So good to have you. Another incredible Whiskey Tube family member here. Matt Madness Matt Madness, right? You were was it the qualifying round? I have not watched. I'm really behind on Matt Madness, but I believe you're competing. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But another really, really great channel that's so supportive of the other channels. Y'all go check them out. They're awesome. Tony says, I'm 54 and I'm older than most, but I was offered a job by Citibank in 1982 to test their worldwide network security. Don't ask. Discord isn't difficult. Yeah, it's a little overwhelming. Some of the servers are pretty crazy, but mine's pretty chill and it's pretty small. So hopefully it's approachable for folks. That's my goal. Yeah, so hopefully that helps y'all out. All right, let's go back to this barrel. 34 is so. Oh, you didn't make it. I'm sorry. I was okay. Did you enter the qualifying round? Is that what I'm thinking of? Y'all, there were like 16 channels every night. I lose track. I feel like I thought maybe you're in the chat. God, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I don't think I'll make it past round one. I really do feel like I'm gonna like just not do well this year. I said this earlier, but I'm very, very nervous about this first round. Yeah, so batch 34, I dig it. It's orange, it's zesty. Great buy. I think every single one of these impresses me in a different way. I think I said this before, but yeah, they're for different audiences. The 32 is a bit more caramelly, a little buttery. 33 is that sweet, citrusy or like lemony, sugary. And then 34 is a orange old fashioned with a little bit of bitters in it. Really, really great stuff come out of Barrel Craft Spirits. Make sure y'all check them out. They're on Instagram. They actually reposted the stream on their story, so I appreciate that. Yeah, really awesome stuff. But next, let's move on to what I've been really excited to revisit on the channel. I haven't revisited it since I did it on a live stream, which was my top 10 whiskeys of 2022. This one made the list. This one was surprising, to say the least. I received this whiskey about 2 or 3 weeks before my top 10 list was made. I tried it. I was like, there's no way. There's no way this whiskey is that good that it will make my top 10 of the year. I sent a blind sample to our friend Tony Bagadona, or not. Sorry, Tony. I was reading your message. I sent a good chat to Cliffy's starting to come out very, very early tonight. No, Bourbon Gigabyte. Oh my gosh, what is the ranking? Terabyte. He's my top tier patron. He gets access to my monthly tasting subscription box that I also have to be discreet about. Subscription box means you get to try 5 different things that I've tried and have been enjoying lately. So, anyways, I sent him, I did something special. I sent him 10 different whiskeys last year. I was like, let's rank these, let's taste through them. He put this one in his top 3 as well. So I'm very confident in selecting Barrel New Year 2023 as my number 1 whiskey of last year. This one just blew me away. What is the proof there? 113.54. Gosh, this one is just an incredible pour. Hi, Cliffy. Oh, Cliffy will be here tomorrow night on Mad Madness for sure. He is also going to make an appearance tonight on the after party. Barrel New Year. Now, this is also a blend. This one's a really fun one, right? This one's a blend of a lot of different whiskeys. This was distilled in Indiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Wyoming, New York, Texas, and Maryland. So, really fun collab. They do this every year. It's a limited edition release, but this year just takes the cake. This was really, really incredible. Yeah, it kind of, of these 3 that we tried tonight, this one reminds me the most of Batch 32, which was the April of last year release. It's more sweet, more desserty. It does have quite a bit more complexity than all these. It's a limited release edition, but just such a masterfully blended bourbon. I really do enjoy this whiskey. So freaking good. That is so deserving. Deserving is the best way to put it. So deserving of my freaking best whiskey of the year. I have no regrets there whatsoever. I think it is incredible. It's sweet. If you don't like sweet bourbons, avoid this one. But it's sweet, it's complex, it's got some nuances that I feel like a seasoned bourbon lover will appreciate, but just so much that I think even the newbies would get a lot out of this whiskey. Wow. I still feel the same way about it that I felt when I first tried it. Yeah. Do you have a favorite barrel bourbon product? Do you have is it Seagrass? Is it Armida? Is it Vantage? Let me know. I'm really curious to hear if you guys have had, or maybe you've had a private select that's been really great. I'd love to hear about it. Yeah, thank y'all for dropping the links to all the other channels. Like seriously, I support everyone. I subscribe to them all. Can't quite watch them all, but I subscribe to them all. Yeah, man. Barrel just kills it. They really do. For the longest time, I've said this before. For the longest time, I didn't buy any barrel products because I thought they were very expensive for what they were, which they are pretty expensive. Not gonna lie, they're up there in price. But I've come to learn how if you do your research and do your research. That sounds. I hate saying that. I cringe a little bit. But if you do some digging on each of the releases, you can find out some good information. I was always confused. I was like, batch 27, batch 32. What the heck's going on? But they actually pretty clearly lay it out on their website. What's going to go into it as much as they can. Same with the private selects. I'm like, I don't know what this means. What is this recipe? But again, just search it up. You find some really great info there. But James said my favorite barrel strength is the regular Blue Label Stellum. Oh, Stellum. Oh my gosh, I've done some really fun Stellum streams. Y'all got to make sure to catch the replays if you haven't seen those. With Will Schragus, who is their master blender there. Or no, sorry, he's not the master blender. He's the national. Shoot, it's been so long since I've had him on that I forget his title there. He's national sales rep, or he has a better name title than that now. But yeah, Will Schragus is awesome. They do have a different master blender, so that's their master blender is Joe Beatrice. I have not had Joe on my channel, but Joe Beatrice is the master blender there at Barrel. Joseph says I've had Madeira, love the Devtail, and loved batch 24. Yeah, you know what? I skipped a bunch of batches. I think I had like 23 and 24, and then I skipped all the way to 32. So I don't recall those ones in between, but like if these are any indication, they've all been pretty freaking good. So yeah, really, really nice stuff coming out of Barrel, and I'm really excited to maybe try some more in the future. I know they're working. I've seen some TTB labels that have started to kind of come out here and there, so I'm really excited to see what comes next. Speaking of coming next, in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to do my Wheel of Whiskey giveaway. Last chance, last call for any entries. You get a prize pack that is announced on Discord. If you are curious about how to get in on that, yeah, give it a little bit more time. But yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed. I think my favorite out of the three different batches. My favorite is the 33. It combines that older oak note that I absolutely freaking love. It adds a bit of sweetness, a bit of like a cherry, not like medicinal cherry, but a bit of a cherry, yeah, like a maraschino cherry, or even not quite Luxardo, but definitely the sweeter cherry note. Yeah, that's really great. But they're all actually really good whiskeys. I'd be happy to drink any of these. Stellum is Barrel's regular release. Yeah. So Stellum is by Barrel Craft Spirits. It is their I don't want to say like cheaper product, but it's their more affordable line. They do have some more high-end barrels. The Barrel Black, or sorry, Stellum Black. They had a Fibonacci and a Equinox blend that I've reviewed as well. And those just completely blow my mind. But even the Stellum, the regular, the blue is the bourbon and the green is the rye. Really, really great blends. I mean, same folks that make our Barrel Craft Spirits. They just have a bit more of affordable lineup that is, a little bit more MGP heavy, but no problem there, right? I love Indiana bourbon and rye. Women of Whiskey says we have a few barrels, but haven't even. Oh, I can't even remember the last time I poured one. Need to do that. Yeah, they really. You know what? Again, I avoided them for the longest time, just I'm like I didn't quite get them. But once you get them, you'll really, really enjoy them. They're definitely different than like some people do prefer a single barrel, like a little more like, oh, I'm experiencing this as a unique expression. I get that, but I think blending, especially when it comes to now that I've expanded my palate to include Scotch, there's some really incredible blended Scotches out there. Compass Box comes to mind first, but I think the art of blending is just as important. Let me backtrack a little bit. I don't fully agree. I think the art of distilling and making a really great whiskey to begin with is incredible. I think the art of blending is not quite as important because I think even if you're blending with crappy whiskeys, there's not much you can do. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole reason I backtracked a little bit. But the art of blending is very, very close to that. I think you can take some good whiskey and some bad whiskey and make something really, really good. So that's how I justified that. Like blenders are incredible. They are some of the most skilled people in the industry. But if you have a lot of bad base spirits, then not much you can do there. But fortunately, Barrel has access to some really, really great spirits. So I think I'm always so impressed with what they're doing. But with that said, are y'all ready for some Wheel of Whiskey? It's been a minute since we've done this, right? Let's go ahead and let's go and get those names entered into the Wheel of Whiskey. my one of my favorite. I don't want to say my favorite point of the night, but one of my favorite parts of the night. We got the wheel of whiskey, and this is gonna be a close one because it's very it's a very small list, but it's all good. It's all good. Let's pull up the wheel of whiskey, shall we? Let's see who our entrants are tonight. Get that. It's always a struggle to click the right tab, click the right tab. Here we go. All right. It's time for the wheel of whiskey. We have some really fun people who are here in the chat tonight that are entered to win the sample set. Oh, shoot. I'm not supposed to say that. Entered to win the prize pack from my Discord server. So someone's going to win some tonight. Someone is not. But hey, I'm glad that y'all are here and I'm glad that y'all have tuned into this really fun barrel live stream. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel of Tony Bag of Donuts. Congratulations. You have won the prize tonight. Thank you so much to everyone that entered. It really does mean a lot. Even if you didn't win, just know that you have supported the channel in a way that means so much to me. Make sure to tune in next week. Haven't quite figured out what I'm doing yet. I'm deciding because wait, did I? Oh, because I messed up. Haven't quite decided what I'm doing next week yet because I'm sure Matt Madness will influence. Hopefully, some new folks come over to the channel, so I want to make sure it's something special. So I'm still thinking on what my stream is next week, but make sure to tune in. It's going to be a really good one. I'm going to go all out next week. Before I let y'all go, make sure to tell you something about non-whiskey related. My day job is I work for Prime Video, Amazon Studios, for their marketing team. We had a show that I have been so deeply involved in. It launches tomorrow. It's actually live right now on Prime Video. It's called Daisy Jones and the Six. I'm wearing the tour shirt because we got it at the live premiere. We got the whole freaking tour dates there. Yeah, it's a show about a 70s rock band that's not actually a real 70s rock band, but it's made up for the show. Really fun. It's based on a novel by Taylor Jenkins Reid. I listened to the audiobook before the show came out, and I really did enjoy the characters there. It's live on Prime Video right now. The first 3 episodes had so much fun. I was actually going to show a clip from the trailer, or a clip that I made from the marketing team, but I really don't want to get sued by Amazon. So if y'all are curious about it, check out, just search YouTube for Daisy Jones and the Six trailer. You'll find it there, but it's live now on Prime Video. Really fun show to work on. The premiere was great. The cast is great. And yeah, it really does. It would mean a lot to me if y'all watched it, because if y'all watch it, people will realize, oh, your marketing worked. So it's really, I come in and yeah. Cliffy Bus will be making an appearance tomorrow night on Matt Madness. Also tune into Matt Madness, same time as this live stream, but yeah. So thank y'all so much for watching. I'll see y'all next week for a really fun live stream. Watch Daisy Jones and the Six on Prime Video now. Until next time, cheers, and I'll see y'all next week. Have a good one. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes. Welcome to another Thursday night live stream where we get to taste some really awesome whiskey. And I've been looking forward to tonight's stream for a really long time because it's my first time that I've actually had a chance to give away something this big. So if you are new here, hi.
I've been branching out over the past couple years to explore other world whiskeys, and that's exactly what we're doing here today. So, a brand called Beverage reached out to me, and they put together these really awesome tasting experiences. And it's not just a tasting kit; it's like a whole like digital thing you can follow along and do your tasting journey with them. It looks so much fun. It's definitely the most premium version of like a tasting guided tasting I've ever seen done. So they reached out and asked if I wanted to do it on the channel here for you guys, and they sent me one of these tasting sets, but not just one. They sent me two. So that means we're doing a giveaway of one of these tasting sets. So someone watching tonight is going to win their very own Beverage World Whiskeys tasting set. This contains 5 samples of whiskeys from all over the world. This retails for $100, and you'll see why. It's a really nice kit once you actually get into it. And there's some really unique whiskeys that I wouldn't expect from something like this. So I'm really excited to get into this tonight and taste through them for the first time. Some of these whiskeys I've had before, some of them I haven't. But most of all, I'm really excited to share this with you guys and give someone a chance to win one tonight. Of course, if you are not a lucky winner, if you're Don Nishida, win. But if you do happen to not get lucky, I do have a promo code down in the description below where you can get 10% off your order. So I think these are really cool ideas for Christmas gifts. If you have a friend that's curious about whiskey or a family member, I think I would love to get something like this when I was starting my journey. So I'm really excited to taste through it tonight and give my thoughts on each of these whiskeys and just have fun and try something new. But first of all, I want to say hello to a few folks out there today. I see Brandon's here early. Happy Thursday to you too, Brandon. Hope you're doing well. Sure, you're kidding me out. I know he has to leave in a little bit, but good to see you. Emily's here. So Emily was actually, well, she wasn't on the stream, but she was with us for the stream. Last night, I was live with Women of Whiskeys. We did a Remus blind flight, which if you remember, Kathy Joe won that blind flight here on the channel, on the Wheel of Whiskey, actually. So I sent them some much fun. Definitely check the replay of that. I love tasting through those again with those ladies, and it was so great that Emily was able to join us in the chat because I sent her those samples last year. Donnie, thank you so much telling everyone to hit the thumbs up. Yes, I noticed that the thumbs up is a cool animation. Has it always done that where it like shows like rainbow colors? I love it. So hit the thumbs up if you want to see a cool rainbow thing. It's probably been doing it for years. I don't know. I do hit the thumbs up button, but usually on my phone, and I don't usually see it. So I saw it on the computer today. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. Whiskey Burgers in the house. Cheers to you, Adam. Howdy, howdy. Good to see you, Adam. Hope to see some of y'all on the after party hangout for Patreon later tonight. Thank you. Speaking of Patreon, look, Donnie says how to become a patron. There's the info there. You can join for as little as $2 a month to support the channel. But of course, the $5 or the $10 tier gets you our after party hangout, which is where we hang out after every live stream, chat into the wee hours of the morning. If you're not me, because I go to bed early, but I'm there for at least an hour or 2 hours. You know, sometimes 3. We'll see. Swan says I pulled up the rocking chair to the desk so I can get real comfy and watch the stream. Well, don't fall asleep. I expect to see you tonight. That sounded weird. You know what I mean. Sugar Kitty dropping all of the Byte Club emojis. Yes, you can also support the channel by becoming a Byte Club member here on YouTube. Only $2. You get access to some fun emojis and exclusive posts. Sometimes I cross-post things over from Patreon and YouTube. I know people want to support wherever they can, so I want to give you guys an option to support wherever you can. It does mean a lot to me. But, of course, the super chats that are coming in are going to enter you into the Wheel of Whiskey, which we're going to spin at the end of the night. And someone's going to win a tasting set. All right, so talking about world whiskey. Sorry, I just had to read that. Seeing Cliffy tonight, yeah. No, so talking about world whiskey. So, like I said, started as a bourbon guy, but thanks to my friends out here in Southern California, like they've literally shown me the world with whiskey. I've tried whiskeys from countries I've never heard of. I mean, mostly I've tried whiskey from Scotland and Ireland and the United States and Canada. But man, there's some really crazy, cool whiskey distilleries out there. So I thought that's what was fun about tonight's tasting set. I showed it to you, but let me tell you a little bit more about it. So like I said, this is the World Whiskeys tasting set. It comes with 5 different styles of whiskey across 3 countries, including single malt Scotch whiskey, single malt Irish whiskey, single malt American whiskey, bourbon whiskey, and rye whiskey. So it comes in this cool box, like I said. I'm going to show you. It's actually kind of cool. So there's this little tear strip on the box. By the way, I'm going to give y'all, whoever wins the giveaway is going to get an unopened box. But if you tear this off, set it over there. there's this really cool like fold out guide here that kind of shows you the different whiskeys. Tells you a little bit about them, the rules, the requirements to be a Irish whiskey, Scotch whiskey, American single malt. This would be really cool. Like I have like I don't know if y'all know, but you probably don't know, but a whiskey wheel, and it shows like different mash bills of different distilleries, different ages, and just like tons of like info that I wish I could see from my desk because it's so far up. But I feel like these would be like nice little side panels to it. I might have to think about that. I don't know. I'm kind of in the living room too, so I'm pretty sure my husband will kill me for that. But still, just an idea. I like the way it looks. I like the art style on it for sure. Thank you, Donnie, for dropping the link to the merch. Yeah, I need to get some new merch. I like to launch a couple new designs every holiday season. So I'm planning into this month, hopefully before Black Friday, because I know Threadless does a Black Friday sale. I'm gonna get a couple new designs up for you guys. I'm really excited to. I do have some ideas. I'm really excited to share them. Don Nishida, Don, you missed it. I said like if you don't win or you're Don Nishida, there's a promo code in the description. But trying your luck tonight. Well, right now you have a sure shot at winning, Don. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, and thank you for being the first entry on the wheel of whiskey, which will spin. So after you take that off again, you get the really nice gift set. It's kind of hard to see here, but it has the there we go. Yeah, it's kind of like the embossed logo. And then this actually isn't like I thought it was going to open up, like be separate, but okay. Let's pray nothing falls out here. Let's see. Let's see. So I don't know if y'all can see. So there are the 5 different tasting sets there. They're not blind because it's hard to see if y'all can see. Because they have the descriptions of each of them here. So these are the whiskeys we're going to be trying tonight. Like I said, American single malt, Scotch single malt, Irish single malt, and rye whiskey, and a bourbon, of course. So I'm really excited. Some of these I've had, some of them I haven't. But I'm really excited to get into it for you guys. So I actually have a little bit of video content. Like I said, they pair these tastings with the distilleries. You can also like get like an intro to each of the distilleries to learn how they make their whiskey, but you can also get an in-depth tasting, like I was saying. Even some of them did cocktails with the whiskey. So there's lots of different ways you can enjoy this content. So I'm just giving you a little sneak preview here. If you are interested, all the links are in the description below to buy a set if you're curious. Like I said, for yourself, for a friend, or for like a whiskey party. Get some friends together, have some samples, put on this stream or put on their videos. You can actually find on their website and their YouTube channel. You can find the videos, but I'll show you a little bit of that later. But let's go ahead and start this video here. I'm cutting it up like into like 5 different pieces because it's gonna guide us through this tasting. So the first one's like 60 seconds long and like 30 seconds. So don't worry, I'll be back. So let's go ahead and look into the first video of this Beverage World Whiskeys tasting. Check it out.
I'm Nate Ganna, the co-founder of Beverage. Join us as we take you on a global tour exploring 5 distinct variations within the world of whiskeys. In this experience, you'll learn about 5 prominent styles of whiskey, travel to where they're made, and see how they are crafted, bringing you intimately close to the artistry and tradition behind each bottle. While the styles and the stories differ, what each of these whiskeys has in common is the passion and dedication of the people who make them. We begin with a single malt Scotch, a robust and complex form of whiskey from a mines with the product it produces. Here, we've selected Scotland's first certified organic single malt, which is distilled entirely by hand. This will showcase a new whiskey made in a fashion closer to the way it was done more than a century ago.
This is the first whiskey we have here today. This is, let me see if I can pull up the actual full title of it. Because I saw it in the video. I'm like, oh wait, my little sample bottle doesn't really tell me much on the sample. Of course, the box does itself. But this one, here we go. There we go. Okay, so this is Ben Romick. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Ben Romick. Y'all know I'm bad with pronouncing Scotch distilleries. Ben Romick Organic Single Malt Scotch Whiskey. So this one comes in at 43% ABV, and it's matured exclusively in virgin American oak casks. So I've not had any whiskey from Ben Romick as far as I'm aware. I don't recognize the logo. I was looking at the bottle. I was like, that doesn't look familiar to me at all. Are y'all familiar with that distillery? Ooh, Interesting. So I'm looking here, and it does say lightly peated malt. I think I wasn't expecting that little bit of peat there. There's definitely some smokiness on the nose for this one. Oh, Swanzer said he just bought some Benromic tin. Nice. Um, yeah. So I actually, like I said, I don't recognize it myself, but it's good to hear. That's kind of funny. Brandon said, "Sorry, I missed it. How big are the samples?" I actually had to double check myself because they look bigger. They're 50 milliliters, so standard sample size. But yeah, in the box they definitely look a little more like, wow, they look so substantial. But yeah, so perfect for like 1 or 2 people to share. I think. I mean, I've already poured a glass of it, and there's a tasting size glass. Y'all know we don't want Cliffy coming out tonight. We got to keep it tame here. So I did a little small pour here. But yeah, I am excited to look into this one because again, organic single malt Scotch whiskey, and I think that's interesting because it's like it's like it says it's the first organic single malt. Is that like are they the first to seek that status, or are they actually? Because I know there's so many like grain to glass kind of situations all across the whiskey together. But you know what? Actually, that makes sense. I'm rereading. They are the first distillery to have certified organic Scotch whiskey. I thought they were saying that they were the only. I'm like, that's a little. I don't know if I believe that, but first I can believe that. Very cool. Yeah, I'm excited to check this one out because the nose, like I said, it's malty, but there's like a hint of smoke back there. It's honestly reminiscent of like some of the like blended, like I have a Johnny Walker Double Black blended Scotch. Kind of give me a similar nose to that. I'm almost wondering if some of this whiskey in that blend. But it does have a bit of like a with that smoke. It's you can definitely tell that like the barley's there. I mean, it's like you're not getting the necessarily the bourbon cask. I always struggle with bourbon cask whiskey, right? Because to me, that is such a flavor that I expect more of. When you hear bourbon cask, you're like, oh, like the vanillas and the caramels and all that. But like to me, bourbon cask is just a very neutral cask. Speaking of neutral color, it looks pretty light, but I mean, imagine it's 10 years old, which is pretty young for Scotch. But yeah, let's go in. Oh, actually, before we dive in and take a sip, Women of Whiskeys is here. I was actually shouting out our stream last night, earlier on the stream. So yeah, we had tons of fun with the Remus flight. Y'all definitely check out that replay. So much fun to revisit those, and you may be surprised at Michelle and Kathy Joe's #1 winner because I think they wanted something else to win, but we'll see. Go check out the replay. Whiskey Pierce says that's a new label. Oh, interesting, is it? I didn't realize. Yeah, I was like, I don't recognize it at all. Do they tell you to drink these samples in a certain order? Seems like you would want the Scotch last. It is presented in an order. I don't know necessarily what it's meant to be like a journey. So it's like you start with one, you go across the country. It does say lightly peated. I'm set on the nose is very much like a smoky versus a peaty. But I'll dive in and find out. You know, maybe we'll give them some advice on maybe switching up the order. That's a good point though. Swan's gonna pour along with us. Awesome, man. Appreciate that. 4-Leaf Whiskey's here. Cheers, everyone. Happy Redbreast Day. No one told me it was Redbreast Day. I'm a little sad that I missed out on that. But actually, we'll be drinking a single malt Irish whiskey tonight as well. Not Redbreast, but it's actually from a distillery that I've also never heard of. So love exploring new whiskeys. I know Stacy over at 4-Leaf Whiskey is all about that. She came on my channel and introduced some really fun ones earlier this year. So that was so much fun. Speaking of fun, Kathy Joe says it was so much fun. Thanks for joining us. Well, thank you for having me. Y'all are welcome here anytime. But for now, let's drink some Benromic organic single malt whiskey. Cheers. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. I was a little worried because it does say slightly peated malt. On the palate, it's not that. On the palate, it's sweet, actually. It's a lot sweeter than I thought it was going to be. Leaning towards a like cereal kind of like a sugary cereal, like a kid's cereal. Has a little bit of like a honeysuckle note, not just honey, but like honeysuckle flowers, like a little bit of floral honey is there on the front end. Mid palate is very, very malty. It's also like dry on the back end. So even though it's only a 10-year-old, I think this one is really, I don't want to say refined isn't the word, defined is the word. I think you can definitely tell the different elements that make this a whiskey, which I guess is what they're going for with it being an organic single malt whiskey. I think they're going to want to highlight those grains because that's what makes it special, and definitely very grain forward. I think, you know what, even though this is #1 and it is a Scotch, I think it's a great place to start. It's just perfectly lightly sweet, Not much, to overwhelm your palate, but it's a nice intro into the world of Scotch. Again, for a lot of people, this kit might be their first time trying these different whiskeys from around the world. I think this is approachable. You're not going to give them like a freaking Ardbeg or to blow their mind with the first Scotch they've ever tried. I think this is very approachable. I think it's a very, I don't know the price of this one. I would assume it's a pretty like, not budget, budget's not the right word, but like a mid-range, affordable bottle for everyone. Swan, you just picked up a bottle. Let us know how much it was, because I'm actually curious. I haven't heard about this one. Huh. That's really interesting. I think it's as approachable as a Scotch can be. I'll say that. That's why it kind of reminded me of some of the ones that I've had in a blend. Yeah, I think you can tell that it's pretty young with the 10-year age, but what an interesting way to start. I told you, these aren't just normal samples. They're not like your typical, oh, for Scotch, you get Johnny Walker. For bourbon, you get Jim Beam. Oh, wait for that Tennessee, you're going to get some Jack Daniels. So I think it's kind of fun that they do explore beyond the typical, what you would expect from it. Kathy Joe is in for the giveaway. Well, Kathy Joe, you got lucky a few weeks back, actually probably a few months back now. You might get lucky again. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, and thank you for entering the giveaway. We'll spin that wheel of whiskey at about 7:55. So as we get closer to the end of the stream, I'll make sure all the entries are counted for that. But Kathy Joe, you are in, as well as Don Nishida. So y'all got to battle it out. So that was a fun way to start, but I think I'm ready to move into my next whiskey. So now we're going to take the journey over to Ireland for this next one. It's a single malt Irish whiskey. Never heard of it before, but let's learn a little bit about it.
We will then take a short hop to explore a single malt Irish whiskey, bringing us to the historical birthplace of malt whiskeys. The specific Irish whiskey you'll discover here is a unique gem, the first commercially bottled single cask Irish single malt. This recalls the historic legacy of whiskeys in the Old World, where casks were sold and traded to local merchants to offer their patrons, rather than blended and bottled before shipping as they are today.
All right, I almost didn't get that open before the stream. I still didn't actually. They have metal caps on them, so it's almost there. But I almost cut my finger, so I kind of freaked out for a second. But the fun of aluminum. But I almost got it. Give me a second. I just really don't want to cut myself. It's like I kind of screwed this one up because I tilted it. Oh, there you go. Got it. Okay, good. Starting to get a little nervous there. All right, so this one I haven't heard of. How would you pronounce this? Limavady? Now, again, there's full-length videos of each of these telling you about the whiskey itself. I'm just showing one. Limavady, yeah, that's it. So I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but definitely sliced my hand there. It's not bleeding yet. Yeah, would say I don't recommend the aluminum. They look pretty. They look really cool, but when you're trying to open them quickly between videos, they definitely can get you. Limavady is solid. Retail here is around 50, but my local store has it on sale for 26. Oh, interesting. So it says they're all around that 50, 60 retail range, which is always fun. Swan says he found a 50 milliliter that was only $4. Oh, cool. But the 750 is usually around 65. That was for the last one. Zopher is here and entering the giveaway. Zopher, I'm looking forward to seeing you next weekend. I'm heading out to San Diego for Thanksgiving just to spend some time down there. Hope to catch up with him and share quite a few pours. And maybe share the sample set if he wins it tonight. Lima Vadi? Or is that Va? Like Va? Lima Vadi, like Baba Black Sheep. Lima Vadi. That sounds very glamorous, and I probably mispronounced. What did I say the first time? Lima Vadi. I'm from South Carolina, y'all. Lima Vadi. That sounds very luxurious. All right, let's learn a little bit about that one. So, like we said, we got the info there on the video. This is a single malt, single barrel. That's the info we have here. Like I said, there's way more details on the full-length videos. But yeah, never had anything from them before. Ooh, that's a fun nose. It's like lemon. It's like a bright. I'm trying to see if I can zoom in on this bottle a little bit. It's 100% Irish barley, small batch, triple distilled, finished in ex-bourbon barrels and PX sherry cask. I was like, that's really, really bright on the back end, surprisingly for an Irish whiskey. Wow, smells like a dessert. It's like sugary sweet, like confectionery sugar. I mean, I'm getting fruitiness. I wasn't leaning sherry. I was almost thinking rum finish because it has that like sweet sugar note. Ooh, that's interesting. By the way, this one comes in at 46% ABV. So let's go ahead and Stacy said the single barrel is ginormous. It's not the same as the single cask, but it's good. Bottled and distributed by Whistle Pig. Oh, this is the single malt single barrel. Yeah, so this must be well, I mean, Whistle Pig's also in this tasting set, so it makes sense maybe they collaborated. There's some partnership with Whistle Pig. Interesting. I didn't realize that. So I imagine this is, I mean, is this sold here in the States? I would think so, but interesting. It's not the same as a single cask, but it's good. Not the same as a single cask. Now I'm curious what you mean. Not the same as a single cask. It's like a single barrel, but not a single cask. Or you're saying they also have a single. Tell me, Stacy. Stacy's the freaking Irish whiskey expert. Fill me in. On the nose, though, I really like this. It's bright, also floral, not like the honey floral, but like I'm thinking lavender, sweet lavender. Oh man, I gotta go in for a sip. Cheers. How interesting! Wow, I'm just curious if they give me like info about that specific. Not enough room here. Yeah, X bourbon and X PX. I thought maybe this was a different release in the photo, and I was like, it does not taste like PX sherry, but man, is that sweet and fruity, and there's still the grain note. You could tell, I mean, still a malt, a barley, but that's really good. It's unlike any Irish whiskey I've ever had. It's not like your typical, Redbreast or Jameson, which I mean, when I say typical, I don't mean in a bad way. I just mean like what you expect typically from those. It's definitely different. It's a little more left field. It's more sweet, more candy, a little more malty, I would say. Yes, it's in the US. Good to know. So the single barrel advertising they use is confusing. It's a huge batch. They aren't small by any means, but it's a good one for the price. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know we use the word single barrel in American whiskey probably differently than other people use it. That's interesting though. It's like it's not actually a single barrel. It's just like a single batch. Very cool. Alexander says, do you plan to have another stream before the holiday next week? So this is the last one. So actually, I'm doing this stream today, obviously. But I will not be going live next week because, like I said, I'll be traveling down to San Diego. I know a lot of people will be doing stuff with their families and friends on Thursday night anyway, so didn't want to distract from that. I think I did a stream last Thursday, but it was still height of COVID, and I didn't end up doing anything for it. But yeah, so no stream next week, but then the following week, which I think is December 1st, I'm actually partnering with Beverage again. For a two-parter. So this is still the same one, but they actually sent me an American single malt kit that has 10 samples in it. They're all American single malts. I'm breaking that up into 2 streams because I can't drink 10 samples in one night. That would get really crazy. So what I'm gonna do for that one, it's a bigger tasting set. Like I said, that one's like $150 MSRP. Also have one of those to give away. So if you want to come back for a second chance to win, make sure to subscribe down below. Hit the bell button to be notified for all live streams coming up soon. But yeah, so I'm going to split that up. I'll take some entries on one stream, then take some more entries on the next one. And then we'll draw at the end of the second stream for the past 2 streams, if that makes sense. Again, it's a 2-parter. This one's only 5 samples, so it's a lot easier to do in one stream. But I'm really excited. I haven't explored too much into American single malt. So I'm excited to dive into that for that stream. But this one's fun because we get to go all over the place. But we do get to try an American single malt, which I think is coming up right after this Irish. But I still want to sit on this Irish a minute. I don't know. My first time having it, like I said, it's so different than any other Irish I've ever had. Sweet candy, like sweet tart. Again, perfect intro into such a broad and interesting category of whiskey, Irish whiskey. Maybe, now that I think about it, maybe that's their intent with this box because they're all so different than what you would expect as the typical example. It's so different from the typical bourbon. It's so different from the typical American single malt, and it's so different from the typical rye. So I feel like maybe they're trying to change your expectations a bit. So like if you're used to like Irish whiskey, you've probably had Jameson. I think we've all had Jameson. This one's something completely different than Jameson. So maybe it's kind of a cool way to expand your horizon and revisit a category that you may not have fell in love with before. That's another way to look at it. Limavady is named after the Wolfhound legend. I love that. I'm a bit biased. Okay, did not know that. I still don't know what that means, but you know, after a Wolfhound legend, I'm intrigued. Reminds me of Egan's Fortitude. That's not one we tried on the channel that you were on, I don't think. You sent me a bunch of really cool, like rare Irish whiskeys, so it's hard to remember their names. But y'all check out the replay of that stream. Also check out Four Leaf Whiskey's channel. She is the pro of Irish whiskey here on WhiskeyTube. She also does other whiskeys too, but she's the expert in Irish whiskey. And she's also such a cool person. So I'm gonna drink the rest of this sample, but let's go ahead and move on to the third one, which is the American Single Malt. This is a distillery I'm very familiar with. However, have never had their American Single Malt. Check it out.
Our third whiskey brings this historic legacy of malt distillation squarely into the 21st century. American Single Malt Whiskey. Here we have a whiskey that seeks to honor tradition and commend innovation. Using a blend of Scottish and American barleys, matured in a mix of refill and first fill casks, and aged in the intense Texas climate, with this dram you will uncover the intersection of past and present in the making of malt whiskeys.
All right, so this one, again, I've had some single malts from Balcones, but never the lineage line. So this one is a Texas-grown barleys and aged in a combination of, read the full sentence, Clifton, before you start saying it. This one is made from both Scottish and Texas-grown barley. I was like, I cannot make sense of this sentence. Made from both Scottish and Texas-grown barleys and aged in a combination of refill and new oak barrels. Lineage celebrates both old and new traditions. Have y'all had this one? I know Balcones is a whiskey that a lot of y'all have had, especially those of you that go to like the Bastards Ball and stuff down in Texas. I wanted to rinse my glass out because we're shifting gears here a lot going into American whiskey. Big Vic is here. What's up, Big Vic? Kathy Jo says this one sounds great. Yeah, I'm really interested. So Texas whiskey is so big and bold in flavors. I'm really curious to see how this single malt does because I've had the single malts that I've had from them. I think they're the only ones I've ever had were picks, right? I've had a couple of LA Whiskey Guild picks of Balcones. I also had a $7 grand, or not $7 grand. It was K&L Wine and Spirits single barrel, but I've not had the lineage. I'm not sure. I know those are usually finished. The single barrels usually have a finish, but this one I think might just be straight up, new and used bourbon cask. Big Vic says, I'm feeling lucky. Well, you are entered into the Wheel of Whiskey. We'll find out at the end of the stream whether you win a beverage sample set. Same one I'm tasting through here. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. I appreciate the entry, man. Hope you're doing well. Check out Big Vic's channel as well. Oh, whoa. Okay, weird on the nose. Definitely unexpected for Balcones, actually. I was expecting a little more traditional of a Balcones nose, which is like that Texas kind of funk I always say. This one's earthy. This one is very much like vegetal, like, I don't want to say moss. Moss isn't the right word, but it's like, whoa, that's so weird. Again, it's throwing me off, unlike any Balcones I've had. It's like a mix of earthy and clean laundry. If that makes it doesn't make sense. I know it's like contrast, right? But it has like a very like fragrant, like I don't want to say Febreze, but like a clean laundry smell mixed with a like forest. Like if you did laundry in the forest, if those notes mean anything to you. It's not minty. It's not grassy. Yeah, it's just like very much like maybe like potpourri. What is it called? Potpourri. Whatever you put out during Christmas, where you have like the pine cones and like the scents that are typically more cinnamon forward. I would say it's similar to that. Potpourri is what it's called, right? I'm thinking of poopery, which I also have. But yeah, it's think of that, but take away the cinnamon. It's like that similar nose, but without the cinnamon. That's really interesting. I can't say I've ever had anything like this before, but let's give it a taste. Cheers. Whoa. Does not. Never in a million years would I would guess that would be Balcones. Balcones is known for such like big, bold flavor because they typically use smaller barrels. Well, sometimes they either use a combination of smaller barrels or the barrels are just exposed to the intense Texas heat, so they withdraw some of that barrel bitterness, that like typical. I call it Texas funk. This doesn't have it though. That's why it throws me off. Unlike, thank you for the break. I need breakdowns for everywhere, y'all. I swear. Zover's always messing with me. They've messed with me before. They told me the wrong pronunciation sometimes. This one, I gotta say, I don't love this one. American single malt is such a category that I've typically not loved. I think it's so different than what I'm used to. I like to stick to, I don't want to say stick to the classics because that sounds like I'm, old and stuck in my ways. I love trying new things. But my problem with American single malts is they are just so, this I don't want to sound mean, but they taste like the base, I'm trying to be nice here. They taste like a base level scotch, no matter how nice the American single malt is typically. A lot of times I feel like, you could just get a scotch that's very similar in composition, just, the malted barley, the way they make it and age it. I think American single malt is a category that has yet to grasp my interest, which is why I'm so excited for the stream in 2 weeks on December 1st, which is where we're diving into a full deep dive of 10 different American single malts. Maybe I'll find one I love. Can't say this Balcones lineage is mine. I think this one's just like, it's drinkable. Nothing wrong with it. By the way, the proof on this one comes in at 47% ABV. I think that's probably one of the higher proofs here. It doesn't drink that high proof. I think it drinks smoother. I caught myself because I almost almost cringed. Tastes smoother than 47%. I think it's approachable. Would I say it's the best example of American single malt? I don't know yet. I'm excited to get into that other tasting set and find out. But if you've never had anything like that from them, it's a fun one to try. It's definitely very different than I expected. Town Branch. Oh, you're right. Swan did send me a sample of a Town Branch single malt. I tried it on a podcast, actually. So if y'all didn't know, I had a podcast. I did 50 episodes of it. You can check that out at bourbonbytes.podbean.com. Or you go to bourbonbytes.com and find all my links. But I actually did the Town Branch one that Swan's talking about, and man, that was really fantastic. Really, really good stuff. Embellish Podcast is here. What American single malts have you had so far? It's limited, dude. I'll do some research to find out which ones I've tried before the next stream where I'm doing all American single malts. I know I've had both Westward and Westland. Only one expression of each. I've had two Westlands. I've had, of course, the Balcones single malt single barrels, which are completely different than this one. I've had one, I think it's called 107 West. It's one based out here in California too. Man, what else? I think even High West did a single malt that I had a sample of at some point, but it's pretty limited, my experience with American single malts, but I'm excited to get more into it. Alexander said, "Did you meet me halfway and get Lagavulin 8 yet?" Have not yet. I'm trying to cut down on my spending, but I'm also trying to buy all the bottles I need to make my best whiskeys of the year, which is going to be a live stream I do at the end of the year. So have not picked that one up yet, but have picked up a couple of fun ones for that countdown. So Adam says, "I need to send you a sample of the new Jack Daniel's twice barreled." Oh, I have not got it. I am not on the Jack Daniel's PR list. I wish I was, because I do give them high praise. But that, Adam, I would love you forever. I am very, very intrigued by that. How is it? Well, if you want to spoil it, But I'm curious how it is. You can also tell me on the Hangout. The Westward Pinot cask was great for me. My experience is limited as well. Yeah. I think it's something that I really want to explore a bit more. It's not something I have a great opinion on yet, but I'm excited to see where, like I said, the next tasting takes me. But for now, for the rest of this stream, let's get back into familiar territory here. Y'all know my favorite whiskey, not my favorite whiskey, my favorite category of whiskey, and that's what's coming up next. Check out the upcoming bourbon.
Next, we will explore bourbon. a style so culturally significant that Congress legally declared it a distinctive product of the United States. As with most whiskeys, bourbon draws its ingredients from the grains available in the area. For bourbon, that means corn, abundant in the American South and Midwest, our first departure from malt whiskeys. Honoring the tradition of using local grains, the bourbon we've chosen to feature is produced ground to glass on a working farm, recalling the way pioneering distillers may have first made bourbon well before it was a worldwide whiskey sensation.
All right, so we are diving into a bourbon that I just recently started to find, first of all, and enjoy. Mostly thanks to our friend Brandon here. He's a big fan of Frey Ranch Distillery. He's let me try several single barrels that he's gotten. I think Aaron, who was also in the chat, also gave me a sample of that. But yeah, Frey Ranch. So they are based out of Nevada, believe it or not. Or do you all say Nevada or Nevada? I think I used to call it Nevada, but I think I say Nevada now. I'm not from there, so I have no opinion on the matter. But yeah, so this is their own 4-grain bourbon whiskey. They're all grown on site. It's corn, rye, wheat, and malted barley. It's all on the family farm in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It is then double distilled in pot and column stills before being matured for 5 years on site, where temperatures can range from freezing to well over 100 degrees. If y'all know Vegas weather, yeah. So I think I can definitely see the temperature variation there. I've been there when it's cold. I've been there when it's blistering. I've been there during freaking dust storms. Vegas is something else. So they're not based in Vegas, but they are in Nevada. Oh, yeah, no, I'd love to try it. I mean, it's also like, pretty available, but yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. I always love when I can try something from you guys, like a sample, and vice versa. I love when I can send you guys things to try. That way you're not committing to a whole bottle if you're not going to fall in love with it. But yeah, Frey, they are near Reno. Wish we could get the single barrel rye. Yeah, I have not seen the single barrel rye. I know they sell it on their website, I think, but like I've never seen it in person. This is just the regular bourbon, not the single barrel. This one comes in at 90 proof. I think the single barrels are all at cask strength, if I remember correctly. But yeah, this is a 5-year, 90 proof bourbon whiskey that is not distilled in Kentucky. That's the fact they should have mentioned during that video. A lot of people think bourbon has to be just Kentucky. Oh no, Nevada can make bourbon. As long as it's in America, it's got to be distinctly American. But other than that, you can make bourbon anywhere in the country. Now the debate is, people are like, but can you make it in like Puerto Rico? Because technically it's part of the country. I mean, it's like a what do you call it? A not district. Whatever. It's that's debatable. I've heard different theories on whether you consider like Puerto Rican whiskey a bourbon. Don't want to get into that debate tonight. Never had Puerto Rican whiskey. Need to hit up our Puerto Rican friend Adriana Whiskey Mountains. Maybe she has some connects there. Just like I like how I'm just assuming. Oh, she just knows she's Puerto Rican. She knows everyone there. No, but maybe she. I mean, I feel like that's something that I would be passionate about if it's from where my family was from. Territory. Thank y'all, Donnie and Zofer. That's definitely a refreshing nose compared to the malt whiskey we've been drinking lately. I will say the one thing with Frey Ranch is like you gotta love the grains, because again, as with all of these, that's what's highlighted on the nose. It smells like you just like milled up some. Normally I would say corn, but this one I think you can tell it's a blend. You can tell it's not just like straight up corn. I've had ones that just taste like corn. They're a little much for me. This though, it's actually a really nice nose. It's like they're all working together in like a desserty kind of like caramel vanilla. I mean, bourbon, right? Like that's what you look for, right? But it's like a grain forward version of it. It does have a little bit of like a buttery note. It's like almost like a creamy, like yeah, it kind of just smells like a like when you put like a layer, like I don't know what I don't bake. But like if you like do a brush of like butter over something and then you like put it in the oven, it has like the glistening. It makes it glisten. It makes it like just so ooey gooey, delicious looking. This tastes like you just like it's just a sprinkle of butter on your bourbon. Don't knock it till you try it. I haven't tried it, but anyways, it's just kind of give me some of those creamy, buttery notes. But I gotta give it a taste just to find out for sure. Cheers. Ooh, that's really good. I have quickly become a Frey Ranch fan. I don't know about y'all, but like for a craft distillery doing it all themselves, it has a unique taste. And I think every time I try a Frey Ranch bourbon, I get that same taste. It's like a spiky note in the middle, and I can't quite place it. It doesn't quite, it's not like a rye spice. It's like a, I don't want to use the word vegetal again, but vegetal, but not like in a mossy way. It's like a vegetal sharp, like, I don't want to say like, this is going to sound weird. It's like got a bit of like a asparagus note. And I was trying to avoid saying that. I was trying to find something else that was different. But it has that like green, I almost said Brussels sprout too. I'm like, there's like a greenness to it that it's uniquely Frey Ranch. I've gotten on every Frey Ranch I've ever had. I think I would look for that note if I was doing this in a blind flight. I think I would seek out that like spiky green vegetable that's right in the middle. Again, it's not overwhelming. It's very subtle. It's definitely something that I only notice I'm trying to pick out what makes this different. When I'm just sipping it, at home, I don't typically always get it. But it does have a little bit of a green note right in the middle of it. That being said, though, I'm a fan. I like everything that Frey Ranch is doing. I'd love to do a flight for them on the channel. I haven't reached out to anyone from the brand, but I would like to really dive into Frey Ranch. They're doing some really awesome stuff, and this is no exception. This is such a fun, it's a fun bourbon for them to include. I commend them. I mean, you have all the bourbons in the country, right? And you choose this one, a craft distillery out of Nevada, to put in your tasting set. I think that's so fun, so interesting. Yeah, it still has a lot of those classic bourbon notes, and it's going to give you a good taste of what a bourbon is. But Frey Ranch just has such a unique mid, like greens. I don't know, I'm just using different terms like green, spiky, vegetal, but it has a unique note that I always enjoy every time I have it. So says it's different and I like it. Yeah. I was seeing, oh, because y'all are saying things at the same time. I was curious, but she knows her family that is there. I don't know what that's in reference to, but cool. They have an odd process where they call them still first and then pot still to proof. Interesting. Like grassy chlorophyll. That's I wouldn't say grassy. So when I say grassy, typically I think of like fresh cut grass. That's not what I'm getting on this one. I don't know. I keep going back to asparagus, but maybe it's more like the stalk. Like I'm thinking like even like a broccoli, like the stem of the broccoli, uncooked. I'm not talking about cooked. I'm talking about like raw, like broccoli. It has a little bit of like that stem. There's like the don't know how to describe it. It's such a unique note that I'm hoping these words are helping put it into place. But it's only like 10% of this whiskey. 90% of it is the typical vanilla, caramel. It doesn't necessarily taste super oaky. It's 5 years old, which isn't to be expected. But yeah, I'm a fan. I like Frey Ranch. By the way, just not last minute reminder, but we are doing the Wheel of Whiskey giveaway in about 10 minutes. So if you want to get your entry in, we have a few entries so far. However, there is still plenty of chance to win. So every $5 you super chat, you are entered to win your own tasting set valued at $100 MSRP. Again, thank you to the folks at Beverage who provided this. For as little as $5, you could win a $100 tasting set, which is so fun. Makes a great Christmas gift, and also makes for a fun just tasting experience, whether you're doing it alone or you're watching the companion pieces on their YouTube channel or their website, or you're watching the stream. Northwest Bourbon's in the house. Cheers to you. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in again. I feel like I always catch you like right at the end. I'm going over results, but thankfully we're not doing a flight tonight. And we're not doing a blind flight. So no results to give, but we're just enjoying some really great world whiskeys. With that, we got one more whiskey to try tonight. We are going to try another one of my favorite whiskeys, rye whiskey. This one's a fun one, though. I've had this whiskey before. Have not done a full stream of them on the channel, but I would also like to explore them a bit more. Check out the rye whiskey we're about to try, Whistle Pig Rye Whiskey.
Finally, we will explore rye, North America's other whiskey gift to the world. While bourbon generally takes center stage these days, rye whiskey was actually America's original native spirit, as rye was the more abundant crop in the areas of North America first settled. Rye is bourbon's spicy, robust cousin, and we've chosen to introduce the category with a bottling distilled from 100% rye, with no secondary grains in the mash bill. This will show the exciting, bold profile that makes rye a staple whiskey on any enthusiast shelf, whether it to be consumed neat or mixed in cocktails.
All right. So I like how it said like rye is bourbon's spicier cousin. So we have the number 5 here, which is the rye whiskey. There's a reason I didn't show these up. Oh, there we go. Rye whiskey, product of Canada. So it is a Canadian rye whiskey, 48.28% ABV. Some info there about the the bottling. By the way, these are bottled by Alamo Distilling Company out of San Antonio, Texas. Didn't realize that. By the way, this beverage tasting set is brought to you by Whiskey Live. They put on a lot of different whiskey tasting events throughout the country. They are, I guess, the brand behind this idea for this tasting set. But I can't believe I didn't say that earlier. But yeah, they're the ones behind it. Swan says, I love some rye. Wish they would have done Woodinville rye. That would be a good choice. That's interesting because I feel like everything else has been kind of crafty so far. It's interesting they went with Whistle Pig for the rye. I agree. I do think it would be nicer if, although it's interesting because it's like, in my own mind, I differentiate Canadian rye and American rye. I think they're not so different because there are some similarities, but I feel like with American rye, I look for those big, spicy, bold notes, whereas Canadian rye is typically a little more mellow, a little more chill. I'll see how this one is, though, because I know Whistle Pig kind of does a bit of both styles, but I'm really excited to see this one. So this one is a 100% rye whiskey. Some rye whiskeys, of course, are as little as 51% rye, but they use 100% rye mash bill, and it's aged for 6 years, coming in at 96.56 proof. They really highlight the cocktail thing. They actually have a whole series on their website on how to make cocktails with this whiskey. But I can relate to being the spicier cousin. Oh, I can see that. No shame to your cousin who I don't know, but yeah, you go, Kathy Joe. Independent Joe's in the house lurking, but I got 5 on it. Smash that like button. Cheers, all. Oh, Joe, so good to see you. I feel like we haven't chatted in a minute. Y'all, if y'all not checking out Independent Joe's channel, he's not only an amazing YouTuber doing his own stuff, but he's also, modding on all these channels. He's being a guest on all these channels. Y'all, Joe is just like one of the nicest people in the WhiskeyTube community. Y'all go subscribe to his channel, hit thumbs up on all his videos, and man, he's doing some great work. I really wish I could catch up with him more often because we're both California guys out here. But thank you so much for your super chat. So I've said they're definitely different for me as well. Yeah, the Canadian versus typical American rye. But we'll see. Let's see. Like 6-year-old, 100% rye whiskey. Now it does say product of Canada, so it's most likely Canadian rye here, which is understandable. A lot of Canadian whiskey is a rye whiskey. Makes sense to use that for the category. Ooh, yeah. Interesting though, because it's like it has that like smooth vanilla flavor or nose of like a Canadian whiskey. However, it also has a unique, I don't want to say American style, but a spicy, minty bomb that I love in a rye whiskey. Man, what a great nose. I mean, Whistle Pig, I've had some really great expressions from them, but this is no exception. So I will wait to cheers you after we highlight a massive, amazing super chat from our friend Alexander coming in. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I feel like I've only seen that color on my channel like once. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. You got 10 entries to the Wheel of Whiskey. You might be winning some whiskey tonight. But even if not, thank you so much. He says, I poured a dram of Lagavulin and 12 cask strength just to spite you. Happy holidays all. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for all that you have just done. No, I seriously appreciate every super chat. But man, thank you. You're so generous. Good luck to you on the giveaway. If not, let's touch base soon. Yeah, you are spiting me a little bit with that Lagavulin 12 cask strength, though. Sounds amazing. Ugh. But cheers to you, my friend. Now, cheers. This one goes out to Alexander. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's weird because this is like a balance. It's definitely not on the palate anything like an American rye. I'll make that clear. It's not. I said it smelled minty. It doesn't taste minty. It's more of like the rye grain. These are all grain forward. If you like grain forward whiskey, this is a sample set for you. It's like rye bread, but with like a little bit of vanilla ice cream on top. Not that you would eat ice cream on top of your bread. Okay, let's rephrase that. Bread pudding, but made with rye bread, then with ice cream on top. Does that sound better? I think that sounds a little bit better. But yeah, it has those really bright vanilla notes, but it's combined with that spicy rye grain. Ooh. Second sip, I'm appreciating it a bit more now that I know what I'm expecting. Rye whiskey is such an interesting category. Sometimes it's super spicy and sharp. Sometimes it's mellow, like some Canadian whiskeys. This one's right in the middle. It's. I see why they're promoting it in a cocktail, because I can see a fantastic Sazerac cocktail with this, which is one of my favorite rye whiskey cocktails. It's made with a bit of herb saint liqueur or absinthe. Rinse your glass with that. Put in some Pichoid bitters, again pronunciation, Pichodes bitters. Some simple syrup. Man, it's such a fantastic, refreshing, bright rye cocktail. I think that's what I'm gonna save the rest of the sample for. I think I want to make a Sazerac out of this because it's so good. Not my typical rye style that I drink neat personally. I think I look for a little bit more of the spice, a lot more of the 95.5 American style rye. But this is still a solid. If it's your first rye whiskey or your first good rye whiskey, or that sounded weird. Your first. Well, it's weird because, like I said earlier, like, oh, well, bourbon, they could have done Jim Beam. You know, they could have done like Johnny Walker. With rye, like, what's the basic rye whiskey? J.P. Weiser's rye, maybe? This is definitely a step above that. Yeah, man, that's a cocktail rye if I've ever seen one. It's just so balanced. It's like balancing the sweet, the minty. Love that. Really, really good stuff. All right, we are calling the giveaway in about 2 minutes. So last chance if you want to win your very own beverage tasting set. Like I said, it's a new one. I didn't take this off of your sample set. You get all 5 sample bottles right here. Description of each. I know I'm holding that wrong. It's a really wide box, y'all. I don't have widescreen here. You get all 5 of the samples. You get a little description of each, and it's a really nice collector's box. Adam is in for one. He says, hopefully I don't blow my whiskey luck tonight. It's B-Tax season in Memphis. Well, you know what? Best of luck to you. Not this is. I wish this was a sample set of B-Tax. That'd be awesome. But yeah, hey, $10 versus what some people pay for some of those bottles. Hey, if you win tonight, you got a really good deal here. So best of luck to you. But thank you so much for your super chat. All right. So I'm curious, what sounds like your favorite of this tasting set? For me, got to look at the list again. Let's see. By the way, I want to show you real quick what their website looks like once you. I want to take that banner off just so people don't get confused. Let me share my screen real quick. I want y'all to see like what their like tasting experience is like. Like I said, you can follow along when you're doing it. Let's see. Share screen. There we go. Let me show y'all a little bit of this. So like here you can see like this is like the world whiskey. This is the one we're drinking tonight. You got some info here. This is the video we showed earlier, but there's a whole lot more. Look at this. All these videos, journey into the different distilleries, tastings, cocktail class. I mean, and there's so much more even on their YouTube channel. It really gives you all the info you need to have a wonderful tasting night with these. So definitely check out their website. Even if you don't get the whiskeys, maybe you have a bottle at home. Check out the website and you might learn quite a bit of information. They also have a YouTube channel, which I've linked to down below. But sounds like we are about to do the Wheel of Whiskey. I'll double check to make sure there's no last minute entries coming in. But I think my favorite tonight of the whiskeys we tried would have to be. I was really intrigued by that Irish whiskey, the Limavady. That was so unlike anything I've ever had. I think it's unique. I think it's so much different than your typical Irish whiskey, right? I think that one was my favorite. But I'm curious if y'all watched all of them. What was your favorite? Because I'm partial to that one. Do love Frey Ranch. I always love Frey Ranch, but I feel like there was something special about that one. I'm getting everyone's entry here on the Wheel of Whiskey because I don't want to leave anyone out. Thank you all, of course, for your super chats. This is my way of giving back to you. For those of you that support me, I always want to do my best to support you. I just said that, but do my best to give back to the community because I feel like I am so fortunate that I'm given a chance to try these things on streams. I always like to ask for you guys to get a chance to as well. All right, I'm entering in Alex's now. Let's see how many we get. Gosh, that's so many entries. You have the best odds tonight, but we'll see. We'll see. Someone else might get real lucky. Let's copy and paste it right here to make sure we got all the entries. 1, 2. Yep, we are all good there. So let's get this wheel randomized a bit. Y'all ready for one of my favorite parts of the night? Wheel of Whiskey. So before y'all do that, if y'all do not happen to win tonight, don't worry. There is a promo code that I set up for the first 50 people who check out at beverage.co, either the tasting set, whether it's this one or the American Single Malt, which we'll be visiting in a couple weeks. The first 50 people that buy a kit there get 10% off using promo code Bourbon Bytes, which is scrolling right there. Yeah, you get 10% off. I think that helps cover a lot of the cost of shipping. It just makes it a lot easier to get to you. So if you don't win tonight, you know what? You can still be a winner by using the promo code. I appreciate it because it lets them know that, like, hey, people actually got something from the stream, you know? So I appreciate you, those of you that have entered the giveaway, but also I'm curious to hear what you guys think for, I don't know where I was going with that. I was reading Brandon's comment as I was going. He said, the bourbon's hard to justify $50 for a bottle of the bourbon, but the single barrel cash strength picks are a no-brainer. He's talking about Frey Ranch. Yeah, I was agreeing with that, but I was also like getting lost in my train of thought. Oh, thank you, Joe, for dropping the link to the podcast. Yeah, I would love to pick that up sometime soon. For now, I had a new job, so I had to tone down the content. But thank you so much for dropping that, Joe. Alexander said, I love the 80s synth vaporwave backgrounds. Best music? Yes. Yeah, I'm a huge, huge fan of that. So I'm glad someone appreciates that. Zopher knows what's up. It's time for the Wheel of Whiskey. So let me share my other screen. Here we go. All right. So everyone's names who have entered the giveaway are on the Wheel of Whiskey. Y'all ready to spin it? Let's see who wins a Beverage World Whiskies sample tasting sit. Now, disclaimer, only shipped to the U.S., but we can figure something out if otherwise. But for now, let's go ahead and spin the Wheel of Whiskey. Zopher 1920. Well, you're going to get a hand-delivered bottle. We don't got to worry about shipping at all because I will bring this down to you next weekend. Congratulations, man. I'm so excited for you. You actually, it's funny because your last thing that you won from me was a tasting set of Scotch whiskey. Hopefully you got, by the way. I left that at Chris's house. Not Chris, Aussie Chris San Diego Chris. So if you haven't gotten that, hit him up. But yeah, I am so excited for you. Congratulations on winning this. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. But everyone, like I said, if you did not win the giveaway tonight, there'll be another one not next week, not going live on Thanksgiving, but there'll be another one on December 1st, I believe, whatever the first Thursday in December is, where we're going to be doing the American Single Malt. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, hit the notification bell, and turn on all notifications so you don't miss that. I'm so thankful for this community. I just if I had the most YouTube community, their channels here, y'all have been so generous with spinning your chats, but also, and I just love this community so much, and I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone that has made this year so special. So thank you from Beverage, but thank you again to the brand for sending these samples. Congratulations, Zopher, for winning, and I will see you guys in 2 weeks for the American Single Malt Part 1. I'm really excited to see what I get to try with that one. Cheers, y'all. Have a great rest of your week and next week. Talk to y'all soon. Bye. See y'all on the hangout, after party hangout, happening right after this. Patrons $10 and up. Y'all know who you are. See y'all on the after party. Cheers, all.
If you've already purchased your World Whiskies tasting experience, go ahead and get ready so you can sip alongside us. If you haven't, there's still plenty to enjoy, but you'll want to taste along for the full experience. Once you're ready, I'll meet you at our first stop, Scotland. Welcome to the Beverage World Whiskies experience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Bourbon Bytes Thursday night live stream. I hope you are having a wonderful Veterans Day. To all of the veterans out there watching this, whether we're live or on the replay, want to give a huge shout out and thank you for your service. At any point tonight during the stream, if anyone wants to give a shout out to a specific friend or family member, or even member of our chat, feel free to send in a super chat so I can feature it on the screen, so we can do a group cheers to veterans. But feel free to shout them out in the regular chat too. I just know when I have guests on, it's hard for me to keep up with the chat sometimes, so I don't want to miss someone's loved one. So if it's a super chat, I'll see it. But it's going to be a great show here tonight. We're going to give our guests a little bit more time. They had a barrel pick that they did with a client today. They are on their way home. They should be here very soon, but I got some stuff to talk about first, so don't worry. Hope y'all are having a good Thursday. How's your week been so far? I tried to do a pre-gaming stream, which is what I'm calling my, I guess it's kind of play on words, pre-gaming, get it? So I tried to do that. I was going to play the new Grand Theft Auto Definitive Collection that came out, but the Rockstar store has been down all day. Have any of you guys bought that yet? Because I have not been able to even download it. So that kind of got delayed. So if you're curious to see more gaming stuff, I do go live on Twitch occasionally. I'm going to start doing that more often on Saturdays. So twitch.tv/Bourbon Bytes. While we wait, I'm going to put the link to it down in the description. Please go ahead and give me a follow over there. Again, if you're not yet on Twitch, it's super easy to sign up. If you have Amazon Prime, you even get like special perks and stuff. So if you're curious about the gaming stuff, I did a little bit of a poll. Seems like a lot of people here on YouTube don't really care about the gaming stuff, which is understandable. So I'm going to do a bit of a mix. I'm going to do it on Twitch for the most part, but occasionally I'll have a fun one for Saturday nights here on YouTube, where there's always going to be whiskey involved. It's not just games. Don't worry. So stick around on Twitch for that, but also I'm going to do a bit of it here on YouTube too. A few shout outs to people here in the room already. I know I was a little bit later starting, so y'all have been chatting it up. First of all, shout out to our amazing mod, Brandon and Emily and Donnie the Linux Cat. They're going to kill it tonight. But yeah, so also I see a lot of people here in the chat, some names that I don't normally see in the live. So welcome, Bourbon. He says, tell Mike to check his Facebook messages. Don't worry. Like I said, they've been busy all day. I see Cohen. He said, he was asking me about the smoke wagon. Yeah, you know what? I probably should buy one. I haven't had an uncut unfiltered in so long, and I've really loved every one that I've gotten, but I have not had a chance to try it lately. And I should probably pick that one up. You're right. I should just bite the bullet and do it. What's up, Scott Pigsley? Good to see you, man. Hope you are doing well. Wesley Zeller, an amazing patron of the show. Thank you so much for tuning in, Wesley. Hope you are doing well. If you guys want to support the show, like I said, super chats to honor your veterans, just as like a visible shout out. But also, if you guys do want to support the show further, you can always go to patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes and support the show there for as little as $2 a month. You can also become a member of the Byte Club, which is my YouTube membership, and get access to some very, very special emojis, like the Cliffy one. That's my favorite. So if you're a Byte Club member, send your Cliffies in the chat now. I want to see them Cliffies. Scroll down. Let's see. Who do we got here? This is where I came in. I started talking to y'all. Nope. Wait, hold on. I'm getting caught up. Almost at the bottom. Yeah, Bourbon Noob. What's up? And speaking of Veterans Day, another amazing veteran and supporter of the show. Welcome, Pat. Good to see you. We played a bit of the new Among Us update on Discord last night. So if y'all aren't on our Discord server yet, you can go to bourbonbytes.com. There's a link to it there. We do random gaming nights. We do our hangouts there, our Patreon hangouts. We do our just random hangouts too. So make sure you do that. We're doing our monthly Patreon hangout there this Saturday. So if you are a tier Bourbon Bytes and up, which is the $5 tier, you can join us. We're probably going to play some more Among Us, but we're also going to just hang out and have a good time. We also have Jackbox games that our friend Steven lets us tap into from time to time. Adriana Whiskey Mountains, welcome to the show. Let's get this party started. We're pre-gaming a little bit because they're on their way home. They said they'll be there very, very soon. Whiskey Mountains, another amazing channel here on YouTube. Go give her a subscribe. She put up an ECBP C921 review recently, so go check that out. Bourbon Baller, what's up to you, my friend? Good to see you. Nick Proman, of course, always right after Adriana. Nick, one day you got to come in before Adriana, then we'll see. We'll see who's here first, who's the real fan. What's up, Steve? I was just mentioning Steven Sussman. He said he's gonna wait until it goes on sale during the winter sales. Oh wait, the Grand Theft Auto game. Yeah. I forget what you guys are all saying. You care. I forgot what I said. What did I say? Did I say something like y'all don't care about me? I don't know. What's up, Adam Free? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in, man. Hope you're doing well. I think we're caught up in the chat. It was Vegeta. Yeah, Vegeta joined us in our our Among Us session, and just want to make sure they have the right link because they say they are trying to join. Hold on one second. Let me make sure. Let me just resend them the link because I do not see them in the green room. 1 second, guys. Don't worry. But yeah, so what do you guys have in your glass? Let me know. We'll go through and read through what everyone's drinking. I had a pour of Wild Turkey 101 before I started with dinner. It was just as good as usual. But let me just resend them the link to make sure they have the right one. Let me see. Invite guests. I don't know why that wouldn't work, but let me send them this link. Maybe it was the wrong link. That could have been my bad. I just sent them. If you guys are watching it, I just sent it to your email. So sorry about that. Whiskey winches. I don't know if it's supposed to be wrenches or is that just what y'all call each other. Either way, really cool. Yes, Emily is amazing. Emily was just talking to me about she got my flight that I sent her. She won a giveaway a while back ago of the Remus Repeal Reserve. And she's going to do a flight and she's going to maybe record her results. And I'm going to maybe include it on the podcast. Speaking of which, new podcast episode coming out tomorrow. If you've not yet followed me on your favorite podcast platform, just search for Bourbon Bytes podcast. You'll find it. There's also a link to it down below that links to all of the platforms. So make sure you follow me there. The new episode is going to be a lot of fun. We're talking about weird combinations. So we're talking about like Arby's vodka. Did y'all hear the news about Arby's vodka? We're going from that to Barrel Seagrass, which is what I'm reviewing on that stream. And also Netflix gaming. Like, what the heck is going on with that? So make sure to tune into that tomorrow morning. That's going live. I'm just making sure they got the link. Adam says, thought I had some Penelope left, but it is all gone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I actually have not ever had any of their stuff. So I'm so excited. Actually, you know, that's a lie. I think, Adam, were you the one that sent me this rosé cask finish a while back? I think you were because and I feel like you were the one that raved about Penelope back in the day. So we're going to get to that for sure tonight. Brandon in Delaware is sipping on some Penelope Toasted. Well, great. Yeah, we're going to get to that as well, Brandon. So hang on to some of that for when we get there. But okay, we got our first guest of the evening. Please welcome from Penelope Bourbon, Mike Palladini. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah. Nailed it,
Mike,
man.
thanks so much for coming on the show. Good to see you.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. And apologies we're a little behind. I rushed home. I'm about to text Danny because we were both left at the same time and excited to be here.
Oh, no worries. Hey, trust me, I had a lot of news to get all the way anyway, so it actually worked out perfect timing. So did the link that I sent you originally, was it the wrong link?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I sent out a bunch of those at the same time. I may have went to an older stream, so
I was all excited.
You and Danny
it was like 10:15. I'm like, okay, I think I'm not too late, but
no worries.
We're excited to be here, and thank you for having us on, man. It's awesome.
Of course. So I don't have anything in my glass. I'm gonna go ahead and get something in my glass. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and starting up Penelope Bourbon?
Man, well, it's funny because we, Danny, my partner, and I, he should be on momentarily. We just finished up a barrel pick at our facility literally 45 minutes ago, and we were drinking a lot of high proof.
Oh, man. So it's gonna be weird going back to the lower proof.
We were doing some light whiskey, and which was about 135 proof. But so Penelope, she's still awake upstairs. She's my 3-year-old, and that's the namesake. That's how I started the company. And my wife and I were just trying to have kids for a really long time. And, I don't know, the pressures of having children and all that stuff. When we finally found out we were having a girl, we always knew if we were having a girl, we'd name her Penelope. And when we did find out, it was, I've never been in the whiskey business before. I just loved bourbon growing up. Danny, my up, and I just said, Penelope, bourbon, had a nice ring to it. It was about 24 hours after we found out. So my wife was like a little upset that I thought of a whiskey brand soon after we found out we were having a child. But yeah, that was pretty much the inception of it. And a lot of what we've been doing, even up till now, has been being scrappy, cold calling, just trying to figure out what we're, what our story is, because we're kind of writing our story as we go, because we don't have a long one.
So you said the name, you definitely knew that you wanted to name your daughter Penelope. What's the significance of the name to you? Why did you pick the name?
I
think my wife liked it
from the Kardashians.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes if you ask me in the right mood, maybe it's about Greek mythology. Penelope was a very big name in Greek mythology. Or if you're into the Kardashians, their daughter's name was Penelope. But I don't know, it's just for us, is a beautiful name, and we call her P, so she's P. And yeah, I mean that was it. But from a whiskey perspective, what was interesting was, whiskey's very masculine. I don't think we're trying to target towards females or males. I think we're just trying to be somewhat gendering, kind of neutral, really. It's more about look, we are just two normal people that had started a company, and we're just trying to put out good whiskey. And that's really what it's all about.
That's awesome. So were you much of a whiskey drinker before starting up the brand, or was it just kind of like a aha moment? No.
I loved, like, I've never really, I'm not a wine drinker. I'm not a beer drinker. But I just love bourbon. I mean, that's what I've always loved for at least for the last 10 years. And, and I think when you really embark on a new venture, it's like, you're going to be living and breathing this. Like tonight, a great example. I literally just got back like 30 seconds ago, parked my car. My wife's upstairs. I have a newborn, Henry. They're upstairs. Finally, he's in his crib, and kissed her, came down, jumped on the StreamYard, so
the wrong StreamYard. That was totally my fault.
Sorry. Stop it.
Did you text Danny to let him know that, like, I'm not going to be on that link?
No, but let me do that.
Yeah, just in case he's still hanging out there.
He might be. Danny's probably sitting in front of his computer asleep.
But it's so cool. Everyone in the chat, let us know what you're drinking. I know a few people had some Penelope. I saw someone had the toasted. We're going to get to that in a bit.
Yeah.
And I think, Adam, I asked you a question earlier if you were the one that sent me the rosé cask. I don't know if I saw your answer. So, yep, that was me. Very cool. So Adam, he's a patron of the show. He actually introduced me to the brand.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, so he sent me that sample, and I was like, I gotta learn more. So I followed you guys, and then I saw you had the new toasted series. I'm like, I gotta reach out because this is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah. You reached out. This is a while in the making too.
Yeah.
This is months ago.
I think, I had a little busy lineup. Basically, October, I had guests booked like every single week, which is crazy. I'm finally getting to like some like more original stuff too, but I love having guests on. It's so cool. And these guys love it. I don't know if you can see it. We didn't have a chance to chat beforehand. Can you see the chat over to your left side or your side of the screen? You don't have to read it. Don't worry. If there's a question, I will feature it.
Sweet. Yep. I just got it up. Comments.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because sometimes people will see only the private chat and they're like, no one said anything. Like, oh no, they're talking.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow, this is awesome. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right,
so don't worry about keeping up with it. I will feature certain questions. Our friend Adriana over at Whiskey Mountain, she said, tried the toasted the other day, my first Penelope, but wow, so good. So
now my first question is, when you've tried the toasted, what on toasted, it's the big thing about toasted series, I'll grab the bottle, is that there's different chars and toasts for all of them. It's really meant to be, a series. We're still learning a lot about oak, toast, chars, and so a lot of ours, what we have are different, some of them are char 2 heavies, some of them are char 5 mediums, char 3 heavies, and I'm always curious which ones people have tried. So
Adriana, was that a sample or do you have the bottle? Let us know what char it was if you happen to know. Our friend Bourbon says, Mike knows I've sent the rosé far and wide.
Oh, thank you. No, that's so cool.
Yeah, earlier he was like, tell Mike to check his Facebook messages. I don't know what that meant, so maybe after the show he may have messaged.
Yeah.
I know you guys are busy today.
So with even with that, like we're usually trying to be really good. That's
a pretty solid excuse.
I know. I've been so. I will. I promise. I'll check it out. Bourbon. Well, and I like that name too. Bourbon. That's pretty cool.
I think he's someone that knows you. I don't know if he's like a friend or whatever, but he has a YouTube channel here as well. So anyway.
And by the way, on the rosé,
yes,
we actually just finished batch 3, new label.
Oh wow, I like it. That's really cool.
We're actually not even sure what to do with it. It's going into the holidays. We might just sit on it. We've actually put a little bit out into Texas because they didn't get any of the last batch that we did. But we're probably gonna either release it in probably in early February.
Oh, very cool. Well, perfect Valentine's Day. I know it's like normally typically a summer release, right?
And that's the other thing. It's as a growing company, it's like it's hard to. We always say that too. We're like, oh, we'll release it in April, and then all of a sudden things happen, and you're like, well, when should we release it? Oh, maybe February.
I mean, that works. It works. Adriana answered. She said it was a Char 5. The toast is out of focus. Batch 19, she thinks.
Yep.
It must be a picture. It must be a sample of it. Yeah.
And it's really funny too. We're still trying to figure out internally. Everything's a batch, whether it's a single barrel. We kind of identify that as, anything that's happening on the line is, in a tank is a batch. So it's the batch IDs may change, just make more sense to not just consumers, but also even to us internally. But right now we just go chronologically. That's really what it is right now. But the Char 5s I love.
And Brandon from Delaware says he has Char 1 toast. Had no idea there were different chars. Well, you learned something new for coming here. So thanks for tuning in, Brandon.
So yeah, and Brandon, with the Char 1s, so what's so cool about the Char 1s that are different than the Char 5s? Char 5 is going to give you more campfire smokiness, which is actually coming from the char. And you're going to get a little bit of that vanilla influence from the toast. Now in the Char 1s, you're not going to get nearly as much as that smokiness. So you're going to get a lot more vanilla, which is, so everyone's got a different palate, but that's to me, and especially Danny too. It's one of the things we found most interesting.
Gotcha. Well, before we get into that, let's talk about the standard release, because I saw a question earlier. Where was it? Oh yeah, Bourbon Baller says, what makes Penelope unique from other brands? So we haven't really talked about what Penelope is. So yeah, Penelope, you guys, by the way, I absolutely love how transparent you guys are on the website. You tell us, this is sourced from Indiana. You tell us the age and all that stuff. So tell us what are you looking for with the palette of Penelope when you're crafting the blends?
It's a great question. And I think we're still figuring out who we are as a company. We're trying to figure out our identity, who we are. And, I think that's part of it. It's okay not to know, coming out of it. And when we started this, we came to this with a consumer palate. Danny and I love bourbon. That was really the background we had, really nothing else. And so, I think for us, like Danny, my partner, he loves corn and wheat. That sweetness and some of those floral notes, he really gravitated towards those. Whereas I really gravitated towards rye, and I still do. Spicy. I like that kind of I just loved rye, and I still rye's my favorite. And so as we're sitting there and creating a blend with MGP, I don't know, we just started putting them together, right? I mean, it was as simple as that. Why don't we just put some corn and put some rye and put some wheat in it? And by default, which is super unorthodox, I guess, there's malted barley in all 3 of those bourbon mash bills from MGP, which then you have a 4-grain. And for us, I think what separates us maybe is that we're very hyper focused on that 4-grain. So when we first created, a blend of 3 different bourbons, we've never deviated from that with any product.
Gotcha.
Ever. So we have an entry level bourbon, our standard 4-grain, which is a 40% ABV, 80 proof. Then we have a cast strength version of it. Then we did, a rosé cast finish. So it's our blend finished in Grenache rosé wine casks. Then I'll
save that question until we get into that one, because I want to know the story behind how did you guys decide that? But we'll get to that stuff. Let's try the standard stuff first. So like I said, mash bill, you have it on the website. It's 75% corn, 15% wheat, 7% rye, and 3% malted barley. And that's after you take into account all of those 3 mash bills, correct?
Yes, exactly. And the mash bill may change, like as a great example, like with Toasted, because we do those in-house at our facility in New Jersey.
Hmm.
Um, like there's times where we get a wheat, like when we get barrels in, the wheat just maybe stands out, right?
Hmm.
So at times there might be times where that wheat mash bill might be 20%, right? And the
Gotcha.
corn comes down to 70. And so there is some fluctuation. I think on our 4-grain and barrel strength, it's generally right in that wheelhouse.
Hmm.
But on some of the toasted stuff, it varies.
Gotcha. Okay. Brandon says new whiskey glass, I think. Yeah, well, that's thanks to Penelope because they sent me this awesome. I don't
Hey.
what do you call this type of glass?
So this is a Kenzie glass.
Kinsey glass. Okay.
I love these glasses. And today I found out that we're actually out of them at our
no.
facility. So then I thought it was really simple. We haven't had any, fortunately, knock on wood, any glass issues from the supply chain.
Oh, yeah.
But I went to go order more Kenzie glasses,
Hmm.
and they told me it'd be about 4 months.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. I know one of the other YouTube channels here, I think Trev, the Bourbon Wrench, he uses them. So I feel like he's probably struggling with that because he gets his engraved as well. So,
Oh yeah,
but I've never used one. So I'm excited to try this first whiskey out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that I didn't drink a lot of whiskey before because 80 proof is usually on the lower end for me personally. But being the first whiskey I've had tonight, well, I did have the 101. So I was already dabbling in the higher proof, but still for 101's low for me. So, but really though, you could really taste the corn. I think corn is the sweetness from the corn. Age wise, about how old? I know it's a blend, but about how old for the standard release?
Well, this is another thing. So when we first started, so we were in our second year right now.
Mhm.
We started selling it in September 2019. We first, and I think for us, what we said was, why don't we it's a marathon. You're not going to get there overnight. This is built on, you got to hone in. So our barrels get older and older with every batch we release.
Mhm.
So the ones that we sent you, for our 4-grain are about 3 years old.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
And I saw that you guys are doing the blending and bottling at Castle and Key. Is that right?
Yep. So since the beginning, Castle and Key has been a great partner of ours. We actually did up till just in August when we did our last runs, we actually migrated a lot of it to Bardstown Bourbon Company.
Okay.
So it's an evolving process as a kind of new company. You're trying to be agile.
Sure.
So our barrel strength and our 4-grain 80 proof are done at Bardstown now.
Okay.
And our toasted series and private select are done in-house in our facility in New Jersey.
Very cool. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because Castle and Key, honestly, I toured their distillery when I was in Kentucky back in 2019.
Awesome.
And it's just such awesome. And I love Bardstown Bourbon Company too. I actually was just at they have their world's top whiskey taster competition.
Yeah.
And they had their LA competition or their regional championship last Friday, I think. So I got to hang out with those folks. They're so awesome.
It's awesome. I used to live in LA, by the way.
Oh, really? That's awesome. I'm not from here. I'm from South Carolina. So
I know, but I
I
miss LA. Like I moved there right out of college.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just wanted to change it up. I'm from the Northeast.
Mhm.
I wanted palm trees.
Well, see,
LA.
I had palm trees in South Carolina, but I also wanted to change it up. So I was like, I've lived on the East Coast my whole life. I wanted to try out the West Coast, and I'm loving it so far. I do miss the East Coast, and I miss being able to travel up to like New York and stuff for like quick trips. But yeah, I mean, I love it out here, but I also miss the East as well.
When I saw, even with the times too, when we were talking about it, it was like I knew like it was total West Coast, and yeah, I miss it out there. Hopefully I'll get out there soon.
Yeah, that's always tough because a lot of the brands I do streams with are all like Kentucky based. So it's like, I told them the time of my stream, they're like, what time? Like, I'm in bed. I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't get off work till like 5:30. I gotta get home. I can't do much earlier.
I know.
But now it's very cool. I do like this one. I think to me, it's, I don't think this whiskey's targeted towards me, not because it's, targeted towards females. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is it's more of an entry level, like a good one to get you into whiskey.
Exactly. And, for us, that was our first product. So that was our only product maybe for almost a year. And, for us, it was, we kind of looked at it like, I looked at Basil Hayden. That was what I looked at the most. And I said, gosh, that's a 80 proof bourbon and it's spicy and it's expensive. At least in New Jersey, it's
Oh
expensive.
yeah, no, it
you
is.
know?
It is very expensive for what it is.
And so, and I know it's Basil's, it's Beam Centauri, and that's fine and all. But I kind of, for us, our mash bill is high corn, high wheat. It's going to be more of a sweeter floral profile. And so we just were basically like, let's be super competitive on our price point as much as we could be. So, in some pockets of Jersey and through the Northeast, it's $30 to $35. And it's a great bourbon for folks that are kind of, their palates are still exploring bourbon.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, even though it's 80 proof, like I don't want to like downplay, like there's a lot going on for it. It does not drink. It drinks, I would have guessed, honestly, if I didn't know, I would have guessed like 90 proof. So I think it has like the complexity of it, of like a more, higher proof whiskey. And I think that could come from the 4-grain mash bill, because I don't think a lot of, 80 proof whiskeys are 4-grain. I think that's kind of unique.
The other thing we do, and this was purely accidental, so it's non-chill filtered. Now, that's a filtration process that basically anything sub 95 proof, it gets very cloudy in cold weather. But when you chill filter your bourbon, it actually strips out a lot of the fatty acids, which are containing a lot of the flavor. And so one of the things we did, and this was early on, and I'll fully transparent, we didn't even know. We were like, kind of like, I looked at the price of chill filtering. I'm like, I can't afford that. That's crazy.
Oh, really?
To this day, the chill filtration, actually, we've had a lot of folks being like, I think you should chill filter it, make it look super clear on a shelf. And I think we might be one of the only 80 proofs that's non-chill filtered.
Hey, we're big fans of non-chill filtering here, so that's really good to hear. And like that it was accidental, but like you guys made the right choice there.
Totally.
Well,
now I know what it like.
I
understand it a little bit more, but I think it was just a funny anecdote. When we were first starting out.
Of course. So I see a lot of questions about distribution. We'll get to that maybe in a bit. I want to go ahead and move on to the rosé cast, because I know a couple people are drinking it with us. So
okay, cool.
Tell us. And now this one is 94 proof, so we are going up in proof a bit. So tell us, how did you guys decide to do a rosé cask? I feel like I've never would have even thought about that.
Yeah, I remember it very clearly. I was sitting in my kitchen. I don't know. I think we had barrel strength out, and we're all we're trying to understand what is Penelope, who are we, and for us, we have a lot on our plate with our 4-grain. Like, we're still trying to understand our mash bills and how we blend, and we're trying to open up our own blending and bottling facility. And we started, we got in touch with Speyside, and Speyside's been a great partner of ours, but Speyside is a barrel broker, really. I mean, they make new American oak, but they're also a barrel broker for us. So, if I come across a really good port, they can help me find the barrels, right? So that they've been a good partner. And so they started introducing us to cast finishes, which obviously everyone knows are very popular right now in the bourbon world, in the whiskey world. So we started tinkering with sherry, we started tinkering with Oloroso and cognacs, and a lot of different things, actually. But these were in 55 liter. And I don't know, I think for us, we always, that a lot of that's been done, right? And I think as a young company, you have to try something new. So I remember my wife, I was talking to my partner, Danny, on the phone, probably around this time. It was like 11 o'clock at night or something. Wife walks by and she's like, just do it. She loves rosé. She goes, just do it like a rosé cask. I was like, well, that's obviously it's got the name.
It's like when they say like at first, like, are you crazy? And then you're like, wait a minute, that might work.
Yeah. And I know nothing about rosé at the time, but like, I come to find out rosé is very, obviously it's very dry. If you drink it, it's just a drier wine, but it's also finished in stainless steel. So when I called Speyside, I said, Danny and I did some R&D. We bought a lot of rosé, started mixing it in with our bourbon. We found we needed Grenache rosé, which is a very sweet rosé. So we said, we called Speyside. We said, we need 100% Grenache rosé aged in oak. Can you help us? And they found one vineyard in France that's doing it, and we've been working with them since. Yep.
French oak. Yeah, answers Cohen's question. He was asking if it was French oak rosé cask. Yeah, I'm just going back to the chat. Everyone is applauding you on the non-chill filtering. All right, Donald Rant says, chill filtration is the enemy of flavor in whiskey.
It really is. By the way, we have chill filtered the 80 proof as a test experiment, and it was like drinking water.
Oh, really? It took it that much? Because that's what I was going to say. Like, it has so much depth for an 80 proof bourbon. I think that maybe, like you said, with that, if you did that, it would definitely lose some of that appeal. Yeah, Emily Chambers says low proof, non-chill filtered is a huge deal. Keep it up.
Yeah, and the way I look at it too, but look at Honest Tea, right? Honest Tea's got all the tea floating around in their drinks, but that's all the flavor. I'm not grossed out by it. Now, even we don't have like things floating around in it. It just might be a little bit hazier. That's really it. And I was like, I don't care. Exactly. I just care about what it tastes like. That was our biggest thing. I don't care what it looks like on a shelf. I care what it tastes like. And that, to me, that's what matters the most.
Well, see, I've always lived in hot environments. So I don't think I've even ever seen what that would look like. I've lived in like the Southeast and then the SoCal. So like, I don't even know what it looks like.
No, I wish if we were there, I wouldn't even think about it. But even on my desk, so my office, I live in an old Colonial. The 80 proof on the far side. In the cold winter months, I turn around and I'm like, that looks so hazy. It's like I do it, but it doesn't bother me because I saw, for us, it's about taste. And I think I saw a question. We've never chill filtered any one of our products.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just confirming that like all of them were the same way. Well, that's really good to hear. Joe, I just want to give a shout out to Joe and Cheech for telling people to hit the like button, and Cheech, of course, for telling people to subscribe and hit the bell button, and of course, check out the podcast. So thank y'all. Y'all are awesome. Y'all always do. If Joe's not a mod, I'll make him a mod next stream. Okay, well, I haven't tried this rosé cast, so I'm really excited to give it a try. So cheers.
And we didn't. I think when we sent stuff out, we just finished bottling this literally like a week ago.
So I'm because I just had the first one. It's kind of nice to be able to like compare it directly with that one. This one has a bit. I guess to me, it's appearing more tart. It has like a bit of like a tartness to it, and I assume that's coming from the rosé cask. What flavors do you guys look for with those casks to bring out and influence the bourbon with? So
with the Grenache is a very unique one. It's not going to be sherry. You're not going to get a lot. It's going to be much more subtle. You're going to get, to me, you get a little bit of strawberry, subtle strawberry. You're going to get a little bit of almost like dry. It's very dry. It's got a wine kind of finish to it. And, it's every one of our products that we've kind of come to realize is the flavors with Penelope, they're not in your face. They're going to be much like they're there, but they're subtle. And I think it's more, I think that's been actually a big unique identifier for us is that they're complex. It is 4 grains, even though it's through a blend, and it's kind of taking you on this little bit of a ride. So with the rosé, it's, to me, I've always gotten a little bit of strawberry shortcake with a little bit of leather, dry leather. I mean, that's always what I've gotten.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm so unfamiliar with that type of finish. Like it's hard to pull out what makes it different. Like I said, to me, it's like kind of like a tart fruitness, like almost like a like maybe even pineapple is what I'm getting. This little bit different, but it does have there's a unique note on the finish that I guess I don't know. I'm having trouble describing it because I haven't experienced it before. I don't think I've had very many, or even I know it's not a white wine, but it kind of reminds me of like a white wine kind of finish. Like it has
a little bit of I've tried a bunch of white wine finishes.
So it's like got like a bit of a dryness. Well, that's what you were saying, the dryness. That's probably the best way to put it into words is the dryness. That's really interesting. Now
I'm so big on this product. Now the issue is the rosé casks. We don't have any more coming in anytime soon. Like I don't know if like the vineyard that had a few, like barely any. I don't even know what their deal is. They're like they don't have it anymore. So the only way I can do this product, because I actually fundamentally feel if I actually had a little bit more control over the rosé, I could actually put out a better rosé cast finish. And I'm not saying that one's bad. I'm just saying I can control it more. So my focus right now, and I'm actually thinking of just rolling out a rosé. And this, to call me crazy, I'm going to roll out a rosé that I age in oak, so I can use the oak barrels from my rosé for our rosé cast finish.
Ah, okay.
And that's the plan for 2023.
Wow, that's a big endeavor, and definitely keep us updated on how that's going. Because
but if you think about it, if you want to have a wine cast finish, you have to really start at the source. If you're really, really focused in on the flavor, because you don't really, when you get cast finishes, it's just like, oh, what was this all about? And there is always a big question mark. And that's my big struggle with cast finishes is I don't really know, it's just a big question mark. So we are going down that route because I think there's something really special with this product. It's just a matter of how we can kind of control from the beginning, like what oak it's in, what that Grenache blend looks like. And I don't know, it could be a total botch or a total mess, but
hey, I mean, go for it. I mean, you thought this whiskey idea was a crazy idea, but like, I mean, it's obviously working well. I mean, you guys are, what did I see, 34 states that you're in?
Just 20.
Okay, I
Just,
missed
yeah,
it.
no.
I saw the statistic and I lost it. And I was like trying to remember from memory, so I'm my bad. 23.
And honestly, like my wife loves rosé, so it's like checks a couple boxes off.
Well, we got our first super chat tonight. I mentioned earlier, it is Veterans Day, so if anyone has any veterans in your family,
Happy Veterans Day.
yes, if anyone has any veterans in your family or friends or anyone you want to shout out, feel free to send a super chat. We'll definitely give them a cheers for the stream for Veterans Day. So just want to get it out there. But Scott Pigsley has a question with his super chat. So Scott asks, are all of their store picks custom blends of their different mash bills? The ones I've had were very different. Can Mike explain that decision?
Yeah, I got a bunch of them here. You probably see the my thing's right here. So here's a good example. Let me grab two of them. I'm just gonna grab two different ones here real quick. As we were growing and we're just trying to think, like we get asked for single barrels. And the hardest part for a company like ours was, well, we're a blend of 3 different bourbons from MGP, and our barrel strength and our stuff was like 4 to 5 year old barrels. And I struggle with that because you can go and get Knob Creek 12. Like you can get these older barrels that just had much more nuance and there's just more to it. Right. So we never had a single, like there's no single barrels from Penelope Bourbon. So we kind of just said, well, look, we are a blending house. Like that's what we do. Right. I mean, we're just blending. I mean, so we said, well, we could kind of have fun with it. We could actually take our best barrels that we think are best for blending and make it an open canvas. Say, I don't know, if you don't want to use wheat, don't use wheat. If you want to take the rye and make it to 80%, awesome. Like do whatever you want to do. And we would give you the mash bills and then you could blend them yourselves. So like, here's a great example. Like we did this one, this is breaking the seal. And what we do is we actually write the blend percentages on the back.
Oh, let me put your comment. Let me make it bigger so you can see that.
Hold on. There you go.
Let me hide it.
Can you see it?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, so like 16.5, 16.5. It's a little blurry, but I can't do math.
This was a 70, basically almost 67% of this was wheat.
Oh, wow. Okay. And
it was great. Like we've never, like for us as a company, like for one of our barrel strength batches, like we wouldn't have, that's a lot of wheat to pump into one batch. So this was cool for us too, because it was just a way for us to see, like, I mean, it's all the same mashes and the profile you get is very, very different. Like the comment I mentioned. And so here's a dad's drinking bourbon pick out of Tennessee.
Oh,
now,
nice.
What they did. So dads, I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah, here we go.
They did no wheat.
Oh, really? They're like
70-30.
Okay.
And it was awesome. It was just super spicy, like just different, right?
Yeah. Well, that's really cool that everyone, like, I mean, like you said, everyone has their own palate. I mean, especially, I mean, I know you did a live stream with the Bourbon Junkies back earlier this year. Yeah. And they did their own blend live on YouTube, which was totally cool. I love that you guys are working with like different like podcasts and stuff. That's really cool.
If you ever want to do your own blend, we are down. Honestly, it's one of our most favorite things to do is the private selects. I mean, for us too, internally, it's like, we're interested too. It's like, what, like, where's this going in terms of a flavor profile? And it's, if you're ever interested, we always love doing that. And I think, I don't know. I actually think blending is becoming, I just think it's, people are really gravitating towards it.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, there's a lot of brands that are kind of doing that, like, cause they don't want to like just stick to standard, you know, whatever mash bill MGP gives me. I want to do some blending. And I love that. I think it's creative. I think people that are blenders are artists in a way, just as much as like a master distiller. I think a blender has that much impact on the product they're putting out as a master distiller would as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's about just trying to create something, you know, the sum of all of its parts, right? I think it's just trying to take what we have in front of us and how do we make something better? So here, like even tonight, we were at our facility. We have these exceptionally good 100% rye whiskey barrels. They're amazing. We've never done anything with rye whiskey, but we have rye whiskey barrels. But, you know, we're not just going to, for us, it's hard for us to just take a barrel from MGP and put it in a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not our ethos.
Right.
It's not who we are. So we're like, well, what can we do with these? They're good, but let's make them like, how do we make them more us?
Mm-hmm.
So we started tinkering with the rye whiskey. Then we started blending it with this really good high wheat char 5 medium toasted barrel. So we started mixing it with that. And then we started just tinkering with it with different things. And we actually added in some malted barley bourbon that we had. And I don't know, the end result was really good. Like I was like, oh, this is tasty. Now, will we do anything with it? I don't know. But I think that's really the fun part about it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Experimenting. I think that's how you find the new, like your new favorite thing. Just try different things and something eventually works. So that's really cool. I see a couple super chats too, some veterans out there. Joseph Brazier says, please thank my best friend Ted for his service. Absolutely, Joseph.
Heck yeah,
Cheers to Ted and for his service. Absolutely. And then Whiskey Mountains, Adriana says, happy Veterans Day, particularly to my dad, my brother, and my grandfather. Wow,
That's
whole
awesome.
military family there. Well, yes,
That's
salute.
awesome.
Cheers to you, Adriana, and your family. And all the other veterans out there. I know there's a few of them in the chat. I know Patrick is a veteran as well. So very cool. Well, let's go ahead and should we go on to the barrel strip? Let's barrel proof. Let's amp things up a bit.
Whew,
so
okay.
We'll save this toasted. We'll save the toasted for the end. So we have the barrel strength bourbon. Now, do you happen to know which batch this is? Because you guys just have a new batch that came out.
We just had a new batch. That's batch 8.
This is batch 8. Oh, so
yeah, I remember that.
Awesome. So batch 8 is 115.8 proof. And this is, I'm just looking at the fact sheet that I have pulled up in case it was batch 8.
I love Nebraska. Nebraska is such a great market for us.
Oh, ship it to Nebraska. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go into while I get this poured. People are asking about distribution. Do you guys plan, any expansion to that anytime soon, or are you guys still working on it?
So here's the thing. I'm going to start with California, right? We're not going to California right away.
Okay.
The problem for small companies with states like California is they are so big.
Mm-hmm.
And I get nervous with states like California and Florida. We went into Texas. It's basically California, Texas, and Florida are these states that can they eat you alive in terms of it, because there's chains and there's obviously a lot of people, but California is obviously a big state, and yeah, we're predominantly on the East Coast, which is more independence. So there's no chains allowed on the East Coast for the most part. It's just a lot of independent stores. And then kind of you cross over the Mississippi and you get into the West Coast. It's a lot more chains. Like there's grocery store chains that can, I feel like in California, you could buy liquor anywhere.
Pretty much anywhere. Yeah. Every time I pick up my prescription from CVS, I always check out the liquor section.
Yeah. Like that. I remember when I got into this because I have Target and Walgreens and CVS here, and people are like, oh, are you in CVS? I was like, CVS.
And you're like, what? Yeah, no, it's crazy. And it makes it more difficult for us. Cause like, I'm always out, like I'm going to random grocery stores and be like, let's see what they got. Like if you're someone that likes to like hunt, like I don't necessarily consider myself like a bourbon hunter. I don't go around looking for, some people go out and make a hobby of like, buying bottles and doing what they do with them and maybe flipping them. I don't know. People do that. I don't do that. But, so a lot of people, will just drive around all the grocery stores in an area and just spend their day doing that. I mean, I don't like being in grocery stores. I order my groceries in advance and I do pickup. I try to avoid it, but that's liquor is everywhere out here, which I mean, it's good for us, but also like, I get the point you're making.
Yeah. And with California, like I'll use California as another example. It's such a big state. I would be, because you could really hurt yourself as a company is you're excited and you want to expand and you go to California and they take this big order in right away. And then they place another order because it's just, there's so many places to sell it to for their wholesalers. And you're like, well, I'm not going to have more product for at least another month.
Oh yeah.
And then it's like dead in the water. And you're like, oh, I got it ready. And they're like, oh, well, we've already, okay, maybe we'll see what can happen. It's so you really need to plan. Like, I mean, at least in my opinion, you want to plan effectively. And I don't know, it's a marathon and try to do it the right way. Right. I'm not saying you want to pump a ton of product into the market. Just, you want to be prepared.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, you guys it seems like you took a good next step by, transitioning over to partially at Bardstown Bourbon Company and then partially at your own facility. I mean, it sounds like you guys are expanding pretty significantly.
We're trying to, but I think like with Toasted Series, a great example. In our facility, we have a 6-bottle hand filler. And our capacity has actually gotten really good. I think we can do like 150 cases a day, which is like for a small shop, that's a lot. But like on these large bottling lines, there's some bottling lines that could do 750 bottles a minute. Like sounds like a machine gun going off when they're going through there. So I think for us, it's about we like to use our facility as like an R&D launch pad. So Toasted series, we have char 1s, heavy, char 2, all these fun things, and we think they're delicious. And then if we actually find like a formula or a mash bill and a toast and char in combination we love, then maybe we would go bigger on it down in Bardstown, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but then we feel more comfortable, like, because it's, it's a big investment. So like, okay, maybe we'll do a little bit more of it and do it that way. But, who knows? I don't know if we'll ever do that. It's just, these are things we talk about every day. Like, literally.
Yeah, I'm saying you guys just started in 2018. Like you guys have plenty of time to figure it out.
Yeah, I know.
So Big Dick had a question. He said, is there any way we can purchase a sample kit? I think that's more of, I've heard a lot of people throw that idea out there to brands.
Although I did get my wrist slapped by UPS. Like I got UPS, my ship station, UPS is like not happy with me right now.
That's why we hand deliver bottles in the whiskey tube world. We hand deliver all of our bottles.
The UPS thing was crazy. I was like, yeah, but I would love to, we love, like, one thing about us is we want people to try our product. We want you to try it. So please email me, Michael@PenelopeBourbon.com. Yeah. Either myself, Bridget, or Jace will get back to you. Give us if you do want a sample kit, it might take a little while, but we'll try our hardest to get it out to everybody.
That's awesome. I've shipped a lot of olive oil and essential oils in my life.
Oh God, yeah. See, that's the one thing. I'm Italian, so they actually buy it.
Oh, okay. See, I can't pull it off. I've only been questioned once, and it was very intense. I was like sweating. I was like, I can't do this. Never again.
Yeah. No, we have like our shipping agreement. It's just sometimes they do get a little finicky, and I still find it crazy. It's like wine and beer, there's no issues whatsoever. Liquor is a little bit of a different subject matter, so we understand, but it is what it is.
No, but I've seen the idea being flown out there a lot because I know Whistle Pig did a collaboration with Flaviar that was like a blender, like home blend. They sent out samples of their wheat whiskey, their rye whiskey, and their there was one other one that was there too. And we got to like blend it at home and submit like a survey. It was really cool. So that's just an idea. If you guys ever want to do something fun like that, especially to get more people involved in blending,
I will say this, Whistle Pig is bigger than us. They've been around longer.
a little bit, right?
But I will say this, our blending idea, maybe I'm wrong. We started doing those blends, and now we did not create blends, obviously, for that. But we started doing our first blends before that. So Whistle Pig, what you got?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
There you go.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. They're awesome. But we love to do that. I think for us, we love doing blends. We love exploring and having fun with it. So if that's something you're interested in, or whoever, we can absolutely explore it.
I saw people saying like, yes, we want a Bourbon Bytes private blend. So maybe we'll connect after the show.
No, seriously. Yeah. We're because the toasted stuff, it's interesting with toasted, like even as of like last night, it's like, what do we do with toasted? Do we stop it? Like, these are the questions we ask. We're a new company. It's like Michter's and Elijah Craig. They're like, oh, we're going to do toasted in the second half of the year, every year. But they've been around. So we're always like, oh, what do we do with toasted?
Well, toasted is the trendy thing now, right? I mean, look at Wild Turkey. Their new Master's Keep is, toasted.
Yeah.
Just want to give a shout out to Sherry G. She's stopping in for a minute. Sherry G is a patron of the show. Sherry, have a good night. Hopefully you can catch the replay. So just want to acknowledge her there real quick. But so I'm drinking the barrel strip because we're talking a lot about the toasted. I want to get to it. So I'm going to the barrel proof non-toasted right now just to get it. And wow, talk about amping it up. I mean, we said 115.8 proof. Oh, yeah. That one has so much character to it. I think it definitely doesn't drink. I mean, to me, it doesn't drink. I don't know the age, but it doesn't drink as, I wouldn't say young, but it seems like it has more age to it is the better way to say that. Well, absolutely. No, it's not like much older. Mm-hmm. The barrel strength's about a year, and the barrels are about a year and a half older. So that we kind of, all of our products have their own barrels assigned to them. Mm-hmm. So with barrel strength, it started with our original 80 proof. It started with 2-year-old barrels. Mm-hmm. And then as we got to batch 4, we started to pop it up a year. I think 2-year barrels with cast strength, it's getting a little hot. Those first couple batches were a little dicey. Mm-hmm. No, but now like batch 8's all 4.5 to 5-year-old barrels. Oh, wow.
I'd say most of them are probably 5 to 5.5. But next year, so when I even look at next year, it's always been that slow and steady. Next year, all of our barrels are 5 to 6 years old. And that's not, I don't even know where we're going to cap it, but we have the inventory to support up to potentially 7-year until our new fills start coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, I've had some single barrel MGP that's at the 5-year mark, and I buy that all day.
Yeah.
Old Scout does like an independent, like store picks out here in Southern California.
100%.
And there's every time a store gets one, I always get it. Cause I'm like 5 and 6 year MGP to me is like price and affordability and availability. It's just the sweet spot for me.
So I actually, with barrel strength, I emulated a lot on Old Scout.
That must be why I love it so much. I'm like, this is checking all the boxes.
Yeah, but it was like, and it's a good price point. It's cast strength. It's 6 year, and that's like 5 to 6 year, and it's hitting that sweet spot. And they got it's good batches, and that's where we're going. And you know, for our barrel strength, it's batches, so every release is going to be a little bit different. But it's getting older. The price point is always the same. And
what's the price point on that typically?
It's usually around like 55 to $60 is usually what I say.
Yeah. I mean, that's right in line with what I would expect it to be. So that's really cool. Brandon brings up a good point. He said, how could we, if Penelope isn't distributing in California, how could we get your pick? Yeah, that's a good point, Brandon. Maybe we could table this discussion.
Yeah, but we have so a great example is like Sterling with an I, like Sterling from the town in Scotland from Braveheart. I just watched Braveheart. So Sterling Fine Wines in New Jersey. I mean they sell our barrel strength for $50 a bottle. Seal box.
Oh, okay. So you guys, I was gonna say, we can, like Seal Box is awesome. I buy from them all the time.
Blake, that's who was at our facility today. Blake Bourbon.
Seal Box Penelope pick. I get their email, so I always watch their selects that go. They did a Wilderness Trail pick one time. That's honestly one of my favorite things that's come from that distillery.
I think I'm big. I love Wilderness Trail. I think they got some good stuff.
Well, I was going to ask, so when you're not drinking Penelope, like you mentioned, you've been a bourbon fan for a while. What are some of your favorite other bourbons that you enjoy?
Man, my palate's kind of changed a lot. So like even, I always like the staples. I like the Buffalo Traces and Eagle Rares and, the normal stuff. But I really do like the Lux Row 7. Some people, I love that. Lux Row, that Ezra Brooks 7-year to me is awesome. And then I see comments on Facebook. Some people hate it, and I'm like,
well, so I tried it when it first
really good.
When it first came out, it was like pretty available, but I feel like now, like I haven't seen it in a long time. So maybe just California doesn't get very much of it, but
well, it used to be like $39.99.
Yeah, it went up in price too.
Yeah, now it's like behind the glass. Yeah, so that's a good thing too. Interesting is for us, and that maybe that's a benefit for us, but we like with our toasted products, like we're trying to be everyone's first toasted product. Like we want to, like, we don't have a problem being readily accessible. Does that, I don't know if that makes sense or if that's, but for us, we want to try to make it. So
Adam says the one toasted I've tasted was muled from Texas and delicious. We are hoping to get the first pick in Memphis with my favorite store. Although this new American has me intrigued too. New American. Is he talking about just the regular barrel proof? I think potentially.
Yeah.
Well, now that we've been talking about toasted so much, I'm so excited to get into it. So you guys sent me 2 samples. So you sent me one that is this black label that says Toasted Series Black Barrels. Oh, actually, there's a label in the back. Just learned that. Okay. Oh, okay. I just realized. Oh, that's me not turning the bottles around. You sent me 2 different toasts. So we have 2 here. We have batch 16, which is a char 2 heavy toast. And then we have a batch 29 that is a char 5 and medium toast. Ooh, which one should we start with first? I have 2 glasses so we can compare them.
I would go with the lower char. I don't know. I mean, it's actually interesting because usually when I'm doing taste tests, I'm like, oh, go off the proof. You could kind of go any one. I always just say just because char 2 is lower than char 5.
Okay, well, I'll pour them both at the same time and we can do a little bit of comparing. I saw a question. Brandon was asking, do you know anything about with the barrel entry proof and still proof? These guys are nerds. These guys are like super.
Yeah, no. It's funny. We were talking about entry proofs today. The entry proof for the MGP is usually a lot of this is pretty standardized. Most barrel entry proof for MGP is 125. You get some stuff that might be custom and maybe it's 130. But it's usually barrel entry is 125, at least for a lot of the stuff we get.
Gotcha.
The still proof. Now, what's funny, we have these. So we have some light whiskey. Light
Mhm.
whiskey is actually for the ones we have is 99% corn, and
Okay.
still proof is 189.5.
Wow.
And that barrel entry is 145.
Yeah. That's
Usually
super.
the stuff but usually our traditional mashes, still proof is like 160, barrel entry 125, right around there. I mean, some variation, but generally right in that wheelhouse.
Gotcha. And great segue because this Saturday I'm actually going live for a special Saturday stream with my friend Brandon, who actually asked that question, and we are drinking 3 different Obtainium light whiskeys.
Let's connect. I got to send you some of this then.
Okay, yeah,
You got to
no,
try some of these. We had, so these are they're 2018s from Seagram's. So these are the Seagram's, Indiana, not even before MGP.
Mm-hmm.
And they're delicious.
Oh,
They
man,
taste
yeah.
like milk chocolate.
Dude, yes, I would love to try this. So I've only tried one of these so far. So I have 3 different ages of the Obtainium. 2 of them are hazmat, so 2 of them are over the 140 proof. But I have a 13-year, 14-year, and 15-year. So we're gonna do a bit of a flight and figure out which one's our favorite. So I'm excited for that.
Well,
So
wait, so this is on Saturday?
this Saturday, yes.
Oh, I was trying to calculate the cost to overnight you a sample.
Oh, no,
Like,
don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to like one up Upton. There's nothing to do with that. I was just like, hey, you can add another one to the mix.
Hey, no worries.
I'll send it to you and you can just try it.
Yeah, well, I'll say I have full bottles of the Obtainium, so I can like revisit it anytime. So, but I would absolutely love to try it.
Let me ask you a question about light whiskey, and I don't mean to derail.
No, let's go for it.
I am, it's funny. I always ask because we're always thinking like, all right, what's like next? Like, what's next in terms of what people are interested in? And I'll be honest, like to me, I'm even my palate is gravitating towards light whiskey. And we're not sitting on a lot. Like I have like 30 barrels of light whiskey, and that's for a product we have coming out in the spring. We don't have any more of it, but I have seen so much chatter. I think Obtainium. There was a Bull Run, or is it a Bull Run, right?
I haven't heard much about that one, but yeah, there's another one out there. Obtainium is the big one that everyone's talking about.
Out of Iowa. Bull Run. I mean, I haven't had the Obtainium, but I had Bull Run. It was delicious. So
yeah, like I said, I'll have a better opinion on it after Saturday because I've only tried one of them so far. But the one that I've tried so far is just really, really good. Light whiskey is so different, but like it's not so different that like if you like bourbon, you're gonna like be weirded out by it. But I think it brings a lot more. I'll talk about it on Saturday. We'll get into that.
No, I don't want to derail you.
No.
I'm just really interested in this light whiskey thing because people are going crazy for it.
They are. And again, I saw an Instagram post that the store that I actually hadn't been to before. I've been following them on Instagram forever. Never been. They posted like, we got 3 different Obtainiums in. So I went up and I met the owner and I was like, I can't decide. And I was like, I'll just buy all of them. So that was a lot of fun. Yes, Brandon says, cheers to the 40 people here. Yes, it's not he asked earlier, is that a record? It's not a record, but lately that actually means a lot. That's a lot more than lately. So thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully y'all are subscribed. Come back every Thursday night. I'm live same time, normally 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. So thank you all for all tuning in.
I saw a question from Donald. I'm looking at it. We are in Canada, actually.
Oh, okay. Alberta. Yeah, I'm really behind in the chat. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Alberta.
Yeah, okay.
We went to Canada maybe a couple months ago, and it's been an amazing market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, everyone thinks I'm not wrapping up. We forgot the toasted to do. I was just choosing to because I saw the number. I was like, holy crap, that's the highest.
That's light whiskey here. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Canadian. Well, Donald, good to know they are in Alberta. So yeah. So
but Ontario's impossible. I've chucked it up. I'll never be in Ontario. I would love to be, but it's like that's hard to get into the LCBO.
Yeah, understandable. Well, Donald, you'll have to get some and let us know what you think of it because Donald loves coming to our hangouts for patrons. So, all right, let's get into these toasted because I'm so excited. I've been hearing about them all night. Everyone's been raving about them. Let's get into them. So we're starting with the Char number 2 heavy toast, 111 proof, batch 16. If you're curious,
let me grab a toasted.
Yeah. I have a feeling that these are going to be right up my alley because I kind of buy into the whole toasted thing. Whenever a brand comes out with the toasted, I'm going to buy it because my favorite, I literally mention this every stream. I don't know why. My favorite note on a whiskey is a toasted marshmallow flavor. So if a whiskey has that, a lot of the toasted releases have that, I'm going to love it. So I can already tell from the nose, it seems like that's going to be the case here. Before I get into it, Adam Free with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Adam. He says, thanks to our veterans. Yes. Happy Veterans Day, everyone. And thank you so much for everyone that has served and that is currently serving. Oh, man, the nose on this is really good. So in terms of the numbers, so just to make sure we're clear, 2 is the lower char, less of a char.
Yes.
Okay. And then that's like a dumb question, but like,
and really what's interesting. So the char is obviously when the barrel's like on fire.
right.
So what's interesting about the toast is when they toast it. So this is like a combination, but the toast is like when it's almost like putting like a Bunsen burner, like a hot flame right to the wood, and it's not lighting on fire, but it's getting it ridiculously hot. So when that toasting effect happens, it just opens it up so much. And the toast is actually, it's like a kind of a contradictory word. Toast is where you're getting a lot of the vanilla. All the vanillins are coming out from really deep inside the wood. And then the char is giving just this added effect, more of like a smoky kind of campfire profile from almost like lighting the wood on fire.
I was gonna say I kind of snuck ahead and smelled the char 5, and oh yeah, that's
very
super
it's completely different. And for us, and that's probably it's so funny. We started out we go, let's just call it a series. Sure, we'll change it in like a month once we figure out which one we like the best. To this day, we just order all of them because they're just so different. And to me, I've never found like there's times I just want vanilla, and I'm like, okay, that's what I'm into right now. And sometimes I want some smoke.
Wow. So I just tried the char 2, which is the lower char, and the heavy toast. And this, when I was talking about that vanilla or the marshmallow note, this has that. And I think it's the heavy toast always gets me. And man, that just like you said, it's a lower char, so it's not gonna have too much of the
knock your socks off
campfire. It's not the campfire. It's a lot more sweet, a lot more vanilla, and like I said, a little bit of the marshmallow too. And the proof is, I mean, it's benefiting it a lot. I think being at higher, I say that because we were talking about Basil Hayden earlier. I just had the Basil Hayden toast for the first time.
I just had that tonight for the first time too.
What were your? Well, I don't know if you want to share your thoughts.
Well, no, you go first. Oh well, whatever.
I did okay. I didn't hate it. I just had the same opinion I had about it for all the Basil Hayden products. I'm like, but you could get Knob Creek store picks for, like basically a little bit more. I don't know. So I think,
and it's expensive too. Well, not, it's like what, $50?
Yeah.
$60 a bottle or something like that.
Yeah. I paid $45 for my toast, but I saw that it's already going on sale because people aren't selling a lot of it. But yeah. What did you think about it?
So, I mean, right after Blake was at our facility, we took him to a quick dinner before his flight. And the restaurant we had the Basil Hayden toast tonight. I thought the nose was awesome.
Oh no, it did. I was very excited.
I was like, whoa! But I already kind of like had a biased opinion because I've already heard so much feedback about it.
Same. I was the same way. I've heard so many people like crap on it, so I kind of was like, but I was rooting for it. I was like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Yeah. No, man, I'm with you. And then the palate it was fine, whatever.
It fell flat. I think it was very mediocre, I would say. But like you said earlier on, though, Basil Hayden isn't targeted towards people, that are, I guess, further along in their bourbon journey. However, they are trying to trick us with this toast because we're all going to seek it out because we see toast on the label.
Yeah, they're just riding that, going for it. Maybe, and I always thought about this too because I look at them too. That this toast is a regular SKU for them. This isn't going away, at least.
Yeah, no, I saw it. Yeah, it's going to be a regular thing, which I mean, honestly, the bottle looks amazing. Have you seen the bottle? Awesome. It looks really, really nice.
I know. I want to put flames on mine now. I'm going to one up Beam, and I'm going to do like flame. I'm going to do real flames. Remember the Hunger Games?
Hunger Games, the dress.
I'm actually going to have real fire on my bottles. What do you guys think? I'm going to go real fire.
Oh god, I couldn't imagine the cost on that. You think there's a glass shortage? What about fire?
If you spin our bottle real fast, it lights on fire.
Hey, there's a lot of taters in the community. They will buy that shit up. Well, okay, so pricing wise for this toasted series, how much are these typically going for?
About $65. That's what we price it for, $65.
So a little bit above the barrel strength, but honestly, I mean, I think
$5 more. So we always did barrel strength. Let's just call it 60, 65. That's how we did it.
Well, I will say for $15 more than I paid for Basil Hayden toast, buy this instead. But I will say, you were talking about packaging a little bit earlier. That's what caught my eye. So you guys made an Instagram post. By the way, they have different. You guys use different colors for the different toast levels on the bottles.
Well, we did that. Actually, that was a retailer in the Northeast, Wegmans, a
Okay.
grocery store. I love Wegmans. We actually don't do many barrel picks because we're still like, that's a hard thing for us to do. It's just like a lot of logistics, but Wegmans, you know what they did with the start of COVID, March 2020. I wasn't in Wegmans in New Jersey. We still were just starting this whole craziness.
Mhm.
They went out of their way to put us in their stores. And they have 9 big stores in New Jersey
Wow.
to support small local businesses.
Mhm.
And I just, to this day, I'd bend over like that was the coolest thing in the world for a big company to do that for us. I was blown away, and they've been a great partner of ours. So they came on site in April, picked 4 barrels. All 4 of them were different chars and toasts, and they finished for about 4 or 5 months. We bottled them in April or in August, and each one of them had a different color, and just kind of went from there.
Gotcha. So yeah, I saw that, and I thought I guess I didn't make the connection that it was a store pick, but that's incredible that they are, such a massive change, but supporting small businesses. So
Yeah, no, like that's
That's-
really
that's-
cool. Because like, you don't know the start of all this. We were like, we didn't even know if I was going to be in business in 2 months. Right. And they were like, we'll do whatever we can. And I thought that was really cool.
that's awesome. Well, I want to go ahead and try the char number 5 medium toast. This won't have as much of the toasted notes I'm used to. However, I did say on the nose, this is very campfirey, which again, I'm not opposed to. I do like that. I just sometimes dabble in Scotch. These guys know that.
I love Scotch. I
yeah.
love Scotch.
What region of Scotland?
I like one of my favorite Scotch is Talisker. I love Talisker. I mean, that's what I've always loved Scotch. Scotch is actually my first favorite whiskey. And I'm real big into Irish whiskey. I love Redbreast.
Oh man, sounds like you and I, we need to like get together, like have a whiskey night, because
I love that Redbreast. What is it? The Redbreast 12. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah,
It's delicious.
Redbreast is doing. They're probably my favorite Irish whiskey I've had. Teeling is doing some awesome stuff with Irish as well. They're just their small batch is like $26, but it's become my bar staple for like mixed Irish drinks. I use Teeling small batch all the time. But yeah, no, I love my Scotch too. You mentioned Talisker. When I was on my last international trip, I bought Talisker Dark Storm, I think it's called.
Never had it.
But it's a travel exclusive. But it's basically just
like a duty-free shop.
Yeah, and it's so good. I'm trying to build up enough Taliskers to do a stream for Talisker because I only own 2 of their products so far. But
all right,
I'm a
got a
Talisker
duty-free product. I didn't even know people do that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So tomorrow I'm going to be calling duty-free. Be like, hey, I live right by Newark Airport.
No, actually,
how do we get duty-free?
And it's not just a Scotch thing. A lot of American brands. I mean, Jack Daniel's has a bottled in bond that was a travel exclusive for the longest time.
Really?
And then you guys in the chat probably know more than me. So let us know in the chat some of your favorite travel exclusive bottles, because I know there's tons of them out there. Maker's Mark. I think they had I think the 101 started. That may be a distillery exclusive. I get this confused a little bit, but. We got a super chat here. Bourbon says, huge cheers to the vets in the community, like Independent Joe, who has been amazing with modding tonight. He may not even be a mod yet, but he's going to be a mod after this stream. Whiskey Mountains, Bourbon Wrench, and so many more. Mike, see you on Saturday at Neats. I guess.
Oh, shit. That's
I told you, I think he's someone that knows you.
Yeah, I'm going out there. Hell yeah, man. Bantam. I'll be out there. It starts at 1:00. I'm excited about it.
Well, yeah, Ben, tell him you can.
My wife is thrilled about it too, by the way. I was like, oh, by the way, I'm gonna be gone for like 6 hours on Saturday. Do you mind?
Oh yeah. Chad Watson says, love Penelope toasted. Well, I picked it up to drink it and then I set it right back down. So let me try the Char 5 medium toast. Cheers.
Let me pour mine too.
Oh, so different.
Totally different, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's smoky, but like when I say smoky, I'm scared the bourbon people are gonna be like, ew, smoky. I don't mean like peat smoke. Don't worry.
No, not like
easier
a
to describe it
Scotch
as
smoke.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's easier to describe it as ashy, but that also sounds like negative connotations. I don't mean.
But I know where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's darker. It's less of the sweet vanilla, more of the. I mean, but it has there's something on the finish that I'm really digging. I haven't really gotten. I haven't had very many, char. I mean, most char was level 3, the most popular char level.
No, char. I'll be honest with you.
Four.
Well, we're hearing char 5 by far.
Oh, really? Oh,
By
interesting.
like we get the requests all the time.
Oh, sorry. I
char
mean, like, I
5s.
meant, sorry, I meant other brands. Like most people they're doing barrels.
Well, actually, I can't. I think a lot of folks actually just do toasted barrels.
Gotcha.
No
Okay.
char. I think Old Forester does a low char, heavy toast.
You can tell I'm not in the industry, so I'll get my words. I get my
No, and I actually, but this is what I hear. Like, so char 5 and toast is like kind of contradictory because if you do a big char, it kind of like burns off the toast.
Oh, gotcha.
So
So wait,
actually
okay, dumb question from someone not in the industry. Does toast come before char or does char come before toast?
Toast, then char.
Toast, then
So
char.
you toast it, and then all of a sudden you char the shit out of it. The toast is gone. Which,
Gotcha.
by the way, so maybe this is a very Jersey thing of us because we're like just doing like the char 5 mediums to us by far away are the most popular, but they're not. No one does them because they're kind of contradictory, right? You toast and then the char just burns it away. So what's the point? But I found that the feedback we get is that that's the best favorite. So go figure.
Yeah, Chad Watson says that smokiness. I can't see his emojis, but I imagine those are good emojis. It doesn't show me on
I just got
StreamYard.
2 rectangles.
Yeah, same here. I saw a comment. Bourbon Before Bacon says having a rough night and wanted to drink with friends as the fireplace was dying down. Seriously appreciate it. 10-year Army vet. Well, Bourbon Before Bacon.
That's amazing.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your service, and thank you for spending the evening with us. And I'm sorry that you're having a rough day, but hopefully you have some bourbon to help make it a little bit better, and maybe some bacon too. But thank you for tuning into us.
Down by the fireplace too. Hopefully, I have a better night, and thank you again for your service. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And he made a comment earlier. He's on your team. I saw the comment earlier. He said Penelope is better than Whistle Pig. So you got a fan in the house too. Well, cheers to you, Bourbon Before Bacon. So of these two, I think if I were to do a pick of the toasted, I would still lean on the heavy toast. To me, that brings out a certain characteristic that I do really enjoy.
You're getting the vanilla, you're getting the vanilla.
Yeah, that's right up my alley. Like I like a sweeter bourbon. That's just usually what I go for. And I do love a lot. It's a toss up because I do love some really older like Knob Creek store picks. They're like the 13, 14-year picks, maybe 15, some of them. I do love a lot of rich oak, but I feel like Knob Creek or Beam in general has like a nutty sweetness that I think transcends the oakiness. Yeah. But I think if I still were to pick, I would gravitate towards the sweeter whiskeys. So the first one, batch 16, is definitely like up my alley.
And I remember that batch 16, that was actually a higher rye blend too. What's interesting, I mean, and this is part of the fun that we're still figuring it out, but like we've done some high rye blends in the lower char, higher toast, but then we've also done higher wheat. So there's been some ones that we've done, and I'm not comparing ourselves to Weller. I just want to paraphrase that.
Sure.
We've done like a really high wheat blend, put it into a char 5 medium. Maybe it sits there 45, 60 days. And you do start to get similarities to that full proof Weller, like, cause that's you're getting some of the vanillin, but not a lot, but you're getting some so it's been kind of cool to see. I'm not saying it's comparing it to it. I love Weller, but it's similarities in that regard because of that higher wheat.
So I'm going back and forth between the two, and I still stick with my initial statement. They are so different. I think different. Yeah, like if you're used to like a smokier kind of whiskey, maybe you're more of a Scotch person. That higher char, medium toast is like great. I saw where was it? Oh, Chad says char 5 heavy toast equals perfection. So it sounds like he's had
yeah, we did one of those too. We've had a few char 5 heavies. And those were really good too. I think we've only done 3 or 4 char 5 heavies. One of them was for Bourbon Thieves. That was actually that was a really good barrel too. That one was delicious. What's interesting with the toasted barrels, we work with Speyside 90% of the time on those barrels. But we did just get a fresh wave maybe a week ago of Kelvin barrels. So now nice. Kelvin, the Cooperage, they only go up to char 4. So they don't even have char 5 options. I mean, really? You can get char 5, but you got like custom order and buy a ton of them. So we just kind of like char 4 heavy. So we're kind of curious. We filled those last week. I haven't even sampled them yet, but probably the next 2 or 3 weeks I'll pull a sample.
Very good. I think so. Is it? I might be getting confused. I think Chicken Cock also just they do use Barcelona Bourbon Company. I think they use Kelvin for their barrels.
Yeah.
So I've had them on the show before. So they people that use Kelvin barrels get really passionate about those barrels. They say they're just some of the best out there. But I mean, I haven't had much from Speyside. I probably have, but not knowing that I have.
See, and it's interesting. Like I'm like, I love. I mean, I don't know much. I mean, look, we have some Kelvin barrels from MGP that were used from the beginning, right? So they're the oak that they were used from the start, and they're absolutely amazing. It's funny when I get a 5-year Kelvin barrel from MGP, it looks like it's like 190 years old. This thing is so beat up at 5 years.
Wow.
Now, Speyside, what they do is they laser cut their staves, so they're like that's like tight, right? And so they're not going to look as beat up and worn. So, they're just going to be very, very different. I don't know. I don't know. I think they're all great, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I'm cutting you. I missed earlier when I asked what were the travel exclusives. Scott Pixie says Makers 101 was duty free. So I was right about that. Yeah. So that started out as a duty free.
This is like a whole new sales channel. This is so cool. I'm calling duty free tomorrow.
You totally should.
I'm going to call 1-800 duty free. Be like, I've got bourbon. Who do I talk to?
Brandon says Blanton Straight from the Barrel and Gold used to be travel exclusives. Well, now they're just international. Rare Breed Barrel Proof. Oh, I didn't realize Rare Breed started that way. And Wild Turkey 13. Yes, Wild Turkey 13. I actually got from a friend that is a friend of a flight attendant. So she would go to Japan, hit up their duty free shops, and bring back all the Wild Turkey 13 year.
Why do you think Brandon's like that's interesting? Like,
it's
why maybe it's a marketing get international exposure. Like what do you think it is?
These guys probably have better thought. Like I don't have too much experience with it, but it's definitely marketing, getting in new markets that aren't typically bourbon drinkers. I think a lot of the time. And if it's like, oh, it's an exclusive, you might want to pick it up. I don't know. That's my thoughts on it. But I mean, these guys these are a great resource, so they will let you know.
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Scary Peeper says, cheers, Clifton. Mike is a cool dude and doing awesome things at Penelope. I've really enjoyed their barrel proof. Cheers to you both.
Oh, thanks, man.
Cheers to you.
Thank you.
Well, so wait, did I miss something? Everyone's saying Tybee. Oh, never mind. That's Tyler. Okay. That's Tyler. What's up, Tyler? Good to see you. I was like, what? Did I miss something? Well, very good. I'm sorry that Danny wasn't able to make it. Hopefully.
Well, Danny's got 2 twins.
Okay.
And the only reason why he didn't, I'm sure he might be in the doghouse. Something might be going on because Danny's not known to do this.
Okay.
I haven't even looked at my phone. I'm sure something's going on there.
No, but I mean, yeah. I mean, again, totally cool. And I appreciate you guys being flexible. I'm totally flexible to start a bit later and stuff. Like that's no big deal at all. So,
man, no, thank you. No, and I appreciate that.
The question. Okay, before we wrap up, 2 questions. One I've been wanting to ask. So you said early on, you said you are a rye guy. Is there any way in the future Penelope will ever release a rye whiskey?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
I got some good. Yeah, 100%.
That's good to hear. Because you said you had like the 100% rye that you guys had barrels of. Because I'm a rye guy too. I do really enjoy high rye bourbons and high rye ryes. So
then we need to. We should talk offline because we have a couple ideas that we're stirring around, and maybe it'd be good to get your feedback on.
Well, hey, as soon as I end the stream, stick around. It'll be offline, and we can chat if you want to.
Yeah, no, seriously. So we have. I mean, look, we don't. We're not right now for long term. The new fills that we're making are the 99 corn, the 21 rye bourbon, and the 45 wheat bourbon. Mm-hmm. That's kind of our core lineup. So we're not doing like new fill, like we're not making any rye with like we're not contracting new distillate as a rye. But we do have some really good, what I found to be really good barrels. And I actually thought we talked about the private select, right? So private select here, you make your own blend. I kind of envision sunsetting the private select like this version of it and kind of bringing it back as more of a blend of straight whiskeys and maybe introducing rye whiskey that way. Maybe you have a 21 rye bourbon, you have a 100% rye whiskey, and maybe you have a 95.5 rye whiskey. So maybe private select next year might be rye whiskeys that you're blending.
Yeah. It gets complicated with labels.
We're seriously thinking through this right now.
Yeah, because you gotta get complicated with the labels because the percentage of rye is like less than 51% or more than 51%. You're like, I gotta label it as a rye whiskey now.
I know, and that's the hardest part. You have to be
Mhm.
very, yeah. You
Yeah,
wanna
but
make sure.
I mean, it's a great idea, and yeah, definitely. I know we're running a little long. Daniel H in the chat said, "How long ago did this start?" We started an hour and 20 minutes ago, so we're wrapping it up now. Thank you for tuning in. Though. If you missed it, catch the replay.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming on. And just want to mention there was an answer to our question that I asked earlier about travel exclusives. Brandon says usually it's a trial run for distilleries too. If they don't have a lot of stock, they send it overseas. That's a good point.
Interesting.
And Donald says if you are a Talisker fan, you need to find a bottle of Talisker Dark Storm. Well, if we swap samples, I will send you a sample of that one, and then I can try the light whiskey that you guys are working on.
But the problem with that name, when I see that name, I think dark and stormy.
Oh no, it's
like I'm thinking like
just a
cocktail.
more smoky Talisker. I think it's got more of the smoky characteristics.
I love Talisker. Oh, but it's so good.
Yeah. Well, everyone, thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you for sticking around. I know we ran a little long tonight, but this was so much fun. Mike, you and Danny are welcome back. If you guys do that rosé that you were talking about earlier, or if you guys do anything new, please come back on the channel. I would absolutely love to have you.
Thank you.
These guys are obviously fans of you guys. So
thank you all.
Awesome. Well, cheers. Mike, stick around. As soon as I end this, let's chat a little bit about the rye. But everyone else, I will see you on Saturday for the Obtainium stream. And then if you're a patron, I will join you shortly on Discord, which is you can find at bourbonbytes.com. So cheers, y'all. Have a great evening, and I will see you on Saturday. Cheers.
Have a good night.
I had some thoughts, some not as great thoughts as you would expect from a Heaven Hill fan. It's a solid bourbon. I don't think it blows, my socks off or anything. I don't think it nearly justifies the price point. I just don't think it shows its age. It also is hot. Like it's 101 proof, but it drinks hotter. Again, there are things I like about it, but there's really, I can't see why this is treated as like a special pour. I don't get the exclusivity of it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes, whiskey user reviews with an 80s twist. But today we are not doing whiskey or anything 80s related, except maybe my lunchbox. We are doing Irish beers. So it's something that I'm trying to do something different this year. I've done so many Irish whiskey reviews over the past 4 or 5 St. Patrick's Days that I thought I would mix it up this year and try a bunch of Irish beers. It's something that I've never really explored outside of just Guinness. So I'm really excited to have found 5 different Irish beers, plus 1 Irish style non-alcoholic beer, which I'm also excited for. But I've never tried them all once together. So tonight, my goal is to find my favorite Irish beer. I think I have a favorite, but we're going to see if my mind can change today based on these 6 beers that we're drinking. So super excited. If you saw the thumbnail, you know what we're drinking. Might change up the order a little bit, just depends on like how heavy some of the beers are. Might rely on you guys for that because most of these I've never had. But yeah, I thought this would just be a fun idea. So let me know what you guys are drinking, whether you're watching live or watching the replay. Hello, hit the thumbs up button. And yeah, can't wait to dive into these beers with you guys. I know it's a little early for the St. Patrick's Day celebrations, but it's a weekend. St. Patrick's Day is on Monday, so I feel like everyone's celebrating basically starting now. So if this is the start of your St. Patrick's Day weekend, maybe this will give you some ideas of which beers to pick up for your party. I'm not hosting a party, but I'm going to my friend's birthday party on Saturday, and her birthday is actually on St. Patrick's Day, which is pretty freaking cool. So she's having a party on Saturday night. So that's gonna be my. But yeah, what are you guys doing? You guys doing anything fun? Any like classic meals or any traditions you and your family have for St. Patrick's Day or friends, I guess. Let's see. Tony's here in the chat. Tony said, "Oh, Cliffy boy." Oh, sorry, he's singing. "Oh, I'm not going to try to sing that for you. Oh, Cliffy boy, the beers are calling. Glen Canyon and down the riverside. Well, cheers to you, Tony. Good to see you. I saw you in Perry's chat earlier today. Zopher's here as well. Let's go. Yes, drinking all the Irish beers. Working, I will be working. I'll be working on the actual St. Patrick's Day too on the 17th for sure. But this weekend I'm going to celebrate like it's St. Patrick's Day. So I feel you there. Also, hello, news about whiskey. So let's go ahead and before I dive into these, I'm a whiskey channel. I gotta have at least one whiskey per stream. Not always, but I thought I would grab a pour of one of my favorite Irish whiskeys available, at least in my area. Redbreast, 12 years old, always a good classic. It's a nice step up from the standard Irish whiskeys, although I do love me some Teeling Small Batch and some Jameson Black Barrel and up. But Redbreast 12 to me is just the quintessential Irish whiskey taste. So I'm going to start off with a cheers to this, and then we'll get into these beers. So cheers, y'all. Let me know what you guys are drinking, whether it's Irish or not. I'd love to hear what you guys are sipping on. Cheers. I was going to do that like a shot. Then I realized I shouldn't, because 12 is like sippable. I thought I just had basic Jameson, but I didn't, so I grabbed this one. If I had basic Jameson, it would totally be a shot. But yeah, man, Redbreast 12 here. It's just, if you're going to try to introduce someone to Irish whiskey, skip Jameson, give them this. Such a big improvement. Of course, both distilled at Middleton, but this one just has a really great graham crackery shortbread cookie note that just is, to me, it's a quintessential Irish whiskey note. You do get a little bit of on like some Jamesons, especially like the Black Barrel, but to me, it comes out a little more with age. So when you get up to like the 12-year mark, you can really taste it, and it kind of defines it in a unique style that I always can tell, oh yeah, this is Irish. All right, well, we'll come back to that at the end. Just want to set my palate. By the way, that one's coming in at 80 proof, so it literally drinks so easy. I was thinking for some reason in my head I thought it was like 90 something proof, but when I just tasted it, I'm like, oh wow, I could have totally drank that like a shot, because I'm so used to high proof whiskeys, so it's nice to kind of settle down and take a break with the lower proof one. Large break, might have time for a pint. Absolutely, go for it. Redbreast Cask Strength is good for the price. I may need to pour some now. Nice. I haven't bought one in a while. I think, no, that might be one back there. I might have one, but it's older, from several years ago. So I need to pick up another bottle for sure, but awesome one to enjoy. So for beers, I was going to start with my favorite, but that's like the darkest of them all. So, the one that I think is my favorite at this point in time pre-stream. But I want to taste through all these. I don't want to blow my palate with some of the darker ones first. So I'm actually going to start with one that I've actually never heard of, but it's like the second most popular beer in Ireland. Harp Lager. I think Perry was drinking on it in his stream as well. I've actually never heard of this or seen it. It is 4.5% ABV, product of Ireland. It's brewed by Guinness & Co. Okay, did not realize it was actually made by Guinness. I guess it's kind of like the Middleton of Irish distilling. Guinness makes a bunch of different products. This one, though, it started being brewed in 1960. It is become a staple. Oh, there we go. I pulled up some facts about it. It was created by Guinness to compete with the rising popularity of European lagers. The name Harp was chosen to honor Ireland's national symbol, and though it was originally brewed in Dundalk, production has since moved to Dublin. So, very, very nice. I actually, like I said, did not know this was by Guinness, which is a Diageo company. Us in the whiskey world are very familiar with Diageo owning all the brands. But yeah, I'm going to start with this one. I got some glasses to show you guys oh shoot, I forgot my can opener. One second. I don't need it for this one, but I need it for the next one. So I might go run and grab it. I know where it's at, so it might take me like 2 seconds. Don't want to spill these. So this is the Harp Lager. Let me pour a little bit of it here. This one important glass so you guys can see it as well. And I got to drink all these tonight too, so I haven't had beer in a while, so I'm going to be on the after party tonight, I'm going to be very burpy, I'm sure. So here's the color of the Harp Lager. Pretty light. I would say like a bit of a honey color there. Lagers aren't typically my favorite style of beer. I do prefer more of like the stouts. I love a red ale. I honestly like an IPA every now and then. IPAs, usually when I'm visiting a new brewery, I'll get an IPA, just kind of see how they do it. I love when breweries do really unique IPAs. I don't care for like the super hoppy, not fruity ones. I love a hazy, fruity IPA. That's my jam. But other than that, if it's not an IPA, I usually go for like a red ale or a stout. So yeah, I'm excited to get in. Probably. I just don't think it's very popular, at least in my area. Let me know in the chat. Sending a message to me, the bottle opener. I knew I was going to forget something. I was like, I'm either going to forget the red breast or I'm going to forget the bottle opener. So, let's see. We're going to, say Slancha to you, Tony, Todd. Good to see. I see Tony's here too. Todd, hope you are not Todd. Gosh, darn it. I'm sorry. I have so many Tony, Todds, and Donnies and Dons. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm like reading down the chat. Donnie. Got your name right. Thank you so much for showing up. Donnie is one of our Byte Club members and has been a supporter of the channel for so long. And I feel so guilty for just messing up his name, but it's all good. And also, I was double tasking. I got the bottle opener. I love this, by the way. Do you guys have one like this? It's like the bottom of it's a wine opener, which actually works really, really well. But the top of it's just a bottle opener. So that's why I was distracted. I was actually texting Justin to say, can you bring me this real quick? So, hello, Donnie. Good to see you. Never heard of Harp. Oh, you seem surprised. Okay, I've never had it. I'm sorry. 4 days till St. Patrick's Day. Yes, I'm kicking off the celebration a little bit early today. But I'm going to be celebrating all weekend, so for sure. So ever said if you're an Irish pub, I guarantee it's on tap. Probably. I just personally have never had it. If I've seen it, I've ignored it because I'm like, what is that? But sorry, I usually get a Guinness in an Irish pub. Tony said I found one last Guinness in the fridge to go with that Jameson triple. Nice. Yeah, so let's go ahead and go for a taste of this one. Like I said, not very familiar with it. Seems to be very popular. You guys are judging the heck out of me. So cheers, Slasha. Let's try this Harp Lager. I was taking a minute to nose it a bit there. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that to be so refreshing. I guess maybe I just don't drink lagers very often. I'll use I do like a red ale. The closest thing I'll do to it is like is it golden ale? I'm trying to think of the one that I drink. That's like, sometimes it's finished in gin barrels. I forget what that one is. Pale ale. No, not pale ale. Blonde ale. I do like a blonde ale. This is very different though. I like it. It's refreshing. I didn't think a beer could be refreshing, but it is. Yeah, the nose is very. I said honey on the color, but the nose is very honey as well. Super sweet, not too malty. I mean, there's a little bit of the grain quality to it, but it's like very bright, very not even citrusy. It's just more of like a overall just a maybe a little herbal, but it's more floral for me. Got some nice like honey characteristics there too. Man, that is really good. Did not know this was so popular and so good. Like I said, 4.5% ABV, so it's like a pretty decent proof. I think that it's something that I would definitely start out with. It's not something that I would like enjoy sipping on like as like a special pour. It definitely feels very get your night started kind of pour, but sometimes you need that, right? So I am a fan of this. I'm a new fan of this. So sorry. It's really good. Actually, you know what? I don't fully discredit myself because I looked for this one at several different stores and could not find it. Couldn't find it at grocery stores, could not find it at Total Wine. The only place I actually found it was Bevmo, and they only had like one packet of it left. So either it's wildly popular around this time of year, which is likely, or they just don't really distribute it much out here in Southern California. So yeah, that's nice. I like that. It does not, it reminds me, the brightness actually reminds me of like a Mexican style lager, like Corona. Corona to me is like my go-to lighter style beer. I love that with like lime. This kind of brings me in the same territory. I like that. Harp, Smithwick's, and Guinness on tap at every Irish pub. Well, great. We're going to try all of those tonight, so it should be fun. So ever said lagers are what I crave. It's what you got to have after a long day of work if it's a beer. That's a fair point. Again, like I said, I usually go for like a Modelo or a Corona, but this could enter my circulation as well. Stacey said I've poured a lot of harp at the Dublin Irish Festival. It's popular when it's 90. Oh, I can imagine. That's what actually I was thinking. This is so crisp and refreshing. It's cold and windy as heck here today. I was actually worried that the internet would go out because when it's windy for some reason, my internet. I'm gonna try to come back on as quickly as possible, but the wind is going crazy outside. Hopefully, it's been rainy, so hopefully things are not dry. Last time I had like PTSD because last time it was this windy was when the fire started. So it's a little worrying, but I think everything's wet enough. It's been raining, not as concerned. Beats Bud Light, says Emily. Also, hello, Emily. Good to see you. Emily is one of our incredible mods, bourbon wrenches here on the channel. Cheers to you, Emily. Hope you're having a good Thursday night. It's definitely around Southern California. We need to get you to some better pubs. I know. Listen, guys. I'm a whiskey guy. I do like beer, but like I don't tend to drink it at home. A lot of times I'll drink beer when I'm out because to me, I'm not very trusting of bars unless I've been to them before. And I worry that if I ask for like a well drink or like a mixed drink, they're going to like make it weak. And I'm like, I just paid $18 for this weak cocktail. I mean, if it's a fancy cocktail, I'm okay with that. Like if it's nice ingredients, nice presentation, okay with that. But if it's like a gin and tonic or a vodka cranberry or a rum and coke, I'd rather order a beer because I know how much alcohol I'm getting in that. But what do you guys do? If it's a new bar, do you trust just going for like a well drink or a call drink, or do you go for beer? Maybe it's just me. I'm also very like not frugal. It's just more of like I don't like getting ripped off, and I feel like sometimes it's a rip off to pay a ton of money for a mixed drink or a well drink, and it's just like maybe 1.5 at most ounces and like this much mixer. So that's my like worst thing. Harp is actually heavier than Guinness. Guinness floats on top of it in a half and half. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, in terms of like drinking, I mean, I feel like this definitely drinks lighter, but maybe like molecularly or so. That's interesting. Maybe I should go to Guinness next. I mean, I didn't realize this was made by Guinness until started the stream. So actually, I can move to Guinness next. I may have to do that half and half thing too. Do you guys want me to try that? I've seen the combinations of beers on like every Irish pub's menu, but I've just never tried it. Cheap. I'm not cheap, Donnie. I am cheap. I'll be real. When it comes to drinking and like, yeah, like I don't splurge on my drinks. I splurge on my food. I'll splurge on like, I usually don't splurge on nice whiskeys at bars either. I'll splurge at home, obviously. But yeah, I definitely am not. I don't splurge on dive bars. Beer at bars, especially when 98% of us have better bar selection. Absolutely. You need a spoon for that pour. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, well I don't have a spoon. I'm not gonna make Jessica go get me a spoon too. But I will say I'm gonna rank these as like favorite to least favorite at the end. So. Very, very nice. Well, since we're in the Guinness family, let's go ahead and move on to what I've considered my favorite Irish beer ever. Now, this is not the exact bottle that I wanted. The exact bottle I wanted is not distributed in California. It's actually distributed in Vegas and the Carolinas, which I go to very often, but I don't think to stock up on beer. I'm usually buying whiskey. The one that I have right now is Guinness Extra Stout. So this one is a little bit higher ABV. It's 5.6% ABV. But my actual favorite one that I've ever had from them is the Foreign Extra Stout. And they sell that in Las Vegas. Like I said, the Carolinas. I think that one's almost 6 or 7% ABV. But to me, that one is so creamy and so decadent that I think it's just, it's always a standout. Whenever I always go seek out that bottle. I just don't ever think to bring it back with me. So on the color spectrum, this one is so different. So, I see my internet's dipping a little bit. Sorry, guys. Like I said, the wind might disrupt us. Let me know if you lose me. If you can still hear me, it might be okay. But here is the Guinness. Very, very dark. Of course, as you would expect a Guinness to be. On the nose, so malty. I mean, that's richly chocolate. I mean, like almost dark chocolate. It's not that, it's sweet, but it's not like a sweet milk chocolate. little bit of like toasted coffee or like toasted peanuts or something in there. Yeah, just really like roasty, toasty nose. All right, let's go and give it a taste. Cheers. Oh yeah. I mean, that's definitely a huge drink. I mean, huge change in like bitterness and heftiness compared to the harp. The harp was light and fruity and like fun and like, this is nice to have on a beach on a 90-degree day. This one, I don't think I would want to drink a Guinness in the heat. I mean, even in Vegas, like it gets hot, but I wouldn't probably drink it outdoors. I feel like I would get sick of it real fast. But just the maltiness, I think the thing that I love about Guinness over some other bourbon barrel aged stouts that are made here in the U.S. is kind of what Stacey was saying. It drinks a lot lighter than them. Sometimes you get the bourbon barrel aged ones and they're like thick, like syrup. This is not. It looks like it. It looks like it would be. This one's a little bit thicker and richer than regular Guinness, I will say. But I mean, for me, for a few bucks more, it's absolutely worth it. For the this one, I can only find it in like 6-packs, and Guinness I can find in like larger packs. But usually, I'm paying a little bit more for it, but I'm willing to do it because I do like it a little bit better. That's the extra stout. All right, what's going on in the chat? Okay, dropping some frames. Yeah, I apologize. It's very windy today, so. Look who's also here, the Whiskey Dictionary. What's up, Bill? Good to see you. You said I told you I would be here. Yes, thank you for tuning in. We're just getting started. I've had Harp and I've had Guinness Extra Stout. Harp surprised me. It's a lager. It's a very light, floral, fruity. Not really fruity, but light and floral and honey. Really good. Very good for like summertime. Guinness is Guinness. We all know Guinness. I still think I love it, but I'm excited to see how it compares to all of these. Guinness is a winter beer for sure. I've poured a few pints of Guinness this month, usually at 9 a.m. watching Irish rugby. Oh, nice. I can see Guinness and like pancakes. Like I feel like that combo sounds really good. The meal within itself. It feels like it, right? It's so rich. Yes, I'm a fan, but we still got 4 more beers to drink, so we'll see if my favorite gets dethroned. We always have Guinness in our house. Yeah, actually, I either have the Guinness Extra Stout or I'll switch it up and get the Guinness 0% ABV. I like to always have like a 0% ABV beer in my house just because like sometimes I want the experience of drinking a beer but not the alcohol. It's just like I like, it's hot outside. I want to come inside and drink something refreshing. I'll drink a non-alcoholic beer. So I do like the Guinness 0%. I also like Corona 0%. I did a whole stream on my favorite non-alcoholic beers. So check that out. If you've not yet seen it, just search my channel, non-alcoholic beers. It actually has done the best out of so many of my videos. Maybe I should switch to a beer review channel. I don't know. But everyone really liked that video. So I'm glad that people are getting something out of it. Hopefully we'll see how this one does. Maybe I'll do more beer more often if people seem to enjoy it. Again, I'm not like a beer expert, but I like learning new things. All right, so those are the first 2 beers. I was worried about them all getting cold or getting hot. So I got myself a little cooler here, which I'm not going to hold it up, but it's a vintage igloo looking cooler. It's so cute. I got to show it off. Okay, I said I'm not going to pick it up. Look at this. It's so cute. I love it. Yeah. So I put the extra ones in here with some ice to make sure they were cold, and they had a fair shot in this challenge. All right. So what we got coming up next. So you saw the thumbnail, but we have a Smithwick's Red Ale. We have a Sullivan's Malting Irish Ale. We have a Wexford Cream Ale. And we have a Sober Carpenter Irish Red. This is actually a non-alcoholic Irish-style beer. This is actually made in Canada, so it's not Irish. It's the only one that's actually not made in Ireland. But I thought it would be fun to throw in here because I do love a good non-alcoholic beer. So, where shall we go? I think we should go for Sullivan's, right? I know, Stacey, you had a fun fact about Sullivan's. Yeah, you had a fun fact about Sullivan's and Smithwick's. So I'll do a Sullivan's first and then move to the Smithwick's. How about that? All right, so Sullivan's. This is a Malting's Irish Ale. Do I know what that means? Not necessarily. Brewing is in our blood. I saw like blood on the label. I'm like, what are they talking about? I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. I love the label. I mean, this bottle is really cool. It has a nice texture to it as well. It says, enjoy the canned version of our Malting's Irish Ale. Our classic ruby ale with deep malt combining biscuit and gentle caramel notes. Yeah, it just has tasting notes here. Yeah, water, malted and roasted barley, hops, and yeast, brewed in Ireland. So people are like talking about Smithwick's. Okay. At Walmart, 0 Guinnesses, save for non-alcoholic Guinnesses. Oh, I see. I was like zero, like I was saying like Coke Zero. I gotcha. Smithwick's is also owned by Diageo. Okay. Smithwick's. Okay, y'all have opinions. Should we do Smithwick's first? Okay. Sullivan's is the original recipe for Smithwick's. Okay. We're gonna do a switcheroo. We're gonna go with Smithwick's first. So forget that moment just now. We're gonna go to Smithwick's Red Ale. It's Irish-made product of Ireland. Our ruby red brew with a gentle hop bitterness, sweet malty notes, and refreshingly balanced taste. This one comes in at 4.5% ABV. Also brewed in Ireland by Guinness, and imported by Diageo. So I think it makes sense to go to this next. We tried 3 different Diageo brands. Let me check this one now. I'm like, shoot, is everything Diageo? Is everything Guinness? I don't think this one is. Oh, you know what? This one isn't even Wexford's isn't even. It's Irish style. Okay, I didn't realize that. My bad. Okay. Well, we're gonna move to Smithwick's and then Sullivan's. So if you saw this comment from Stacy in the chat, she said Sullivan's is the original recipe for Smithwick's. That's a very fun fact. I did not know that. But I'm going to start with the Smithwick's. They sold the brand but kept the recipe. Gotcha. Okay. Donnie is face palming. I'm sorry. Oh, it's pronounced Smittix. Smittix. Oh, I thought Zover was just like being like, this sucks, Smittix, you know? Okay. That W is silent. Okay, I gotcha, y'all. That's why Donnie's face palming. Cheers, cool running. Bring some light into the fact that they're making fun of me. Adam. Also, hi, Adam. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm only like 30% Irish, okay? Smithwick's Red Ale. Let me do that intro over again. So the next one is Smithwick's Red Ale. I've just been informed that the Smithwick's, the W is silent, so apologies. Smithwick's Red Ale, 4.5% ABV. All right, let's go to that. Let me get it poured. Oh, nice color on this one. It's like an in-between between the Guinness and the Harp. So color-wise, definitely darker. They say ruby. That's probably, I would say it's like a little bit, it's a little orange tinted compared to like full-on straight red. But it's a nice color. Also has a nice head on it. I mean, they all probably did. I just poured them a while ago. All right. So this one, let's pull up the info about this. I did write down some facts other than how it's pronounced. This company was founded in 1710. It's one of Ireland's oldest ales. Smithwick's is a smooth and malty red ale brewed in Kilkenny since 1710. It was banned in England for over 200 years due to anti-Catholic laws. And it's now owned by Guinness, but maintains its distinct brewing tradition. Gotcha. Okay, we're up to speed. Sullivan's is not owned by Diageo. It's independent, I think, from Kilkenny. Okay, yes. But this one also says... imported by Diageo beer, brewed in Ireland by Guinness. You know, that fact I might have copy and pasted wrong. That may be the Smithwick's. Sorry. So maybe this Sullivan's Brewing Company, Kilkenny. Okay. I got it, guys. I got it. Well, just go to Total Wine and Bev Mode. That's where I went for all of these. So, okay. I got it figured out now. Okay. Smithwick's is Guinness, Diageo. Sullivan's is Kilkenny brewed. Got it. All right. Let's go ahead and nose the Smithwick's. I'm going to say Smithwick's. I'm sorry. Smithwick's. Okay. A bit malty, but way lighter than that Guinness. I mean, it's got a bit of like a molasses sweetness, but it's definitely giving the grain is definitely there forward. I was gonna pull up this. I have a beer tasting note chart that I'm kind of using because I'm so used to whiskey notes. Beer is a little bit different. Yeah, this is definitely malt, a little bit bready. I'm not getting any of that toasted roasty thing that I was getting with the Guinness though. To me, this one's just more, yeah, grain, molasses, maybe a little bit of like a fig. I do like the nose though. It's really interesting. All right, let's go and try the Smithwick's Red Ale. Cheers. Okay. That's familiar, even though I've not had it. It tastes like something I've had before relatively recently. Can't put a name on it. Again, I don't drink beer too often, at home at least. That's interesting. I don't want to judge it. Let me go for a second taste. It's heavier than the Harp, not as heavy as the Guinness, at least in the palate. It's very short, like it like hits you and then it's gone. The flavor's gone. Whereas both of these tend to linger a little bit more. The Harp lingers with the sweetness. The Guinness lingers with just like the body, the heftiness. This one kind of is like you sip it and it's gone. It's got a little bit of bitterness, but just a tiny, tiny bit compared to the Guinness. I'm gonna say I'm not really a fan of this one. It's just not the type of beer that I typically drink. I wouldn't say no to it. I'm not like opposed to it. It's not like gross. But to me, it's a little too, it's malty without the richness. And I think that grain note is something that I don't love. Oh, the burps are hitting me now. The grain note is something I don't love unless it's complemented by something. I think I say the same thing with a lot of Highland scotches. I feel like that malted barley note, unless it's complemented by like some other flavors, I'm not the biggest fan of it. So that's kind of reminding me of that one. I'll come back to it though. But yeah, Smithwick's, glad I tried it, but right now I'm not quite feeling it. Oh no, Stacy, I'm having OJ tonight. No whiskey. My husband gave me his cold. Well, last night I actually was not feeling great. I thought maybe I had come down with like a flu or something. I think it just have been a bit of a stomach thing because it's gone today. I feel fine, but yeah, I didn't drink yesterday either. I'm like, I got to get over this. I'm going on an international trip next week, and I really don't want to be sick for it. So, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to England. I'm going to Amsterdam, and I'm going to Paris for 2 weeks. So I might go live next Thursday. That'll be the day before I leave, but then I won't be live the next 2 weeks. So, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited for it. Follow me on Discord for all the updates, also on Instagram. And you can also check out my new website, bourbonbytes.com, where you can get cool shirts like this. I actually bought this just now just to test out from the site. I did use Threadless previously, but this is a whole new platform. And I got to say, the quality is impressing me so far. This is the lightweight shirt, so it's like definitely airy. I love that. I love it's breathable. I feel like an ad right now, but I prefer these type of shirts. So I'm really excited that I'm able to put my own logos on things. You should see links down there if you guys are interested in checking out the merch. Do want to say though, I have what I call the Byte Club, which previously was Patreon. We're calling it the Byte Club now. You can move over to my website and actually more of the funds will go to me to support me, the creator, than Patreon. Of course, you're welcome to stay on Patreon, but if you would like to do like 8 of y'all have done so far and switch over to bourbonbytes.com, it would mean a lot to me. If you join before March 31st, you get 15% off all of my merch. So if you want a shirt, if you want to refresh your shirt stock, you want a hat, the hat's really cool. They're like stitched and stuff. So let me know if you guys have any questions about that, but I'm really happy with this. So if you guys bought the merch previously, I think these are a step up in quality. So I'm really excited. Kilkenny is very nice ale, although I haven't had it in a while. Miss Linux Cat is making Rice Krispie treats with Irish cream, Irish whiskey, and a Guinness glaze on top. Wow, that is amazing. Won't use the word we all know it might be called. Wait, what word we might... What? I don't know. I want to know what we're thinking it's called. Maybe save it for the after party, Yanni. All right, let's go and move on to the next one. Smithwick's, yeah, it didn't quite impress me, but apparently... Oops, that was an ice cube. I don't want that to go on my electronics. Out from under there. There we go. All right, so apparently, according to Stacey, this is the original recipe for Smithwick's before they sold out to Diageo. I don't want to say sold out. They sold the brand to Diageo. I'll show you guys real quick. This is the Sullivan's Malting's Irish Ale. Brewing is in our blood. ABV on this one is, let me see, where is it? 5%. So 5% ABV compared to 4.5 on the Smithwick's. This is a Irish ale, and it says the same thing. Ruby ruby ale. Yeah, so let's go ahead and pour it. Okay, color-wise, let's take a look. Okay, a little bit darker than the Smithwick's. Smithwick's definitely more of an orangey color. This one is truly like an amber color. This one's a true definition of amber. Looks amber, it's got that hue to it that looks more in that style. Like I said, red ales are something I'm very familiar with, something I really enjoy. So, not that I'm picky about colors, but when you're saying red ale and it's like kind of orangey, you know, I don't know. Let's see. All right. So this one, supposedly the original recipe, this one was brewed in Ireland, Sullivan's Brewing Company in Kilkenny, imported by Global Beer Network, Middleton, Massachusetts, or Maine. Maybe Maine, I don't know, MA. All right, let's go ahead and nose Sullivan's. Ooh, that one's like has a bit of like a baking spice, like effervescence. I can just smell the there's like brighter notes popping off the palate, or off the palate. Brighter notes popping on the nose. I'm just gonna go real quick back to the Smithwick's. Yeah, that one was just kind of flat. It was malty. I just hadn't kind of. I didn't tell you guys, but when I first smelled the Smithwick's, I'm like, I don't like the smell of this. But I wasn't gonna say it until I tried it. I don't like the smell or the taste of Smithwick's. I'm sorry. Sullivan's though. This one has a bit of more floral, kind of similar to the harp, but it's still got all that malt. It almost smells like a honey puff cereal or like a sweetened cereal. I'm getting honey on so many of these. That must be a common characteristic here. Yeah, this is like a Honey Nut Cheerios or like a Corn Pops kind of thing. I do like it though. There's just like some effervescence. I can tell there's brightness in it. I'm excited to give it a try. All right, let's go and taste Sullivan's Maltings Irish Ale. Cheers. Okay. Dry. Is dry a word for beer? I don't know. It kind of reminds me, it's not sweet at all. Like it has no sweetness. It's interestingly as bitter as an IPA, but IPAs at least have some sweetness with it. This one's quite a bit bitter. I'm not loving either of these red ales or ruby ales. Maybe I just am not a fan of Irish red ales. Yeah, to me, I'll give it another taste. Yeah, I mean, at first I love the nose on it, but on the palate, it just kind of goes. It tastes. You know what it kind of tastes like? It tastes like burnt bread, like burnt toast. Like if you like burn a piece of toast in the toaster and then you ate it. That's the flavor I'm getting, but maybe like burnt like wheat toast, not even white bread, because white bread would at least have some sweetness. This one's just bitter. It's not like gross, but it's something that I could probably just be one and done. Like I don't think I would drink a second one of these. Like if you hand me a Harp or a Guinness, I'm going to drink a second one probably. But this, not loving the flavor profile. Actually, I have to say that I might like the Smithwick's a little bit more. Yeah, I don't prefer either of them. Sullivan's, it's just not a flavor profile that I personally like. To me, it's too much of that burnt toast, but not sweet. I had high hopes because I love the nose on it. Yeah, maybe it'll grow on me. I mean, it does have some brown sugar, but it's like very hidden. I gotta like search deep for that sweetness. Yeah, I'll come back to it, but not loving it so far. All right, we got two more beers, and I'm definitely feeling it now. If you guys notice I'm getting sloppy, yeah, that's because of the beers. All right, so before I move on to the cream ale, actually, now that we're in the red territory, I did want to try this one. I was looking for Irish beers, or I was originally looking for actual Irish brewed beers, but I couldn't find any non-alcoholic ones that were brewed in Ireland. So I found a good alternative. This one's called Sober Carpenter. It's actually a Canadian brand. It is an Irish-style red ale. Non-alcoholic craft brew. Contains less than 0.5% ABV. Let's see. Brewed in the Irish style with Windsor yeast. You'll first notice the malt-focused aromas of this medium-bodied brew. The roasted barley translate into subtle notes of coffee and caramel. Cheers. Yeah, so it tells you the malts are roasted barley, crystal dark and pale. The The hops are East Kent Golding and Fugel? I always love when they have info like that. Yeah, so I'm excited for this. This is a pint glass. Pricing was about the same as all these other ones, which is always nice. All right, let's go and pour the Sober Carpenter Irish Ale. All right. By the way, what are you guys drinking? The chat's, y'all are quiet. Let me know what you're drinking. Sorry, that sounded aggressive. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be aggressive. Wow, okay. This new one, color-wise, I gotta say they nailed the color. I mean, this and the Sullivans are the exact same color. Yeah, wow. So much so. Sorry, I realized I was holding it above you guys. I'm looking at the light that's above my camera. Interesting. Let's give it a nose. Okay, noticeably different. It's not quite the multi-bitter thing that we were getting so much on the other two red ales. It's definitely more in the... I mean, maybe it's more yeasty. It kind of honestly just smells like a tea, like a really dark tea, like an overbrewed, maybe like an oolong tea or something. It smells good. I mean, it's not off-putting. It just doesn't smell like a beer, and it doesn't smell like anything else we're drinking. So, all right. Shall we go for it? Are you guys alive? Is my video still working? Because I was worried with my internet cutting out. Let me know if you guys are still watching. Someone just give me a thumbs up in the chat or something. I just want to make sure before I drink this, because I don't want to... My big thing that I love about the channel is first impressions. And I don't want to ruin my first impression and then have to fake it. What's up? Okay, someone came in the chat. Thank you, Todd. Thank you. Cheers to you. Good to see you. Hope you were doing well. Todd is going to be joining Fred and I and Bill for a bourbon terabyte tasting this Sunday. So that's one of the perks at that $50 tier. You get a private tasting with me. I will send you samples, and we will have a great time. Usually hang out for a couple hours. Yeah, so hope to see you there, Todd. Also this Friday for patrons, just know, or Byte Club members, we're doing a screening of Euro Trip. You guys have been telling me to watch this movie for years. I've not watched it, so we're going to watch it on Discord. Everyone $5 and up on the Byte Club on the website or Patreon gets access. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm excited. And Emily, thank you for letting me know that you're here. All right, let's go ahead and try this Sober Carpenter Irish Red non-alcoholic brew. Sasha, cheers. Okay. I don't dislike it. It's very like light, like super like almost watery flavor wise. Or mouthfeel wise. It's definitely got the bitterness. I mean, they nailed that. It's very similar to that bitterness. It's less of like that malt flavor though, that cereal grain. I'm getting a little bit less of that. To me, it's almost like the bitterness is almost like a sour, like a wood, like, you know, like sometimes wood will have like a sour note, like a fresh green wood would have like a little bit of sour bitter. That's kind of what this tastes like. Now, I will say, if you're trying to drink, like if you just want to drink with your friends and you don't want to come off as that person that doesn't drink, man, pour yourself this. This looks so much like a beer. I mean, even in a glass, like that's crazy how dark that is. Yeah. I mean, I didn't like the alcoholic version, so maybe it makes sense why I don't like the non-alcoholic version. I don't know. I see what they were going for. I just feel like with the body of it being so light and watery, I don't feel like it quite reaches that bar. But you know what? Some people may like it. So I always want to throw in a variety for people that choose to not drink or, you know, are sober for whatever reason. Give it a try. It's not my favorite non-alcoholic beer. Like I said, check out the stream of non-alcoholic beers. No worry, Todd. This is the Sober Carpenter Irish Red non-alcoholic beer. So 0.5% ABV. I just wanted to try it compared. I just had the two red ales. I had the Sullivans and the Smithics. Neither of them were my jam. I started out with Harp, which surprised me. I'd never had this before. Delicious. And Guinness, which is my old fave, is my second one. So I'm going to rank them at the end. We got one more beer to try, though. So let's see. Let's see if this last one kind of ups it up, because like these last few have not impressed me very much. But I'm going to go for this one. I actually thought this was an Irish beer until I took a closer look today. They really fool you with the marketing here. This is Wexford's Irish-style cream ale, which I'm like, oh, this has to be from Ireland, right? It's nitro draft, so served chilled. Based on a traditional Irish recipe from County Wexford that dates back to 1810, we use only the freshest, most natural ingredients to ensure our Wexford ale has a smooth, mellow creaminess we believe you will enjoy. 4.8% ABV, but if you look up close, it says brewed by Green King in Suffolk, England. It's imported by Total Beverage Solutions from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I actually used to live there. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's not an Irish beer. It's an Irish-style beer. Ooh, wow. Okay. That sounded worse than it was. It was just I'm sure it was just the nitrogen. Let's pour this one. I know you're supposed to, they're like, nitrogen, I think you're supposed to pour quick, right? If I remember correctly, that's how you're supposed to do these beers versus like just doing a slow pour. Chill for at least hours. Carefully downside glass, absorb the creamy head and enjoy it. Okay, yeah. I've done one before and it said to pour it fast. But Todd said Wexy's is decent. And Zoe said I've had it many times. Fooled me too for a while, but enjoyed it. Nice. I've never had this one. All right, so a cream ale. Do you guys know what a cream ale is? Because I don't. I do have some facts about this one, though. So let me go back to that. I didn't give any facts about the last two. Shoot, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do too many things. I have too many things on my screen. I told about the Smithix one. The facts. I'll go to the facts about this one. This one is a smooth and creamy ale inspired by traditional Irish brewing techniques. It's known for its nitro-infused pour. The nitrogen widget in the can replicates the creamy draft experience at home. So you'll see this on a few like things like Guinness will do it too. There's like a little like bead or something in there that somehow does something with the nitrogen. I don't know how it works, but it definitely gives it a whole different mouthfeel. And they say, unique fact, despite its Irish branding, Wexford is actually brewed in England. So if I would have just read the facts that I pulled, I would have known that. All right, but it's creamy. There we go. Color, lighter than the red ales. Not as light as Harper, and definitely lighter than Guinness. Oh, that's very sweet on the nose, unlike the other ones. It's almost like a vanilla. Is it creamsicle? Hold on. I know cream. Maybe I'm being influenced by cream. It has a very like sherbet kind of nose to it. Maybe that's why it's called a cream ale. I don't know. Really liking that nose. Does not smell like a beer at all. I've never had anything that smells like this. Very sugary, sweet. Almost a little fruity. Man, I can't wait to give this a try. All right, let's go. Cheers. So the nitro thing didn't work as well as it's done before in Guinness's. Is it because of the way I poured it? Let me just try it from the can. I'll just say I've had that nitrogen experience much better on other ones. I've had it better on a Guinness. Even Nitro Pepsi, yes. Me too. This one, though, it's almost like I was thinking like maybe the bubbles are just tiny, which they usually are. But there's not, to me, this one isn't coming across as very carbonated. I wonder if maybe this one's just older. Maybe it's been sitting on the shelves for a while. It says best by February 26th. I don't know if that means the 26th or 2026. If it means the 26th, then yes, we are beyond that. It smells really good, though. It's just like very little carbonation. Maybe I just have an off bottle. I mean, flavor-wise, it's decent. I like it. It just drinks like a flavored water more than a beer. That's weird. Okay. I don't know what I do. Keep going back to it. I mean, it does leave a little bit of tingle on the tip of the tongue, but I've just had way better nitrogen infused beers before. Not my favorite. Honestly, I love the flavor. I just need carbonation. I can't drink my beer without carbonation. To me, like that makes it more refreshing. And when it's like flat like this, to me, It just doesn't quite do it. I mean, Zoverset usually has more head. Yeah, I know. I agree. And every time I've had one of these, it's always like pour quickly, and I did. And it's not like you see it. I just poured it fresh, and it's not. I don't know. Maybe I just have a dud of a thing. Let me know in the chat if mine's wrong. I'll redo this another time, but that's disappointing. I thought I was really looking forward to that one. Man, oh well. Maybe I just had a dud. Let me know in the chat or in the comments below. All right, so we've had all 6 beers. I am very much feeling the 6 beers. Now I have to rank them. All right, the fun part. Will any of these overthrow my current favorite of Guinness Extra Stout? Let's find out. I'll go back through and taste them once again, just one more time. Man, that Wexford's really letting me down. It does look flat. Yeah, you know, sometimes there's something goes wrong in the canning process. Maybe that's what happened here. I could grab another one. I mean, I did buy, but it's not going to be cold, so nah, I can't do that. I'll let y'all know on Discord if I grab another one and it's better. Just this one might just be a dud. It happens, whatever. But well, didn't impress me on first try. All right, now of course we're gonna go to the Sullivan's next. There's that carbonate. At least it has carbonation, you know. Sullivan's, I think it's kind of growing on me, but it's still like I wouldn't choose to drink it. Let's try the Smithwick's. Smithwick's over Sullivan's. I think I already said that. Now let's go to the first two, Guinness and Harp. It's starting to get a little warm, but it's okay. I have a whole can here, and I have plenty of ice. Man, that Harp is... I think I'm just surprised. I actually didn't think an Irish beer could be that light and refreshing. So to me, that's a new one for me. It's not light in terms of lacking flavor. It has a ton of flavor. It just is light and bright and makes me want to sip it on the beach. Now, will it beat my favorite Guinness Extra Stout? It's a tough one. And it says try another. Yeah, I will. I'll let y'all know on Discord. I don't want to go open a warm one because that's not going to, even if it is bubbly, it's not going to impress me. All right, let's try the Guinness Extra Stout real quick. Man, that's delicious. Okay, I'll say right off the bat, my favorites are either Harp or Guinness. My last place is the Wexford, honestly, right now, based on my experience tonight drinking it. My next to last would be Sober Carpenter. I wanted this one to do better, this non-alcoholic, but to me, it doesn't taste like a beer. To me, it tastes like a tea, which is nothing wrong with that. But it doesn't replicate any kind of beer likeness other than the color. The color is very beer. Flavor is not. Next place would be my third to last place is Sullivan's. My next place is Smithwick's. I think the backwards order of this is my final order. I think the Guinness Extra Stout, even though I love it, this is like one that you don't drink every day, right? This is like a special, like you need something like strong. Then I see yourself pouring this. I mean, delicious, all the flavors that I love in a stout. Do prefer the foreign extra stout. Good, really good. But I think my winner here tonight is the new to me Harp Lager. I think it's mostly just because I'm impressed that like an Irish beer can taste so refreshing. That's usually my style of beer, so it kind of makes sense. But wow, I was not expecting to find a new favorite here. I'm excited. I'm glad that I have more of these to drink. Do you guys like Harp? Or are you guys telling me this is like the worst one ever? But to me, this one is definitely the winner. Yes, I just held that weird because I just tried to pour it sideways. And it's carbonated. Wow. Harp and Guinness are totally different, but I love them both. It's a matter of which beer style you want. Exactly. That's why they're my top two. The only reason I put Harp before it is I can drink that more often because that's like a refreshing any day beer. Guinness, you have to kind of be in the mood for a Guinness, is how I feel. Have I tried Young's Double Chocolate Stout? I have not. Not heard of that one. I'm interested. Is it Irish? All right, Zofer, Harp, love Harp. Cool Running said Rexford's Cream Ale, carbonation is lower than low, extremely light bodied, relatively sweet. Oh, so you have it as well. Okay. So maybe I'm not crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you heard what. I don't know if you heard that when I came back. Mine doesn't. Mine's like the extremely low carbonation, like to the point where it almost drinks like flat. I like the sweetness of it, but it's so light body and it's flat that I can't get behind it. It's my last place. It's even below the non-alcoholic beer. I just don't like it. So I'm interesting to hear that someone else has had the carbonation problem. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's just the style. I don't know. Just not a fan. So thank you for trying that with me. I appreciate it. All right. Well, that does it for this week's stream. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I still have some Redbreast 12 here, so I'll treat you guys with this at the end. Happy St. Patrick's Day weekend. Be safe. Listen, go out, celebrate all you want. Just make sure you have a safe ride home, whether it's Uber, designated driver, or a friend's couch to pass out on. Just make sure you have a plan. But most of all, enjoy yourself, your friends, your family. I wish I had a toast to you guys, but I just appreciate you being here. Thank you for tuning in live or watching the replay. Leave a comment below or a thumbs up if you want to engage. I read every comment. And I'll see you guys over on Discord for our after party. Cheers. And or sláinte. I should have been saying sláinte the whole time. I've been saying cheers. I'm sorry. When I think beer, I think cheers. But so have a sip of this Redbreast 12. As good as all this beer was, nothing's gonna replace whiskey for me. So good. Redbreast 12 is just amazing. All right, you guys. Love you. See you next Thursday, most likely. But because I'm traveling the next day. But I'll let you know. Just follow the Patreon, the website, and Discord for updates. Cheers. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with an 80s twist. I'm your host, Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. Happy July, everyone. Hope you guys had going out, just really enjoying a pool day, having some barbecue, all this fun stuff. So let me, I don't know, celebrate with you that we are making it through the week after July 4th, because trust me, this past Monday was a little tough. I imagine it was for a lot of us. But thank you for tuning in to another live stream. Tonight I have a really fun one. This actually was inspired by a new release that just hit my local store. If you saw the thumbnail and the title, I picked up 2 bottles from K&L Wine and Spirits, which is my local liquor store here in Southern California. They also have some Northern California stores as well. But they had 2 very special edition Woodford Reserve barrels that I had to get my hands on. So that's kind of what today's stream is about. I'm going to be comparing 2 different releases. They're not considered single barrel picks. I don't think they just call it personally selected distiller select. But what we do is we have a pick from Louisville, Kentucky. So if you read let me act like you didn't read the description, because trust me, I don't always read it either. Woodford Reserve, the distillery, owned by Brown-Forman. They actually have 2 rick houses. So they have some whiskey aging in Louisville, which is like one of their kind of off-site rick houses. And they have their main rick house in Versailles, Kentucky. I made sure to look it up. Versailles, right? Not Versailles. Even though it's spelled like Versailles, I think in Kentucky they call it Versailles. Let me know if I'm right or wrong in the chat. And yeah, so they basically age and blend the whiskeys from the 2 different distilleries, or not distilleries, rick houses. And that's what we know as Woodford Reserve. I mean, for example, I have a mini bottle of just the standard Woodford Reserve right about here. It will focus. Of bourbon, but that's the standard Woodford Reserve as you know it. But today we're trying two different barrels. One of each is from the different warehouses. So we're going to see how different these different warehouses are. Now, I think technically for it to be called a distiller select, they don't do the single barrels like I said. So one of these is a blend of 2 barrels from one rickhouse, and one is a blend of 2 barrels from the other rickhouse. So they're still technically a blend, not a single barrel, but you're getting the flavor profile from each of the different locations. So I'm really excited to see how they compare to standard Woodford, and which one I like better. But first of all, I want to say hello to some folks in the chat. By the way, if you guys are watching live and you can see and hear me, hit a thumbs up in the chat. I'm reading the chat. I'm like, I can't tell if you guys can see me or not. So if you can see me, hit the thumbs up. Like I said, I've been changing some camera settings around lately. But hopefully this higher frame rate is looking a little bit better than normal. There's a few other settings I still want to tinker with, but I just got home from work literally 30 minutes ago, and I had to eat dinner before that, so I didn't have too much time to tinker today. But I'm excited to spend the evening with you folks. Let's say hello to some folks in the chat. We have Doug from Taste and Sensibility in the chat. Zofer, what's up, Alfonso? M is here. M's one of our incredible moderators and members of our community. Tony Bag of Donuts and Brandon are here. Awesome members of the community. Who else do we got here? Who's here? Todd Squirrely T is in the chat. Todd is one of our Bourbon Terabyte members, which is one of the highest rankings you can have here on Bourbon Bytes. Thank you, Todd, for being here. Who else is here? Fred's here. I think that might be it. There might be some delay in the chat. I'm not seeing any thumbs up yet. Can you guys see me at all? Let me check YouTube. Let's make sure we're actually live. That would be pretty important, right? If I wasn't live, then this was a weird intro for me not being on. Oh, it says I'm live. Oh, there I am. Okay, y'all can see me, at least some of you. Maybe there's just a bit of a lag. But hope you guys are having a wonderful Thursday. I'm excited to see what the difference is between these whiskeys. How bad is the lag? Now I'm curious. How about it? Is there audio? Is there audio? Okay, y'all can see me, at least some of you. Maybe there's just a bit of a lag. Okay, it's a pretty big lag. I just said it's a bit of a lag, so if you guys are curious. All right, it's all good. It's all good. We'll keep it going. I'll go ahead and take this chat off the screen because I think it might be delayed for you guys as well. I can see your chat. Don't worry. Don't worry about me missing them. I'll see them in the chat. I just want to make sure that the lag isn't as obvious for you guys. We got Hanging with Bill in the chat. What's up, Bill? So good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You as well, Eric Gunderson. Welcome. Good to see you guys. I'm good. I am familiar with you from other chats, but I'm so glad to see you here tonight. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. Listen, when I was getting into bourbon, Woodford Reserve was one of the first bottles I bought myself before I was like really into it, like, you know, like seeking reviews and everything. It was one of the first bottles I bought myself when I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take this bourbon thing a little more seriously. Let me go upgrade for my Jack and Cokes, my Jim Beam shots, you know, like what's the next step up? For me, it was Woodford. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to start with the standard Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Now, they all say Distillers Select, so I know that's kind of what I named this stream, but these are selected. They're not called single barrel picks. They're called personally selected picks. So we'll get into these. Now, it's interesting. This one does, they both say Versailles on the back as the location of where they were distilled, but we do know that some of these came from a certain rickhouse in Louisville, and other ones came in from a rickhouse in Versailles. Also, hello, new member Eric. Thank you so much for joining. Hey, welcome to the Cliffy Bus. It's what we call our YouTube members here. Appreciate you. Thank you for signing up. You get access to some cool emojis in the chat. I see we have quite a few folks in the chat. Squirrely T is one of our Cliffy Bus riders. So you can support me